Part 2.
Chapter 17 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 17. As it is the custom of those connected with the world of the circus to eat, sleep, have their whole being, as it were, within the environment of the show, to the total exclusion of hotels, boarding houses, or outside lodgings of any sort, he found on his arrival at his destination the entire company assembled in what was known as the living tent, chatting, laughing, reading, playing games, and killing time generally, whilst waiting for the call to the dining tent. And this gave him an opportunity to meet all the persons connected with the case, from the Chevalier himself to the Brazilian coffee planter who was backing the show. He found this latter individual a somewhat sullen and taciturn man of middle age, who had more the appearance of an Austrian than a Brazilian, and with a swinging gait and an uprightness of bearing which were not to be misunderstood. Known military training, was Cleek's mental comment as soon as he saw the man walk. Got it in Germany, too. I know that peculiar swing. What's his little game, I wonder? And what's a Brazilian doing in the army of the Kaiser? And having been in it, what's he doing dropping into this line, backing a circus, and travelling with it like a bohemian? But although these thoughts interested him, he did not put them into words, nor take anybody into his confidence regarding them. As for the other members of the company, he found the indifferent rider, known as Signor Antonio Martinelli, an undoubted Irishman of about 30 years of age, extremely handsome, but with a certain shiftiness of the eye which was far from inspiring confidence, and with a trick of the tongue which suggested that his baptismal certificate probably bore the name of Anthony Martin. He found, too, that all he had heard regarding the youth and beauty of the Chevalier's second wife was quite correct, and although she devoted herself a great deal to the Brazilian coffee planter and the Irish-Italian Martinelli, she had a way of looking over at her middle-aged spouse, without his knowledge, that left no doubt in Cleek's mind regarding the real state of her feelings towards the man. And last, but not least by any means, he found the Chevalier himself a frank, open-minded, open-hearted, lovable man, who ought not, in the natural order of things, to have an enemy in the world. Despite his highfalutin nom de théâtre, he was Belgian, a big, soft-hearted, easy-going, unsuspicious fellow, who worshipped his wife, adored his children, and loved every creature of the animal world. How well that love was returned Cleek saw when he went with him to that part of the building where his animals were kept, and watched them nose his hand or lick his cheek whenever the opportunity offered. But Nero the lion was perhaps the greatest surprise of all, for so tame, so docile, so little feared was the animal that its cage door was open, and they found one of the attendants squatting cross-legged inside and playing with it as though it were a kitten. "There he is, doctor," said the Chevalier, waving his hand towards the beast. "Ah, I will not believe that it was anything but an accident, sir. He loved my boy. He would hurt no one that is kind to him. Fetch him out, Tom, and let the doctor see him at close quarters." Despite all these assurances of the animal's docility, Cleek could not but remember what the creature had done, and in consequence did not feel quite at ease when it came lumbering out of the cage with the attendant and ranged up alongside of him, rubbing its huge head against the Chevalier's arm after the manner of an affectionate cat. "Don't be frightened, sir," said Tom, noticing this. "Nothing more than a big dog, sir. Had the care of him for 8 years, I have, haven't I, Chevalier? And never a growl or scratch out of him. No smile for your old Tom, is there, Nero boy, eh? No fear. Ain't a thing as anybody does with him, sir, that I wouldn't do off-hand and feel quite safe." "Even to putting your head in his mouth?" queried Cleek. "Lord, yes," returned the man with a laugh. "That's nothing. Done it many a day. Look here." With that he pulled the massive jaws apart, and bending down, laid his head within them. The lion stood perfectly passive, and did not offer to close his mouth until it was again empty. It was then that Cleek remembered and glanced round at young Scarmelli. "He never smiles for any but the Chevalier and his son, I believe you said," he remarked. "I wonder if the Chevalier himself would be as safe if he were to make a feint of doing that." For the Chevalier, like most of the other performers, had not changed his dress after the matinee, since the evening performance was soon to begin. And if, as Cleek had an idea that the matter of costume and make-up had anything to do with the mystery of the thing, here surely was a chance to learn. "Make a feint of it? Certainly I will, Doctor," the Chevalier replied. "But why a feint? Why not the actual thing?" "No, please. At least, not until I have seen how the beast is likely to take it. Just put your head down close to his muzzle, Chevalier. Go slow, please, and keep your head at a safe distance." The Chevalier obeyed. Bringing his head down until it was on a level with the animal's own, he opened the ponderous jaws. The beast was as passive as before, and finding no trace of the coming of the mysterious and dreaded smile, he laid his face between the double row of gleaming teeth, held it there a moment, and then withdrew it uninjured. Cleek took his chin between his thumb and forefinger and pinched it hard. What he had just witnessed would seem to refute the idea of either costume or make-up having any bearing upon the case. "Did you do that today at the matinee performance, Chevalier?" he hazarded after a moment's thoughtfulness. "Oh, yes," he replied. "It was not my plan to do so, however. I alter my performance constantly to give variety. Today I had arranged for my little son to do the trick, but somehow... I am a foolish man, monsieur. I have odd fancies, odd whims, sometimes odd fears, since that awful night. Something came over me at the last moment. Just as my boy came into the cage to perform the trick, I changed my mind. I would not let him do it. I thrust him aside and did the trick myself." "Oh-ho," said Cleek. "Will the boy do it tonight, then, Chevalier?" "Perhaps," he made reply. "He is still dressed for it. Look, here he comes now, monsieur, and my wife, and some of our good friends with him. Ah, they are so interested, they are anxious to hear what report you make upon Nero's condition." Cleek glanced round. Several members of the company were advancing towards them from the living tent. In the lead was the boy, a little fellow of about 12 years of age, fancifully dressed in tights and tunic. By his side was his stepmother, looking pale and anxious. But although both Signor Martinelli and the Brazilian coffee planter came to the edge of the tent and looked out, it was observable that they immediately withdrew and allowed the rest of the party to proceed without them. "Dearest, I have just heard from Tom that you and the doctor are experimenting with Nero," said the Chevalier's wife as she came up with the others and joined him. "Oh, do be careful, do! Much as I like the animal, Doctor, I shall never feel safe until my husband parts with it or gives up that ghastly trick." My dearest, how absurdly you talk!" interrupted her husband. You know well that without that my act would be commonplace, that no manager would want either it or me, and how, pray, should we live if that were to happen?" "There would always be my salary. We could make that do." "As if I would consent to live upon your earnings, and add nothing myself. No, no, I shall never do that, never. It is not as though that foolish dream of long ago had come true, and I might hope one day to retire. I am of the circus, and of it I shall always remain." "I wish you might not. I wish the dream might come true even yet," she made reply. "Why shouldn't it? Wilder ones have come true for other people. Why should they not for you?" Before her husband could make any response to this, the whole trend of the conversation was altered by the boy. "Father," he said, "am I to do the trick tonight? Senor Sperati says it is silly of me to sit about or dress unready if I am to do nothing, like a little super, instead of a performer and an artist." "Oh, but that is not kind of the senor to say that," his father replied, soothing his ruffled feelings. "You are an artist, of course. Never super, no, never. But if you shall do the trick or not, I cannot say. It will depend, as it did at the matinee. If I feel it is right, you shall do it. But if I feel it is wrong, then it must be no. You see, doctor," catching Cleek's eye, "what a little enthusiast he is, and with how little fear." "Yes, I do see, Chevalier, but I wonder if he would be willing to humour me in something. As he is not afraid, I've an odd fancy to see how he'd go about the thing. Would you mind letting him make the feint you yourself made a few minutes ago? Only I must insist that in this instant it be nothing more than a feint, Chevalier. Don't let him go too near at the time of doing it. Don't let him open the lion's jaws with his own hands. You do that. Do you mind?" "Of a certainty not, monsieur. Gustave, show the good doctor how you go about it when papa lets you do the trick. But you are not really to do it just yet. Only to bend the head near to Nero's mouth. Now then, come, see." As he spoke, he divided the lion's jaws and signalled the child to bend. He obeyed. Very slowly the little head drooped nearer to the gaping, full-fanged mouth, very slowly and very carefully, for Cleek's hand was on the boy's shoulder, Cleek's eyes were on the lion's face. The huge brute was as meek and as undisturbed as before, and there was actual kindness in its fixed eyes. But of a sudden, when the child's head was on a level with those gaping jaws, the lips curled backward in a ghastly parody of a smile. A weird, uncanny sound whizzed through the bared teeth, the passive body bulked as with a shock, and Cleek had just time to snatch the boy back when the great jaws struck together with a snap that would have splintered a skull of iron had they closed upon it. The hideous and mysterious smile had come again, and brief though it was, its passing found the boy's sister lying on the ground in a dead faint, the boy's stepmother cowering back with covered eyes and shrill affrighted screams, and the boy's father leaning, shaken and white, against the empty case and nursing a bleeding hand. In an instant the whole place was in an uproar. "It smiled again! It smiled again!" ran in broken gasps from lip to lip. But through it all, Cleek stood there, clutching the frightened child close to him, but not saying one word, not making one sound. Across the dark arena came a rush of running footsteps, and presently Senor Sperati came panting up, breathless and pale with excitement. "What's the matter? What wrong?" he cried. Is he the lion again? Is the boy killed? Speak up!" "No," said Cleek very quietly. "Nor will he be. The father will do the trick tonight, not the son. We've had a fright and a lesson, that's all." And putting the sobbing child from him, he caught young Scarmelli's arm and hurried him away. "Take me somewhere that we can talk in safety," he said. "We are on the threshold of the end, Scarmelli, and I want your help." "Oh, Mr. Cleek, have you any idea? Any clue?" "Yes, more than a clue. I know how, but I have not yet discovered why. Now, if you know, tell me, what did the Chevalier mean? What did his wife mean when they spoke of a dream that might have come true but didn't? Do you know? Have you any idea? Or, if you have not, do you think your fiancé has?" "Why, yes," he made reply. "Zélie has told me about it often. It is of a fortune that was promised and never materialized. Oh, such a long time ago, when he was quite a young man, the Chevalier saved the life of a very great man, a Prussian nobleman of great wealth. He was profuse in his thanks and his promises, that nobleman. Swore that he would make him independent for life and all that sort of thing." "And didn't?" "No, he didn't. After a dozen letters promising the Chevalier things that almost turned his head, the man dropped him entirely. In the midst of his dreams of wealth, a letter came from the old skinflint steward, enclosing him the sum of 600 marks, and telling him that as his master had come to the conclusion that wealth would be more of a curse than a blessing to a man of his class and station, he had thought better of his rash promise. He begged to tender the enclosed as a proper and sufficient reward for the service rendered, and should not trouble the young man any further. Of course the Chevalier didn't reply. Who would, after having been promised wealth, education, everything one had confessed that one most desired? Being young, high-spirited, and bitterly, bitterly disappointed, the Chevalier bundled the 600 marks back without a single word, and that was the last he ever heard of the Baron von Steinheit from that day to this." "The Baron von Steinheit!" repeated Cleek, pulling himself up as though he had trodden upon something. "Do you mean to say that the man whose life he saved— Scarmelli, tell me something. Does it happen by any chance that the Chevalier di Roma's real name is Peter Jansen Pullen?" "Yes," said Scarmelli in reply. "That is his name. Why?" "Nothing, but that it solves the riddle, and the lion has smiled for the last time. No, don't ask me any questions. There isn't time to explain. Get me as quickly as you can to the place where we left Mr. Narkom's motor. Will this way lead me out? Thanks. Get back to the others and look for me again in 2 hours' time. And Scarmelli—" "Yes, sir?" "One last word. Don't let that boy get out of your sight for 1 instant. And don't, no matter at what cost, let the Chevalier do his turn tonight before I get back. Goodbye for a time. I'm off." Then he moved like a fleetly passing shadow round the angle of the building, and 2 minutes later he was with Narkom in the red limousine. "To the German Embassy as fast as we can fly," he said as he scrambled in. "I've something to tell you about that lion's smile, Mr. Narkom, and I'll tell you it while we're on the wing." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 18. It was 9 o'clock and after. The great show at Olympia was at its height. The packed house was roaring with delight over the daring equestrianship of Mademoiselle Marie de Zanoni, and the sound of the cheers rolled into the huge dressing tent where the artists awaited their several turns, and the chevalier, in spangled trunks and tights, all ready for his call, sat hugging his child and shivering like a man with the ague. "Come, come, buck up, man, and don't funk it like this," said Signor Sperati, who had graciously consented to assist him with his dressing because of the injury to his hand. "The idea of you losing your nerve, you of all men, and because of a little affair like that. You know very well that Nero is as safe as a kitten tonight, that he never has two smiling turns in the same week, much less the same day. You're at the next on the program. Buck up and go at it like a man." "I can't, Senor, I can't," almost wailed the chevalier. "My nerve is gone. Never, if I live to be 1,000, shall I forget that awful moment, that appalling smile. I tell you, there is wizardry in the thing. The beast is bewitched. My work in the arena is done, done forever, Senor. I shall never have courage to look into the beast's jaws again." "Rot! You're not going to ruin the show, are you? And after all the money I've put into it? If you have no care for yourself, it's your duty to think about me. You can at least try. I tell you, you must try. Here, take a sip of brandy and see if that won't put a bit of courage into you. Hello!" As a burst of applause and the thud of a horse's hoofs down the passage to the stables came rolling in. "There's your wife's turn over at last. And there, listen, the ringmaster is announcing yours. Get up, man, get up and go out." "I can't, Senor. I can't. I can't." "But I tell you, you must." And just here an interruption came. "Bad advice, my dear captain," said a voice, Cleek's voice, from the other end of the tent, and with a twist and a snarl the Seigneur screwed round on his heel in time to see that other intruders were putting in an appearance as well as this unwelcome one. "Who the deuce asked you for your opinion?" rapped out the Seigneur savagely. "And what are you doing in here anyhow? If we want the service of a vet, we're quite capable of getting one for ourselves, without having him shove his presence upon us unasked." "You are quite capable of doing a great many things, my dear captain, even making lions smile," said Cleek serenely. "It would appear that the gallant Captain von Goslar, nephew, and in the absence of one who has a better claim, heir to the late Baron von Steinheit—" "That's it! Nab the beggar! Played, sir, played! Hustle him out and into the cab with his precious confederate, the Irish-Italian Signor, and make a clean sweep of the pair of them. You'll find it a neck-stretching game, Captain, I'm afraid, when the jury comes to hear of that poor boy's death, and your beastly part in it." By this time the tent was in an uproar, for the chevalier's wife had come hurrying in, the chevalier's daughter was on the verge of hysterics, and the chevalier's prospective son-in-law was alternately hugging the great beast-tamer, and then shaking his hand and generally deporting himself like a respectable young man who had suddenly gone daft. "Governor!" he cried, half laughing, half sobbing. "Bully old governor! It's over! It's over! Never any more danger! Never any more hard times! Never any more lion smiles!" "No, never," said Cleek. "Come here, Madame Poulain, and hear the good news with the rest. You married for love, and you've proved a brick. The dream's come true, and the life of ease and of luxury is yours at last, Mr. Poulain." But, sir, I do not understand, stammered the Chevalier. What has happened? Why have you arrested the Signor Sperati? What has he done? I cannot comprehend. Can't you? Well, it so happened, Chevalier, that the Baron von Steinheit died something like 2 months ago, leaving the sum of £60,000 sterling to one Peter Janssen Poulain and the heirs of his body, and that a certain Captain von Goslar, son of the Baron's only sister, meant to make sure that there was no Peter Janssen Poulain and no heirs of his body to inherit 1 farthing of it. Sir, dear God, can this be true? Perfectly true, Chevalier. The late Baron's solicitors have been advertising for some time for news regarding the whereabouts of Peter Janssen Poulain, and if you had not so successfully hidden your real name under that of your professional one, no doubt some of your colleagues would have put you in the way of finding it out long ago. The Baron did not go back on his word, and did not act ungratefully. His will, dated 29 years ago, was never altered in a single particular. I rather suspect that that letter and that gift of money which came to you in the name of his steward, and was supposed to close the affair entirely, was the work of his nephew, the gentleman whose exit has just been made. A crafty individual, that, Chevalier, and he laid his plans cleverly and well. Who would be likely to connect him with the death of a beast-tamer in a circus, who had perished in what would appear an accident of his calling? Ah, yes, the lion's smile was a clever idea. He was a sharp rascal to think of it. Sir, you do not mean to tell me that he caused that? He never went near the beast, never, even once. Not necessary, Chevalier. He kept near you and your children. That was all that he needed to do to carry out his plan. The lion was as much his victim as anybody else, you or your children. What it did, it could not help doing. The very simplicity of the plan was its passport to success. All that was required was the unsuspected sifting of snuff on the hair of the person whose head was to be put in the beast's mouth. The lion's smile was not, properly speaking, a smile at all, Chevalier. It was the torture which came of snuff getting into its nostrils, and when the beast made that uncanny noise and snapped its jaws together, it was simply the outcome of a sneeze. The thing would be farcical if it were not that tragedy hangs on the thread of it, and that a life, a useful human life, was destroyed by means of it. Yes, it was clever, it was diabolically clever. But you know what Bobby Burns says about the best-laid schemes of mice and men. There's always a power higher up that works the ruin of them. With that he walked by, and going to young Scarmelli, put out his hand. You're a good chap, and you've got a good girl, so I expect you will be happy, he said, and then lowered his voice so that the rest might not reach the Chevalier's ears. You were wrong to suspect the little stepmother, he added. She's true blue, Scarmelli. She was only playing up to those fellows because she was afraid the Seigneur would drop out and close the show if she didn't, and that she and her husband and the children would be thrown out of work. She loves her husband, that's certain, and she's a good little woman. And Scarmelli. Yes, Mr. Cleek? There's nothing better than a good woman on this earth, my lad. Always remember that. I think you too have found one. I hope you have. I hope you'll be happy. What's that? Oh, me? Not a rap, my boy. Or if you feel that you must give me something, Give me your prayers for equal luck, and send me a slice of the wedding cake. Good night." And twisted round on his heel and walked out, making his way out to the streets and facing the journey to Clarges Street afoot. For to be absolutely without envy of any sort is not given to anything born of woman, and the sight of this man's happiness, the knowledge of this man's reward, brought upon him a bitter recollection of how far he still was from his own. Would he ever get that reward, he wondered? Would he ever be nearer to it than he was tonight? It hurt, yes, it hurt horribly sometimes, this stone-cold silence, this walking always in shadowed paths without a ray of light, without the certainty of arriving anywhere, though he plod onward for a lifetime. And the old feeling of savage resentment, the old sense of self-pity, the surest thing on God's earth to blaze a trail for the oncoming of the worst that is in a man, bit at the soul of him and touched him on the raw again. He knew what that boded, and he also knew the antidote. "Dollops, they broke into our holiday. They did us out of a part of it, didn't they, old chap?" he said, when he reached home at last and found the boy anxiously awaiting him. "Well, we'll have a day for every hour they deprived us of. A whole day, bonny boy. Pack up again, and we'll be off to the land as God made it, and where God's things still live. And we'll have a fortnight of it, a whole blessed fortnight, my boy, with the river and the fields and the flowers and the dreams that hide in trees." Dollops made no reply. He simply bolted for the kit-bag and began to pack at once. And the morrow, when it came, found these two, the servant, who was still a boy, and the master, who had discovered the way back to boyhood's secrets, forging up the shining river and seeking the land of nightingales again. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 19. The spring had blossomed itself out, and the summer had bloomed itself in. The holiday up the river was a thing of the past. The dreams of the dreamer had given place to those sterner phases of life which must be coped with by the realist, and Cleek was back in harness again. A half-dozen more or less important cases had occupied his time since his return, but although he had carried these to a successful issue and had again been lauded to the skies by the daily papers, the one word of praise from the one quarter whence he so earnestly desired to hear was never forthcoming. Of Ailsa Lorne he had heard not a solitary thing, either directly or indirectly, since that day when he had put her into the taxicab at Charing Cross Station, and saw her safely on her way to Hampstead before he went his own. True, her silence was, as he had agreed, an admission that all was well with her, and that she had secured the position in question. True it was also that it was not for her to take the initiative and break that silence. That he fully realized how impossible for a girl born and bred as she had been to voluntarily open up a correspondence with a man who was as yet little more than a mere acquaintance. But all the same, he chafed under that silence, and spent many a wakeful hour at night brooding on it. In his heart he knew that if any advance was to be made, that advance was the man's duty, not the woman's. But the fear that she would think he was thrusting himself upon her The dread that even yet the white soul of her could not but shrink from a closer association with him, kept him from taking one step towards breaking the silence he deplored. The French have a proverb which says, "It is always the unexpected that happens." And it was the unexpected that happened in this case. In the midst of his dejection, in the very depths of returning despair, there came to him this note from Mr. Narkom. "My dear Cleek, kindly refrain from going out this evening. I shall call about 9 o'clock, bringing with me Miss Ailsa Lorne, whom you doubtless remember, and her present patron, Angela, Countess Chepstow, the young widow of that ripping old warhorse, who, as you may recall, quelled that dangerous and fanatical rising of the Cingalese at Trincomalee. These ladies wish to see you with reference to a most extraordinary case, an inexplicable mystery, which both they and I believe no man but yourself can satisfactorily probe. Yours in haste, Maverick Narkom." So then, he was to see her again, to touch her hand, hear her voice, look into the eyes that had lighted him back from the path to destruction. Cleek's heart began to hammer and his pulses to drum. Needless to say, he took extraordinary care with his toilet that evening, with the result that when the ladies arrived there was nothing even vaguely suggestive of the detective about him. "Oh, Mr. Cleek, do help us, please do," implored Ailsa, after the first greetings were over. "Lady Chepstow is almost beside herself with dread and anxiety over the inexplicable thing, and I have persuaded her that if anybody on earth can solve the mystery of it, avert the new and appalling danger of it, it is you. Oh, say that you will take the case, say that you will save little Lord Chepstow, and put an end to this maddening mystery." "Little Lord Chepstow?" repeated Cleek, glancing over at the Countess, who stood, a very Niobe in her grief and despair, holding out two imploring hands in silent supplication. "That is your ladyship's son, is it not?"
"Yes,"
she answered, with a sort of wail.
"My only son, my only child, all that I have to love, all that I have to live for in this world."
"And you think the little fellow is in peril?"
"Yes, in deadly peril."
"From what source? From whose hand?"
I don't know," she answered distractedly. "Sometimes I am wild enough to suspect even Captain Hawksley, unjust and unkind as it seems."
"Captain Hawksley? Who is he?"
"My late husband's cousin, heir after my little son to the title and estates. He is very poor, deeply in debt, and the inheritance would put an end to all his difficulties. But he is fond of my son. They seem almost to worship each other. I, too, am fond of him, but for all that I have to remember that he, and he alone, would benefit by Cedric's death. And, wicked as it seems, oh, Mr. Cleek, help me, direct me. Sometimes I doubt him. Sometimes I doubt everybody. Sometimes I think of those other days, that other mystery, that land which reeks of them, and then, oh, that horrible Ceylon! I wish I had never set foot in it in all my life."
Her agitation and distress were so great as to make her utterances only half coherent, and Ailsa, realizing that this sort of thing must only perplex Cleek and leave him in the dark regarding the matter upon which they had come to consult him, gently interposed. "Do try to calm yourself, and to tell the story as briefly as possible, dear Lady Chepstow," she advised. Then, taking the initiative, added quietly, "It begins, Mr. Cleek, at a period when his little lordship, whose governess I have the honour to be, was but 2 years old, and at Trincomalee, where his late father was stationed with his regiment 4 years ago. Somebody, for some absurd reason, had set afoot a ridiculous rumour that the English had received orders from the throne to stamp out every religion but their own. In short, if the British were not exterminated, dreadful desecrations would occur, as they were determined to loot all the temples erected to Buddha, destroy the images, and make a bonfire of all the sacred relics, finished Cleek himself. I rarely forget history, Miss Lorne, especially when it is such recent history as that memorable Buddhist rising at Trincomalee. It began upon an utterly unfounded, ridiculous rumour. It terminated, if my memory serves me correctly, in something akin to the very thing it was supposed to avert. That is to say, during the outburst of fanaticism, that most sacred of all relics, the holy tooth of Buddha, disappeared mysteriously from the temple of Dambool, and in spite of the fact that many lakhs of rupees were offered for its recovery, it has never, I believe, been found or even traced to this day, although a huge fortune awaits the restorer, and with it overpowering honours from the native princes. Those must have been trying times, Lady Chepstow, for the Commandant's wife, the mother of the Commandant's only child.
Horrible, horrible,
she answered with a shudder, forgetting for an instant the dangers of the present in the recollection of the tragical past.
For a period our lives were not safe. Murder hid behind every bush, skulked in the shadow of every rock and tree, and we knew not at what minute the little garrison might be rushed under cover of the darkness, and every soul slaughtered before the relief force could come to our assistance. I died 100 deaths in a day in my anxiety for husband and child, and once the very zealousness of our comrades almost brought about the horror I feared. Oh!"
with a shudder of horrified recollection and a covering of the eyes, as if to shut out the memory of it.
"Oh, that night! That horrible night! Unknown to any of us, my baby, rising from the bed where I had left him sleeping, whilst I went outside to stand by Lord Chepstow, wandered beyond the line of defence, and before anybody realised it, was out in the open, alone and unprotected. Ferralt, the cook, saw him first, saw too the crouching figure of a native armed with a gun in the shadow of the undergrowth. Without hesitation, the brave fellow rushed out, fell upon the native before he could dart away, wrenched the gun from him, and brained him with the butt. A cry of the utmost horror rang out upon the air, and uttering it, another native bounded out from a hiding-place close to where the first had been killed, and flew zigzagging across the open where Cedric was. Evidently he had no intention of molesting the little fellow, for he fled straight on past him, still shrieking after the accident occurred. But to Ferralt it seemed as if his intention were to murder the boy, and clapping the gun to his shoulder, in a panic of excitement he fired. If it had been one of the soldiers, anyone who understood marksmanship, and was not likely to be in a nervous quake over the circumstances, the thing could not have happened, although the fugitive was careering along in a direct line with my precious little one. But with Ferralt, oh, Mr. Cleek, can you imagine my horror when I saw the flash of that shot, heard a shrill cry of pain, and saw my child drop to the ground?
"Good heaven!" exclaimed Cleek, agitated in spite of himself. "Then the plunderer shot the child instead of the native?"
"Yes, and was so horrified by the mishap that, without waiting to learn the result, he rushed blindly to the brink of a deep ravine and threw himself headlong to death. But the injury to Cedric was only a trifling one after all. The bullet seemed merely to have grazed him in passing, and beyond a ragged gash in the fleshy part of the thigh, he was not harmed at all. That I myself dressed and bandaged, and in a couple of weeks it was quite healed. But it taught me a lesson, that night of horror, and I never let my baby out of my sight for one instant, from that time until the rising was entirely quelled. As suddenly as it had started, the trouble subsided. Native priests came under a flag of truce to Lord Chepstow, and confessed their error, acknowledged that they had never any right to suspect the British of any design upon their gods, for the loot of the temple had actually taken place in the midst of the rising, and they knew that it could not have come from the hands of the soldiers, for they had had them under surveillance all the time, and not one person of the race had ventured within a mile of the temple. Yet the tooth of Buddha had been taken, the sacred tooth which is more holy to Buddhists than the statue of Gautama Buddha itself. Their remorse was very real, and after that, to the day of his death from fever, 18 months afterward, they could never show enough honour to Lord Chepstow. And even then their favour continued. They transferred to the little son the homage they had done the father, but in a far, far greater degree. If he had been a king's son, they could have shown him no greater honour. Native princes showered him with rich gifts. If he walked out, his path was strewn with flowers by bowing maidens. If he went into the marketplace, the people prostrated themselves before him. When I questioned Buddhist women of this amazing homage to Cedric, they gave me a full explanation. My son was sacred, they said. Buddha had withdrawn his favour from his people because of the evil they had done in suspecting the father and of the innocent life, Ferrolts, which had been sacrificed, and they had been commanded of the priests to do homage to the child, and thereby appease the offended god, who doubtless had himself spirited away the holy tooth, and would not restore it until full recompense was made to the sacred son of the sacred dead. When it became known that I had decided to return to England with my boy, native princes offered me fabulous sums to remain, and when they found that I could not be tempted to stay, the populace turned out in every town and village through which we passed on our way to the ship, and bowing multitudes followed us to the very last. Nor did it cease with that, for in all the years that have followed, even here in London, the homage and worship have continued. My son can go nowhere but that he is followed by Cingalese, can see no man or woman of the race but he or she prostrates herself before him and murmurs, "Holy, most holy." And daily, almost hourly, rich gifts are showered upon him from unknown hands, and he is watched over and guarded constantly. I tell you all this, Mr. Cleek, that you may the better understand how appalling is the horror which now assails us, how frightful is the knowledge that someone now seeks his life, and is using every means to take it.
In other words, my dear Cleek, put in Narkom, as her ladyship, overcome with emotion, broke down suddenly, there appears to be a sudden and inexplicable change of front on the part of these fanatics, and they now seem as anxious to bring evil to his little lordship as they formerly were to protect and cherish him. At any rate, someone of their order has, upon 3 separate occasions within the last month, endeavoured to kidnap him, and in one instance even attempted to murder him. "Is that a fact?" queried Cleek sharply, glancing over at Miss Lorne. "You are certain it is not a fancy, but an absolute fact?"
"Yes, oh yes,"
she made answer agitatedly.
"Twice, when I have gone into the park with him, Attempts have been made to separate us, to get him away from me, and once they did get him away, so swiftly, so adroitly that he had vanished before I could turn round. But although a bag had been thrown over his head to stifle his cries, he managed to make a very little one. I plunged screaming into the undergrowth from which that cry had come, and was just in time to save him. He was lying on the ground all bundled up in a bag, and his assailant, who must have heard me coming, had gone as if by magic. His little lordship, however, was able to tell me that the man was a Cingalese, and that he had tried to cut him with a knife.
Cut him with a knife? Repeated Cleek in a reflective tone, and blew out a long, low whistle.
"Oh, but that is not the worst, Mr. Cleek," went on Ailsa. "3 days ago a woman, a very beautiful and distinguished-looking woman, called to see Lady Chepstow regarding the reference of a former servant, one Jane Catherboys, who used to be her ladyship's maid. After the caller left, a box of sugared violets was found lying temptingly open on a table in the main hall. Little Cedric is passionately fond of sugared violets, and had he happened to pass that way before the box was discovered, he surely would have yielded to the temptation and eaten some. In removing the box, the parlour-maid accidentally upset it, and before she could gather all the violets up, her ladyship's little Pomeranian dog snapped up one and ate it. It was dead in 6 minutes' time. The sweets were simply loaded with prussic acid. When we came to inquire into the matter in the hope of tracing the mysterious caller, we found that Jane Catherboys was no longer in need of a position, that she had been married for 8 months, that she knew nothing whatever of the woman, and had sent no one to inquire into her references."
"All of which shows, my dear Cleek," put in Narkom significantly, "that whatever hand is directing these attempts, it belongs to one who knows more than a mere outsider possibly could. In short, to one who is aware of his little lordship's excessive fondness for sugared violets, and is aware that Lady Chepstow once did have a maid named Jane Catherboys."
"If,"
said Cleek, "you mean to suggest by that this points suspiciously in Captain Hawksley's direction, Mr. Narkom, permit me to say that it does not necessarily follow. The clever people of the underworld do nothing by halves, nor without careful inquiry beforehand. That is what makes the difference between the common pickpocket and the brilliant swindler." He turned to Ailsa. "Is that all, Miss Lorne, or am I right in supposing that there is even worse to come?"
"Oh, much worse, much, Mr. Cleek. The knowledge that these would-be murderers, whoever they are, whatever may be their mysterious motive, have grown desperate enough to invade the house itself, has driven Lady Chepstow well-nigh frantic. Of course, orders were immediately given to the servants that no stranger, no matter how well-dressed, how well-seeming, nor what the plea, was from that moment to be allowed past the threshold. We felt secure in that, knowing that no servant of the household would betray his or her trust, and that all would be on the constant watch for any further attempt. The unknown enemy must have found out about these precautions, for no stranger came again to the door. But last night a thing we had never counted upon happened. In the dead of the night, the unknown broke into the house, into the very nursery itself, and but that Lady Chepstow, impelled she does not know by what, only that she was nervous and wakeful, and felt the need of some companionship, rose and carried the sleeping child into her own bed, he would assuredly have been murdered. The nurse, awakened by a horrible, suffocating sensation, opened her eyes to find a man bending over her with a chloroform-soaked cloth, which he was about to lay over her face. She shrieked and fainted, but not before she saw the man spring to the little bed on the other side of her own, hack furiously at it with a long, murderous knife, then dart to the window and vanish. In the darkness he had not, of course, been able to see that that little bed was empty, for its position kept it in deep shadow, and hearing the household stir at the sound of the nurse's shriek, he struck out blindly and flew to save himself from detection. The nurse states that he was undoubtedly a foreigner, a dark-skinned Asiatic, and her description of him tallies with that his little lordship gave of the man who attempted to kill him that day in the park. There, Mr. Cleek, she concluded, that's the whole story. Can't you do something to help us? Something to lift this constant state of dread, and to remove this terrible danger from little Lord Chepstow's life?
I'll try, Miss Lorne, but it is a most extraordinary case. Where is the boy now?
At home, closely guarded. We appealed to Mr. Narkom, and he generously appointed 2 detective officers to sit with his little lordship and keep constant watch over him whilst we are away.
And in the meantime, added Mr. Narkom, I've issued orders for a general rounding up of all the Cingalese who can be traced or are known to be in town. Petrie and Hammond have that part of the job in hand, and if they hit upon any Asiatic who answers to the description of this murderous rascal—"
"I don't believe they will," interposed Cleek. "Or if they do, I don't for a moment believe he will turn out to be the guilty party. In other words, I have an idea that the fellow will prove to be a European."
"But, my dear fellow, both his little lordship and the nurse saw the man, and as you have heard, they both agree that he was dark-skinned and quite oriental in appearance."
"One of the easiest possible disguises, Mr. Narkom. A wig, a stick of grease paint, a threepenny twist of crepe hair, and there you are. No, I do not believe that the man is a Cingalese at all, and far from his having any connection with what you were pleased to term just now a change of front on the part of the Buddhists, who have so long held the little chap as something sacred. I don't believe that they know anything about him. I base that upon the fact that the child is still treated with homage whenever he goes out, according to what Miss Lorne says, and that, with the single exception of that one woman who tried to poison him, nobody but just one man, this particular one man, has ever made any attempt to harm the boy. Fanatics, like those Cingalese, cleave to an idea to the end, Mr. Narkom. They don't cast it aside and go off at another tangent. You have heard what Lady Chepstow says the native women told her. The boy was sacred. Their priests had commanded them to appease Buddha by doing homage to him until the tooth was found, and the tooth has not been found up to the present day. That means that nothing on earth could change their attitude toward him, that not one of the Buddhist sect would harm a solitary hair of his head for a king's ransom. So you may eliminate the Cingalese from the case entirely so far as the attempts upon the child's life are concerned. Whoever is making the attempts is doing so without their knowledge and for a purely personal reason."
"Then in that case, this Captain Hawksley—"
"I'll have a look at that gentleman before I tumble into bed tonight, and you shall have my views upon that point tomorrow morning, Mr. Narkom. Frankly, things point rather suspiciously in the Captain's direction, since he is apparently the only person likely to be benefited by the boy's death. And if a motive cannot be traced to some other person—" He stopped abruptly and held up his hand. Outside, in the dim halls of the house, a sudden noise had sprung into being, the noise of someone running upstairs in great haste, and stepping quickly to the door, Cleek drew it sharply open.
As he did so, Dollops came puffing up out of the lower gloom, a sheep's trotter in one hand and a letter in the other.
"Law, governor,"
groaned he from midway on the staircase.
"I don't believe as I'm ever going to be let get a square tucking this side of the burying ground. Just finished what was left of that there steak and kidney pudding, sir, and started on me second trotter, when I sees a pair of legs nip past the area railings to the front door, and then nip off again like greased lightning. And when I ups and does a flying leap up the kitchen stairs, there was this here envelope in the letter-box, and them there blessed legs nowheres in sight. I say, sir,"
agitatedly,
"look what's wrote on the envelope, will you? And us always keeping of it so dark."
Cleek plucked the letter from his extended hand, glanced at it, and puckered up his lips. Then, with a gesture, he sent Dollops back below stairs, and returning to the room, closed the door behind him.
"The enemy evidently knows all Lady Chepstow's movements, Mr. Narkom," he said. "I expect she and Miss Lorne have been under surveillance all day and have been followed here. Look at that." He flung the letter down on a table as he spoke, and Narkom, glancing at it, saw printed in rude, illiterate letters upon the envelope the one word Cleek. The identity of Captain Burbage was known to someone, and the secret of the house in Clarges Street was a secret no longer. "Purposely disguised, you see. No one, not even a little child, would make such a botch of copying the alphabet as that," Cleek said, as he took the letter up and opened it. The sheet it contained was lettered in the same uncouth manner, and bore these words: "Cleek, take a fool's advice, and don't accept the Chepstow case. Be warned. If you interfere, somebody you care about will pay the price. You'll find it more satisfactory to buy a wedding bouquet than a funeral wreath."
Oh,
shuddered the two ladies in one breath.
how horrible! How cowardly!
And then, feeling that her last hope had gone, Lady Chepstow broke into a fit of violent weeping, and laid her head on Ailsa's shoulder.
Oh, my baby! My darling baby boy!
She sobbed.
And now they're threatening somebody that you too love. Of course, Mr. Cleek, I can't expect you to risk the sacrifice of your own dear ones for the sake of me and mine. And so... Oh, take me away, Miss Lorne. Let me go back to my baby and have him while I may."
"Good night, Mr. Cleek," said Ailsa, stretching out a shaking hand to him.
"Thank you so much for what you would have done but for this. And you were our last hope, too."
"Why give it up then, Miss Lorne?" he said, holding her hand and looking into her eyes. "Why not go on letting me be your last hope, your only hope?"
"Yes, but they spoke of a funeral wreath."
"And they also spoke of a wedding bouquet. I am going to take the case, Miss Lorne. Take it and solve it, as I'm a living man."
"Thank you," as her brimming eyes uplifted in deep thankfulness, and her shaking hand returned the pressure of his.
"Now, just give me 5 minutes' time in the next room. It's my laboratory, Lady Chepstow, and I'll tell you whether I shall begin with Captain Hawksley or eliminate him from the case entirely. You might go in ahead, Mr. Narkom, and get the acid bath and the powder ready for me. We'll see what the fingerprints of our gentle correspondent have to tell, and if they are not in the records of Scotland Yard or down in my own private little book, we'll get a sample of Captain Hawksley's in the morning."
Then, excusing himself to the ladies, he passed into the inner room in company with Narkom,
and carried the letter with him. When he returned, it was still in his hand, but there were greyish smudges all over it. "There's not a fingerprint in the lot that is worth anything as a means of identification, Miss Lorne," he said. "But you and Lady Chepstow may accept my assurance that Captain Hawksley is not the man. The writer of this letter belongs to the criminal classes. He is on his guard against the danger of fingerprints, and he wore rubber gloves when he penned this message. When I find him, rest assured I shall find a man who has had dealings with the police before, and whose fingerprints are on their records. I don't know what his game is, nor what he's after, yet, but I will inside of a week. I've an idea, but it's so wild a thing I'm almost afraid to trust myself to believe it possible until I stumble over something that points the same way. Now, go home with Lady Chepstow and begin the work of helping me."
Helping you? Oh, Mr. Cleek, can we? Is there anything we can do to help?
"Yes. When you leave the house, act as though you are in the utmost state of dejection, and keep that up indefinitely. Make it appear, for I am certain you will be followed and spied upon, as if I had declined the case. But don't have any fear about the boy. The 2 constables will sleep in the room with him tonight, and every night, until the thing is cleared up and the danger past. Tomorrow, about dusk, however, you personally take him for a walk near the park, and if, among the other Cingalese you may meet, you should see one dressed as an Englishman, and wearing a scarlet flower in his buttonhole, take no notice of how often you see him, nor of what he may do."
It will be you, Mr. Cleek?
"Yes. Now go, please, and don't forget to act as if you and her ladyship were utterly broken-hearted. Also," his voice dropped lower, his hand met her hand, and in the darkness of the hall a little silver-plated revolver was slipped into her palm. "Also take this. Keep it always with you. Never be without it night or day. And if any living creature offers you violence, shoot him down as you would a mad dog. Good night. And remember." And long after she and Lady Chepstow had gone down and passed out into the night, he stood there, looking the situation straight in the face, and thinking his own troubled thoughts. A wedding bouquet. A threat against her and the mention of a wedding bouquet, he said, as he went back into the room and sat down to figure the puzzle out. Only one creature in the world knows of my feelings in that direction, and only one creature in the world would be capable of that threat. Margot. But what interest could she or any of her tribe have in the death of Lady Chepstow's little son? Her game is always money. If she were after a ransom, she would try to abduct the child, not to kill him, and if— A sudden thought came and wrenched away his voice. He sat a moment twisting his fingers one through the other and frowning at the floor. Then, of a sudden, he gave a cry and jumped to his feet. 5 lakhs of rupees! A fortune! By George, I've got it! He fairly shouted. The wild guess was a correct one, I'll stake my life. Let's put it to the test. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 20.
The summer twilight was deepening into the summer dusk when Ailsa, acting upon Cleek's advice, set forth with his little lordship the following evening, and turned her steps in the direction of the park. But although on her way there she observed more than once that a swarthy-skinned man in European dress, who wore a scarlet flower in his coat, and was so perfect a type of the Asiatic that he would have passed muster for one even among a gathering of Cingalese, kept appearing and disappearing at irregular intervals, it spoke well for the powers of imitation and self-effacement possessed by Dollops that she never once thought of associating that young man with the dawdling messenger boy who strolled leisurely along with a package under his arm and patronized every bun shop, winkle stall and pork pie purveyor on the line of march. For upward of an hour this sort of thing went on without any interruption or any solitary thing out of the ordinary, Ailsa strolling along leisurely with the boy's hands in hers and his innocent prattle running on ceaselessly. Then, of a sudden, whilst they were moving along close to the park railings and in the shadow of the overhanging trees, the figure of an undersized man in semi-European costume, but wearing on his head the twisted turban of a Cingalese, issued from one of the gates and well-nigh collided with them. He drew back, murmuring an apology in pidgin English. Then, seeing the child, he salaamed profoundly and murmured in a voice of deep reverence, "Holy, most holy," and prostrated himself with his forehead touching the ground until Ailsa and the child had passed on. But barely had they taken 5 steps before Cleek appeared upon the scene and did exactly the same thing as the Cingalese. "All right, you may go home now. I've got my man," he whispered as Ailsa and the boy passed by. "Look for me at Chepstow House sometime tonight." Then rose as she walked on and went after the man who first had prostrated himself before the child. He had risen and gone on his way, but not before witnessing Cleek's obeisance and flashing upon him a sharp, searching look. Cleek quickened his steps and shortened the distance between them. Now or never was the time to put to the test that wild thought which last night had hammered on his brain. For it was certain that this man was in very truth a Cingalese, and as such must know. He stretched forth his hand and touched the man, who drew back sharply, half indignantly, but changed his attitude entirely when Cleek, who knew Hindustani more than well, spoke to him in the native tongue. "Unto thee, O brother," Cleek said. "Thou too art of us, for thou too dost acknowledge the sacred shrine. These eyes have beheld thee." All his hopes rested on the slim pillar of that one word, shrine, and his heart almost ceased to beat as he watched to see how it was received. It broke, however, into a very tumult of disturbance in the next instant, for the man positively beamed as he gave reply. "Sacred be the shrine," he answered in Hindustani. "Clearly thou art of us, not of those others." "Others? What others? I am but newly come to this country." "Walk with me then to my abode, sup with me, eat of my salt, and I will tell thee then, O brother. But I forget, thou hast no knowledge of me. Listen then. I am Arjeeb Nusrot, father of the high priest Sedama, and it is among the people of my house that the gun is yet preserved. Nor has the blood of Sedama been ever washed from the wood of it. Come." All in a moment a light seemed to break over Cleek's brain. The missing link had been supplied. The one thing that could make possible the wild thought which had come to him last night had been given into his hands, and here at last was the key to the amazing mystery. He turned without a word and went with Arjeeb Nusrut. "What an ass!" he said to himself in the soundless words of thought. "What an ass! Never to have suspected it when it is all so clear." Meantime Ailsa and the boy, dismissed from any further need of service, walked on through the deepening dusk and turned their faces homeward. But they had not gone 20 yards from the spot where Cleek had seen them last when his little lordship set up a joyful cry and pointed excitedly to a claret-coloured limousine, which at that moment swung in from the middle of the roadway and slowed down as it neared the curb.
"Oh, look, Miss Lorne, here's Mummy's motor car, and I do believe that's Bimbi peeping out of it,"
exclaimed the child, Bimbi being his pet name for Captain Hawksley, then broke in wild excitement from Ailsa's detaining hand and fled to a tall military-looking man with a fair beard and moustache who had just that moment alighted from the vehicle.
"It is, Bimbi, it is,"
he shouted as he ran.
"Oh, Bimbi, I am glad."
"Ceddie, dear, you mustn't be so boisterous," chided Ailsa, coming up with him at the curb. "How fond he is of you, to be sure, Captain Hawksley. You've come for us, I suppose. Said he recognised the car at once." "Yes, jump in," he answered. "Lady Chepstow sent me after you. She's nervous, poor soul, every moment the boy's away from her. Jump in, old chap," catching up his little lordship and swinging him inside. "Better take the back seat, Miss Lorne. It's more comfortable. Quite settled, both of you? That's good. All right, chauffeur, home." Then he jumped in after them, closed the door, dropped into a seat, and the motor, making a wide curve out into the road, pelted away into the fast-gathering darkness.
"Bimbi says maybe he's going to be my daddy one day, didn't you, Bimbi?"
said his little lordship, climbing up onto Bimbi's knee and snuggling close to him. "I say, you know, you mustn't tell secrets, old chap," was the laughing response. "Miss Lorne will hand you over to Nursie with orders to put you to bed if you do. I know. Won't you, Miss Lorne?"
He ought to be in bed anyhow,
responded Ailsa gaily, and then, this giving the conversation a merry turn, they talked and laughed and kept up such a chatter that 3/4 of an hour went like magic, and nobody seemed aware of it. But suddenly Ailsa thought, and then put her thoughts into words.
"What a long time we are in getting home,"
she said, and bent forward so that the light from the window might fall upon the dial of her wristwatch, then gave a little startled cry and half rose from her seat, for the darkness was now tempered by moonlight, and she could see that they were no longer in the populous districts of the town, but were speeding along past woodlands and open fields in the very depths of the country.
"Good gracious! Johnston must have lost his senses!" she exclaimed agitatedly. "Look where we are, Captain Hawksley! Out in the country with only a farmhouse or two in sight! Johnston! Johnston!" She bent forward and rapped wildly on the glass panel. "Johnston, stop! Turn round! Are you out of your head? Captain Hawksley, stop him! Stop him, for pity's sake!"
"Sit down, Miss Lorne," he made reply in a low, level voice, a voice in which there was something that made her pluck the child to her and hold him right to her breast. "You are not going home tonight. You are going for a ride with me, and if— Oh, that's your little game, is it?" lurching forward as she made a frantic clutch at the handle of the door. "Sit down, do you hear me? Or it will be worse for you. There!" The cold bore of a revolver barrel touched her temple and wrung a quaking gasp of terror from her. "Do you feel that? Now you sit down and be quiet. If you make a single move, utter a single cry, I'll blow your brains out before you've half finished it.
Look here, do you know who you're dealing with now? See."
His hand reached up and twitched away the fair beard and moustache. He bent forward so that the moonlight through the glass could fall on his face. It had changed, as his voice had now changed, and she saw that she was looking at the man who in those other days of stress and trial had posed as Gaston Merode, brother to the fictitious Countess de la Tour.
"You!"
she said, in a bleak voice of desolation and fright.
"Dear heaven, that horrible Margot's confederate, the king of the Apaches!"
"Yes," he rapped out. "You and that fellow Cleek came between us in one promising game, but I'm hanged if you shall do it in this one. I want this boy, and I've got him. Now you call off Cleek and tell him to drop this case, to make no effort to follow us or to come between us and the kid, or I'll slit your throat after I've done with his little lordship here. Lannister," to the chauffeur. "Lannister, do you hear?
Oui, monsieur."
Give her head, full speed, and get to the mill as fast as you can. Margot will be with us in another 2 hours' time."
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 21. Through the ever-deepening dusk, Cleek and Arjeeb Nusrut moved onward together. And onward behind them moved, too, the same dilatory messenger boy who had loitered about in the neighbourhood of the park, squandering his halfpence now as then, leaving a small trail of winkle shells and trotter bones to mark the record of his passage, and never seeming to lose one iota of his appetite, eat as much and as often as he would. The walk led down into the depths of Soho, that refuge of the foreign element in London. But long before they halted at the narrow doorway of a narrow house in a narrow side street, a street that seemed to have gone to sleep in an atmosphere of gloom and smells, Cleek had adroitly pumped Arjeeb Nusrut dry, and the riddle of the sacred sun was a riddle to him no longer. He was now only anxious to part from the man and return with the news to Lady Chepstow, and was casting round in his mind for some excuse to avoid going indoors with him and wasting precious time in breaking bread and eating salt, when there lurched out of an adjoining doorway an ungainly figure in turban and sandals, and the full flower of that grotesque regalia which passes muster at cheap theatres and masquerade balls for the costume of a Cingalese. The fellow had bent forward out of the deeper darkness of the house passage into the murk and gloom of the ill-lit street, and was straining his eyes as if in search for someone long expected.
"Dog of an infidel!"
exclaimed Arjeeb Nusrut, speaking in Hindustani, and spitting on the pavement as he caught sight of the man.
"See, well beloved, he is of those others of which I spoke when I first met thee. There are many of them, but true believers none. They dwell in a room, huddled up as unclean things in the house there. They drink and make merry far into the night, and a woman, veiled and in European garb, comes to them and drinks with them sometimes, and sometimes a man of her kind with her, and they speak a tongue that is not the tongue of our people. Yet have I seen them go forth into the city and do homage as we to the sacred sun."
Cleek sucked in his breath, and twitching round stared at the dim figure leaning forward in the dim light.
"By George," he said to himself, If I know anything, I ought to know the slouch and the low-sunk head of the Apache. And the woman comes, and a man comes, and there are 5 lakhs of rupees. I wonder. But no, she wouldn't come here to a place like this if she had ventured back into England and had called some of the band over to help. She'd go to the old spot, to the old haunt where she and I used to lie low and laugh whilst the police were hunting for me. She'd go there, I'm sure, to the old Burnt-Acre Mill, where, if you were stalked, you could open the sluice gates and let the Thames and the mill stream rush in and meet and make a hell of whirling waters that would drown a fish. She would go there if it were she. And yet it is an Apache. I swear it is an Apache.
He turned and looked back at Arjeeb Nusrut, then raised his hand and brushed it down the back of his head, which was always the sign "Wait" to Dollops, and then spoke as calmly as he could. "Brother, I will go in and break bread and eat salt with thee," he said, "but I may do no more, for tonight I am in haste." "Come then," the man answered, and taking him by the hand, led him in and up to a room at the back of the second story, where, hot as the night was, the windows were closed, and a woman squatted before a lighted brazier was dripping the contents of an oil cruse over the roasting carcass of a young kid. "It is to shut out the sounds of the vile infidel orgies from the house adjoining," explained Arjeeb Nusrut, as Cleek walked to the tightly closed window and leant his forehead against it. "Yet if the heat oppresses thee—" "It does," interposed Cleek, and leant far out into the darkness, as though sucking in the air when the sash was raised, and the thing which had been only a dim babel of wordless sounds a moment before became now the riotous laughter and the ribald comments of men upon the verses of a comic song which one of their number was joyously singing. "French," said Cleek under his breath, as he caught the notes of the singer and the words of his audience. "French, I knew it." Then he drew in his head, and having broken of the bread and eaten of the salt, which, at a word from Arjeeb Nusrut, the woman brought on a wicker tray and laid before them, he moved hastily to the door. "Brother and son of the faithful, peace be with thee. I must go," he said, "but I come again, and it is written that thou shalt be honoured above all men when I return to thee, and that the true believers, the true sons of Holy Buddha, shall have cause to set thy name at the head of the records of those who are most blessed of him." Then he salaamed and passed out, and closing the door behind him, ran like a hare down the narrow stairs. At the door, Dollops rose up like the imp in a pantomime and jumped toward him.
"Law, governor, I'm nigh starved a waiting for you," he said in a whisper. "What's the lay now? A double quick change? I've got the stuff here, look,"
holding up the package he was carrying.
"Or a chance for me to do some fly catching with me bloomin' tickle tootsies."
The man in the Cingalese costume had vanished from the doorway of the adjoining house, and catching the boy by the arm, Cleek hurried him to it and drew him into the dark passage.
"I'm going to the back. I'm going to climb up to the windows of the second story and see who's there and what's going on," he whispered. "Lie low and watch. I think it's Margot's gang. Oh, colour me blue! Them beauties, and in London! I'd give a tanner for a strong cup of tea." "Shh! Be quiet. Speak low. Don't be seen, but keep a close watch. And if anybody comes downstairs—" "He's mine," interjected Dollops, stripping up his sleeves. "Glue to the eyebrows and warranted to stick. Nip away, governor, and leave it to the tickle tootsies and me."
Then, as Cleek moved swiftly and silently down the passage and slipped out into a sort of yard at the back of the house, he pulled out his roll of brown paper squares and his tube of adhesive and crawling upstairs on his hands and knees, began operations at the top step. But he had barely got the first plaster fairly made and ready to apply when there came a rush of footsteps behind him, and he was obliged to duck down and flatten himself against the floor of the landing to escape being run down by a man who dashed in through the lower floor, flew at top speed up the stairs, and with a sort of blended cheer and yell whirled open a door on the landing above and vanished. In a twinkling other cheers rang out. There was the sound of hastily moving feet and the uproar of general excitement.
"Oh, well, if you won't stop to be waited on, gents, help yourselves,"
said Dollops with a chuckle. Then he began backing hastily down the stairs, squirting the contents of the tube all over the steps, and concluded the operation by scattering all the loose sheets of paper on the floor at the foot of them, before slipping out into the street and composedly waiting. Meantime Cleek, sneaking out through the rear door, found himself in a small brick-paved yard, hemmed in by a high wall thickly fringed on the top with a hedge of broken bottles. At one time in its history the house had been occupied by a catgut maker, and the rickety shed in which he had carried on his calling still clung, sagging and broken-roofed, to the building itself, its rotten slates all but vanished, and its interior piled high with mildewed bedding, mouldy old carpet, broken furniture, and refuse of every sort. A foot or two above the roof level of this glowed two luminous rectangles in the blackness of darkness, the windows of the back room on the second story, and out of these came floating still the song, the laughter, and the jabbered French he had heard in the house next door. It did not take him long to make up his mind. Gripping the swaying supports of the sagging shed, he went up it with the agility of a monkey, crawled to the nearer of the two windows, and, cautiously raising himself, peeped in. What he saw made him suck in his breath sharply, and sent his heart hammering hard and fast. A dozen men were in the room, men whose faces, despite an inartistic attempt to appear oriental, he recognized at a glance, and knew better than he knew his own. About them lay discarded portions of Cingalese attire, thrown off because of the heat, and waiting to be resumed at any moment. The air was thick with tobacco smoke, and rank with spirituous odours. Sprawled figures were everywhere, and on a couch against the opposite wall, a cigarette between her fingers, a glass of absinthe at her elbow, her laughter and badinage ringing out as loudly as any, lay the lissom figure of Margot. But even as Cleek looked in upon it, the picture changed. Swift, sharp, and sudden came the rattle of flying feet on the outer stairs. Margot flung aside her cigarette and jumped up. The song and the laughter came to an abrupt end, the door flew open, and with a shout and a cheer, a man bounced into the room.
"Serpice! Ah, le bon Dieu! It is Serpice at last!"
cried out Margot in joyous excitement, as she and the others crowded round him.
"Soul of a sluggard! Don't waste time in laughing and capering like this. Speak up, you hear? Are we to fly at once to the mill and join him? Has he succeeded? Is he done?"
"Yes, yes, yes,"
shouted back Serpice, throwing up his cap and capering.
"It is done, it is done. Under the very nose of the cracksman, too. Maraud's got them both. The little lordship and the Mademoiselle Lorne, too. They took the bait like gudgeons. They stepped into the automobile without a fear, and whiz, it was off to the mill like that. La, la, la. We win, we win, we win."
The shock of the thing was too much for Cleek. Carried out of himself by the knowledge that the woman he loved was now in peril of her life, discretion forsook him, blind rage mastered him, and he did one of the few foolish things of his life.
"You lie, you brute, you lie!"
he shouted, jumping up into full view,
God help the man who lays a hand on her! Let him keep his life from me if he can!" "The cracksman!" yelled out Serpice.
"The cracksman! The cracksman!"
echoed Margot and the rest. Then a pistol barked and spat. The light was swept out, a bullet sang past Cleek's ear, and he realized how foolish he had been. For part of the crowd came surging to the window, part went in one blind rush for the door to head him off and hem him in, and through the din and hubbub rang viciously the voice of Margot, shrilling out,
"Kill him! Kill him!"
as though nothing but the sight of his blood would glut the malice of her. It was neck or nothing now, and the race was to the swift. He dropped through a gap in the ragged roof, sheer down like a shot, into the rubble and refuse below. He lurched through the shed to the door, and through that to the black passage leading to the street, the clatter on the higher staircase giving warning of the crowd coming after him, and flew like a hare hard pressed toward the outer door, and then, just then, when every little moment counted, there was a scrambling sound, a chorus of oaths, a slipping, a sliding, a bang on one step and a bump on another, and as he darted by and sprang out into the street, the hall was filled with a writhing, scuffling, swearing mass of glue-covered men, struggling in a whirling waste of loose brown paper. "This way! Come quickly for your life!" he shouted to Dollops as he came plunging out into the street. "They've got them! Got his little lordship! Got Miss Lorne, in spite of me! Come on! Come on! Come on!" And flew like an arrow from crossing to crossing and street to street, with Dollops like a shadow at his heels. A sudden swerve to the right brought them into a lighted and populous thoroughfare. Italian restaurants, German delicatessen shops, eating places of a dozen other nationalities lined the pavements on both sides of the street, and in front of these a high-power motor stood, protected by the watchful eye of an accommodating policeman, while the chauffeur sampled Chianti in a wine shop close by. With a rush and a leap, Cleek was upon it, and with another rush and a leap the constable was upon him, only to be greeted with the swift flicking open of a coat and the gleam of a badge that every man in the force knew. "Cleek!" "Yes, in the name of the yard, in the name of the king, get out of the way! In with you, Dollops! We'll get the brutes yet!" Then he bent over, threw in the clutch, and discarding all speed laws, sent the car humming and tearing away. "Hold tight," he said through his teeth. "Whatever comes, we've got to get to Burntaker Mill inside of an hour. If you know any prayers, Dollops, say them." "The Lord fetch us home in time for supper," gulped the boy obediently. "S'help me, governor, the wind's going through my teeth like I was a mouth organ, and I'm hollow enough for a flute." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 22. It is strange how in moments of stress and trial, even in times of tragedy, the most commonplace thoughts will intrude themselves and the mind separate itself from the immediate events. As Merode put the cold muzzle of the revolver to Ailsa's temple, and she ought, one would have supposed, to have been deaf and blind to all things but the horror of her position, one of these strange mental lapses occurred, and her mind, travelling back over the years of her early school days, dwelt on a punishment task set her by her preceptress, the task of copying 300 times the phrase, "Discretion is the better part of valour." As the recollection of that time rose before her mental vision, the value of the phrase itself forced its worth upon her, and huddling back in the corner of the limousine, she clutched the frightened child to her and gave implicit obedience to Meraude's command to make no effort to attract attention either by word or deed. And he, fancying that he had thoroughly cowed her, withdrew the touch of the weapon from her temple, but held it ready for possible use in the grip of his thin, strong hand. For a time, the limousine kept straight on in its headlong course. Then, of a sudden, it swerved to the left. The gleam of a river, all silver with moonlight, struck up through a line of trees on one side of the car. The blank, unbroken dreariness of a stretch of wasteland spread out upon the other. And presently, by the slowing down of the motor, Ailsa guessed that they were nearing their destination. They reached it a few moments later, and a peep from the window as the vehicle stopped showed her the outlines of a ruined watermill, ghostly, crumbling, owl-haunted, looming black against the silver sky. A crumbled wheel hung, rotten and moss-grown, over a dry watercourse, where straggling willows stretched out from the bank and trailed their long feathery ends a yard or so above the level of the weeds and grasses that carpeted the sandy bed of it. And along its edge, once built as a protection for the heedless or unwary, but now a ruin and a wreck, a moss-grown wall with a narrow gateless archway made an irregular shadow on the moon-drenched earth. She saw that archway and that dry watercourse, and a new strong hope arose within her. Discretion had played its part. Now it was time for valour to take the stage. "Come, get out, this is the end," said Meraude as he unlatched the door of the limousine and alighted. "You may yell here until your throat splits, for all the good it will do you. Lannister, show us a light. The path to the door is uncertain, and the floor of the mill is unsafe. This way, if you please, Miss Lorne. Let me have the boy. I'll look after him."
"No, no, not yet. Please, not yet," said Ailsa, with a little catch in her voice, as she plucked his little lordship to her and smothered his frightened cries against her breast. "Let me have him whilst I may. Let me hold him to the last, Monsieur Meraude. His mother trusts me. She will want to know that I stood by him until I could stand no longer. Please, we are so helpless. I am so fond of him, and he is such a very little boy. Listen, you want me to write to Mr. Cleek. You want me to ask something of him. I won't do it for myself. No, not if you kill me for refusing. I'll never do it for myself. But I will do it if you won't separate us until he has had time to say his prayers."
"Oh, all right then," he agreed. "If it's any consolation doing a fool's trick like that, why, do it. Now come along and let's get inside the mill without any more nonsense. Lannister, bring that lantern here so that Mademoiselle can see the path to the door. This way, if you please, Miss Lorne."
"Thank you,"
she said, as she alighted and moved slowly in the direction of the door, soothing the child as they crept along almost within touch of the crumbling wall.
"Ceddie, darling, don't cry. You are a brave little hero, I know, and heroes are never afraid to die."
From the tail of her eye she watched Meraude. He seemed to realize from these words to the child that she was reconciled to the inevitable, and with an air of satisfaction he put the pistol back into his pocket and walked beside her. She kept straight on with her soothing words, and in the half-shadow neither Meraude nor Lannister could see that one hand was lost in the folds of her skirt.
"Ceddie, darling, let Miss Lorne be able to tell Mummy that her little man was a hero, that he died as heroes always die, without a fear or a weakening to the very last. I'll stand by you, precious. I'll hold your hand, and when the time comes..."
It came then. The gateless archway was reached at last, and the thing she had been planning all along now became possible. With one sudden push, she sent the boy reeling down the incline into the dry watercourse, flashed round sharply, and before Merode really knew how the thing happened, she was standing with her back to the arch and a revolver in her levelled hand.
"Throw up your arms! Throw them up at once, or as God hears me, I'll shoot!" she cried. "Run, Ceddie! Run, baby! He shan't follow you! I'll kill him if he tries!"
"You idiot!" began Merode, and made a lurch toward her, but the pistol barked, and something white hot zigzagged along his arm and bit like a flame into his shoulder.
"Up with your hands! Up with them!"
she said, in a voice that shook with excitement as he howled out and made a reeling backward step.
"Next time it will be the head I aim at, not the arm."
Then, lifting up her voice in one loud shriek that made the echoes bound, she called with all her strength,
"Help, somebody! For God's sake, help! Scream, Ceddie, scream! Help! Help!"
and lo, as she called, as if a miracle had been wrought, out of the darkness an answering voice called back to her, and the wild, swift notes of a motor horn bleated along the lonely road. "I'm coming! I, Cleek!" that voice rang out. "Hold your own! Hold it to the last, Miss Lorne! And God help the man who lays a finger on you!"
"Mr. Cleek! Mr. Cleek! Oh, thank God!"
she flung back with all the rapture a human voice could contain.
Come on! Come on! I've got him! Got that man Merode, and the boy is safe! The boy is safe! Come on! Come on! Come on!"
"We're a-coming, miss. You gamble on that, and the lightning's a fool to us,"
shouted Dollops in reply.
"Let her have it, governor. Bust the blooming tank. Give her her head. Give her her feet. Give her her blessed merry thought if she wants it. Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!"
And then, just then, when she most needed her strength and her courage, Ailsa's evaporated. The reaction came, and with the despairing cries of Merode and Lannister ringing in her ears, she sank back, weak, white, almost fainting, and, leaning against the side of the archway, began to laugh and to sob hysterically. Merode seized that one moment and sprang to the breach. Realizing that the game was all but up, that there was nothing for him now but to save his own skin if he could, he called out to Lannister to follow him, then plunged into the mill, swung over the lever which controlled the sluice gates, and darting out by the back way, fled across the waste. But behind him he left a scene of indescribable horror, and the shrill screaming of a little child told him when that horror began. For as the sluice gates opened, a sullen roar sounded. On one side the diverted mill stream, and on the other the river, rose as two solid walls of water, rushed forward, and met. And in the twinkling of an eye, the old watercourse was one wild, leaping, roaring, gyrating whirlpool of upflung froth and twisting waves that bore in their eddying clutch the battling figure of a drowning child. Even before he came in sight of it, the roaring waters and the fearful splash of their impact told Cleek what had been done. He could hear Ailsa's screams, he could hear the boy's feeble cries, and a moment later, when the whizzing motor panted up through the moonlight and sped by the broken wall, there was Ailsa, fairly palsied with fright, clinging weakly to the crumbling arch and uttering little sobbing, wordless, incoherent moans of fright as she stared down into the hell of waters, and below, in the foam, a little yellow head was spinning round and round and round in dizzying circles of torn and leaping waves.
"Heavens, governor!"
began Dollops, in a voice of appalling despair. But before he could get beyond that, Cleek's coat was off. Cleek's body had described a sort of semicircle, and the child was no longer alone in the whirlpool. Battling, struggling, fairly leaping as a fish leaps in a torrent, one moment half out of the water, the next wholly submerged, Cleek struck from eddy to eddy, from circle to circle, until that little yellow head was within reach, then put forth his hand and gripped it, pulled it to him, and in another moment he was whirling round and round the whirlpool's course, with the child clutched to him, and his wet white face gleaming wax-like over the angle of his shoulder. They had not made the half of the first circle thus before Dollops had leapt to the bending willows, had scrambled up the rough trunk of the nearest of them, and pushing his weight out upon a strong and supple bough, bent it downward until the half of its strongest withes were deep in the whirling waters.
"Grab 'em, governor! Grab 'em when you come by!"
he sang out over the roar of the waters.
"They'll hold you, sir, hold a dozen like you, and if... Well played! Got 'em the first grab! Hang on! Get a tight grip! Now then, sir, hand over hand till you're at the bank. Good bees! Good bees! Blest if you won't be going in for the circus trade next! Steady does it, sir! Steady! Steady! Go, by Jupiter! Now then, hand me up the nipper. I should say the young gent."
And in 2 minutes' time,
"Right! Got him! Here you are, Miss Lorne. Lay hold of his little lordship, will you? I've got me blessed hands full of keeping to me perch whilst the governors are wobbling of the branch like this. Good biz! Now then, sir, another half a yard. That's the call. Hands on this bough and foot on the bank there. 1, 2, 3. Knew you'd do it. Safe as houses. God bless your bully heart."
and then, as Cleek, wet, white, panting, dragged himself out of the clutch of the whirlpool and lay breathing heavily on the ground,
"By gums, governor,"
Dollops added as he looked down on the whirling waters,
"what an egg beater it would make, wouldn't it, sir? Ain't got such a thing as a biscuit about you, have you? Me spines are rasping holes in me necktie, and I'm so flat you could slip me into a pillar box, and they'd take me home for a penny stamp."
But Cleek made no reply. Wet and spent after his fierce struggle with the whirling fury he had just escaped, he lay looking up into Ailsa's eyes as she came to him with the sobbing child close pressed to her bosom, and all heaven in her beaming face. "It is not the funeral wreath after all, you see, Miss Lorne," he said. "It came near to being it, but it is not. It is not. I wonder, oh, I wonder." Then he laughed the foolish, vacuous laugh of a man whose thoughts are too happy for the banality of words. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 23. It was midnight and after. In the close-curtained library of Chepstow House, Cleek, with his little lordship sleeping in his arms, sat in solemn conclave with Lady Chepstow, Captain Hawksley, and Maverick Narkom. And while they talked, Ailsa, like a restless spirit, wandered to and fro, now lifting the curtains to peep out into the darkness, now listening as if her whole life's hope lay in the coming of some expected sound.
and in her veins there burned a fever of suspense. "So you failed to get the rascals, did you, Mr. Narkom?" Cleek was saying. "I feared as much, but I couldn't get word to you sooner. We injured the machine in that mad race to the mill, and of course we had to come at a snail's pace afterwards. I'm sorry we didn't get Margot. Sorrier still that that hound Merode got away. They are bound to make more trouble before the race is run. Not for her ladyship, however, and not for this dear little chap. Their troubles are at an end, and the sacred son will be a sacred son no longer."
"Oh, Mr. Cleek, do tell me what you mean," implored Lady Chepstow. "Do tell me how—"
"Dr. Fordyce at last!" struck in Ailsa excitedly, as the doorbell and knocker clashed and the butler's swift footsteps went along the hall. "Now we shall know, Mr. Cleek! Oh, now we shall know for certain!"
"And so shall all the world," he replied, as the door opened and the doctor was ushered into the room. "I don't think you were ever so welcome anywhere or at any time before, Doctor," he added with a smile. "Come and look at this little chap. Bonny little specimen of a Britisher, isn't he?"
"Yes, but my dear sir, I was under the impression that I was called to a scene of excitement, and you seem as peaceful as Eden here. The constable who came for me said it was something to do with Scotland Yard."
"So it is, Doctor. I had Mr. Narkom send for you to perform a very trifling but most important operation upon his little lordship here."
"Upon Cedric!"
exclaimed Lady Chepstow, rising in a panic of alarm.
"An operation to be performed upon my baby boy? Oh, Mr. Cleek, in the name of heaven!"
"No, your ladyship, in the name of Buddha. Don't be alarmed. It is only to be a trifling cut, a mere reopening of that little wound in the thigh which you dressed and healed so successfully at Trincomalee. You made a mistake, all of you, that night when the boy was shot. The native poor Ferralt saw skulking along with the gun was not a mere tribesman, and had not the very faintest thought of discharging that weapon at your little son, or indeed at anybody else in the world. He was the High Priest Seydama, guardian of the Holy Tooth, the one living being who dared by right to touch it or to lay hands upon the shrine that contained it. Fearful, when the false rumour of that intended loot was circulated, that infidel eyes should look upon it, infidel hands profane the sacred relic, he determined to remove it from Dambool to the rock-hewn temple of Galwihara, and to enshrine it there. For the purpose of giving no clue to his movements, he chose to abandon his priestly vestments, to disguise himself as a common tribesman, and the better to defeat the designs of any who might penetrate that disguise and endeavour to take the sacred relic from him and hold it for ransom, he hid the Holy Tooth in the barrel of a gun. That gun was in his hands, your ladyship, when Ferralt rushed out and brained him."
"In his hands? Oh, Mr. Cleek! Then...
Her voice all but failed her as a sudden realization came.
That relic, that fetish, if it was in that gun at that time, then it is now—"
"Embedded in the fleshy part of the boy's thigh," said Cleek, finishing the sentence for her. "Enclosed, doubtless, in a sac or cyst which Mother Nature has wrapped round it, the tooth is there, in your little son's body, and for 5 whole years he has been the living shrine that held it." It was quite true, as events rapidly and completely proved. 10 minutes later, the trifling operation was concluded, the boy lay whimpering in his mother's arms, and the long-lost relic was on the surgeon's palm. "Take it, Captain Hawksley," said Cleek, lifting it between his thumb and forefinger and carrying it to him. "There is a man in Soho, one Arjeeb Nusrut, who will know it when he sees it. And there is a vast reward. 5 lakhs of rupees will pay off no end of debts, my friend. And a man with that balance at his banker's can't be thought a mere fortune hunter when he asks for the hand of the woman he loves." The captain didn't ask for his, however. He simply jumped up and grabbed it. "By George, you're a brick!" he said, with something uneven in his voice, something that was like laughter and tears all jumbled up together, and stammered confusedly, but went on shaking Cleek's hand all the time. "It's ripping of you, it's bully, dear chap, but I say, you know, it isn't fair. It's jolly uneven. You found out. You ought at least to have a share in the reward." "Not I," said Cleek with an airy laugh. "Like the fellow who was born with a 3rd leg, I have no use for it, Captain. But if you really want to give any part of it away, bank 1,000 to the credit of my boy Dollops, to be turned over to him when he's 21. And you might make Mr. Narkom, and if she will accept the post, Miss Lorne, his trustees." Miss Lorne faced round and looked at him, and even from that distance he could see that her mouth was moving tremulously, and there was something shining in the corner of her eye.
"I accept that position with pleasure, Mr. Cleek," she said. "It is the act of a man and a gentleman. Thank you, thank you,"
and came down the long length of the room with her hand outstretched to take his. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 24. He took it with that grave courtesy, that gentle dignity of bearing, which at times distinguished his deportment, and was indeed as puzzling to her as it was to Mr. Maverick Narkom. It came but rarely, that peculiar air, but it was very noticeable when it did come, although the man himself seemed totally oblivious of it. Miss Lorne noticed it now, just as she had noticed it that day in the train, when she had said banteringly, "I'm not used to court manners. Where, if you please, did you acquire yours?" "I can't say how deeply indebted I feel. You must imagine that, Miss Lorne," he said, bending over the hand that lay in his, with an air that made Lady Chepstow lift her eyebrows and look at him narrowly. "It is one of the kindest things you could do for the boy and for me. I thank you very, very much indeed. My thanks are due to you too, Captain, for I feel that you will gladly do the favour I have asked." "Do it? Yes, like a shot, old chap. What a ripping fellow you are." "I'm a tired one at all events," replied Cleek. "So if you and the ladies," bowing to them, "will kindly excuse me, I'll be off home for a needed rest. Lady Chepstow, my very best respects. I feel sure that his little lordship will be quite all right in a day or two, although I shall of course be glad to learn how he progresses. May I? Perhaps Miss Lorne might be persuaded to send me a word or two through Mr. Narkom." Lady Chepstow was still looking at him, as she had been from the moment he had taken Ailsa's hand. Now she put out her own to him.
"Why wait for written reports, Mr. Cleek? Why not call in person and see?" she asked. "It will be more satisfactory than writing, and you will be welcome always."
"I thank your ladyship," he said gravely, though all the soul of him rioted and laughed and longed to shout out for sheer joy. "It is a privilege I shall be happy to enjoy." But afterward, when he came to take his leave, a dearer one was granted him, for Ailsa herself accompanied him to the door.
"I couldn't let the butler show you out, Mr. Cleek," she said,
as they stood together in the wide entrance hall.
"I couldn't let you go until I had said something that is on my mind, something that has been pricking my conscience all evening. I want to tell you that from this night on I am going to forget those other nights, that one in the mist at Hampstead, that other on the stairway at Wyvern House. Forget them utterly and entirely, Mr. Cleek. Whatever you may have been once, I know that now you are indeed a man."
Then gave him her hand again, smiled at him, and sent him home feeling that he was as near to the threshold of heaven as any mortal thing may hope to be. Followed a time of such happiness as only they may know who, having lived in darkness, first know that there is such a thing as light. Followed days and weeks that went like magic things, blessed to the uttermost before they go. For now he was a welcome visitor at the house that sheltered her. Now the armour of reserve had dropped from her, and they were finding out between them that they had many tastes in common. It was in August when the first interruption to this happy state of affairs occurred, and they came to know that separation was to be endured again. Lady Chepstow, planning already for a wedding that was to take place in the early winter, decided to spend the last few months of her widowhood at her country house in Devonshire, and retired to it, taking her servants, her little son, and her son's governess with her. For a day or two Cleek mooned about, restless, lonely despite Dollops's presence, finding no savour in anything, and it came as a positive relief when a call from the Yard sent him to a modest little house in the neighbourhood of Wandsworth Common. The call in question took the shape of a letter from Mr. Narkom. "My dear Cleek," it ran, "a most amazing case, probably the most amazing you have yet tackled, has just cropped up. The client is one Captain Morrison, a retired army officer living solely on his half-pay. His daughter is involved in the astonishing affair. Indeed, it is at her earnest appeal that the matter has been brought to my notice. As the captain is in too weak a state of health to journey any distance, I am going to ask you to meet me at number 17 Sunnington Crescent, Wandsworth, a house kept by one Mrs. Culpin, widow of one of my yardmen, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Knowing your reluctance to have your identity disclosed, I have taken the liberty of giving you the name you adopted in the Bawdrey affair, to wit, George Headland. I have also taken the same precaution with regard to the Morrisons, leaving you to disclose your identity or not, as you see fit." Glad enough for anything to distract his thoughts from the brooding state of melancholy into which they had sunk, Cleek looked up a timetable, caught the 2:47 train from Victoria Station, and Narkom, walking into Mrs. Culpin's modest little drawing-room at 2 minutes past 3, found him standing in the window and looking thoughtfully out at the groups of children romping on the nearby common. "Well, here I am at last, you see, my dear fellow," he said, as he crossed the room and shook hands with him. "Ripping day, isn't it? What are you doing? Admiring the view, or taking stock of Mrs. Culpin's roses?" "Neither. I was speculating in futures," replied Cleek, glancing back at the sunlit common.
and then glancing away again with a faintly audible sigh. How happy, how carefree they are, those merry little beggars, Mr. Narkom. What you said in your letter set my thoughts harking backward, and I was wondering what things the coming years might hold for them and for their parents. At one time, you know, Philip Bawdrey was as innocent and guileless as any of those little shavers, and yet in after years he proved a monster of iniquity, a beast of ingratitude, and well, let it pass. He paid, as thankless children always do pay under God's good rule. I wonder what his thoughts were when his last hour came. It did come, then? Yes, got playing some of his games with those short-tempered chaps out in Buenos Aires, and got knifed a fortnight after his arrival. I had a letter from Mrs. Bawdrey yesterday. His father never knew of, well, the other thing, and never will now, thank God. The longer I live, Mr. Narkom, the surer I become that straight living always pays, and that the chap who turns into the other lane gets what he deserves before the game is played out. 10 years of Scotland Yard have enabled me to endorse that statement emphatically, replied Narkom. The riddle of the 9th finger was no different in that respect from 900 other riddles that have come my way since I took office. Now sit down, old chap, and let us take up the present case. But I say, Cleek, speaking of rewards reminds me of what I wrote you. There's very little chance of one in this affair. All the parties connected with it are in very moderate circumstances. The sculptor fellow, Van Nant, who figures in it, was quite well-to-do at one time, I believe, but he ran through the greater part of his money, and a dishonest solicitor did him out of the rest. Miss Morrison herself never did have any, and, as I have told you, the captain hasn't anything in the world but his pension, and it takes every shilling of that to keep them. In the circumstances, I'd have made it a simple yard affair chargeable to the government, and put one of the regular staff upon it. But, well, it's such an astounding, such an unheard-of thing. I knew you'd fairly revel in it. And besides, after all the rewards you have won, you must be quite a well-to-do man by this time, and able to indulge in a little philanthropy. Cleek smiled. I will indulge in it, of course, he said, but not for that reason, Mr. Narkom. I wonder how much it will surprise you to learn that at the present moment I have just £100 in all the world. My dear fellow, Narkom exclaimed with a sort of gasp, staring at him in round-eyed amazement. You fairly take away my breath. Why, you must have received a fortune since you took up these special cases. 50 or 60,000 pounds at the smallest calculation. More. To be precise, I have received exactly 72,000 pounds, Mr. Narkom. But, as I tell you, I have today but £100 of that sum left. Lost in speculation? Oh dear no. I've not invested one farthing in any scheme, company, or purchase since the night you gave me my chance and helped me to live an honest life. Then, in the name of heaven, Cleek, what has become of the money? It has gone in the cause of my redemption, Mr. Narkom, he answered in a hushed voice. My good friend, for you really have been a good friend to me, the best I ever had in all the world. My good friend, let us, for only just this 1 minute, speak of the times that lie behind. You know what redeemed me. A woman's eyes, a woman's rose-white soul. I said, did I not, that I wanted to win her, wanted to be worthy of her, wanted to climb up and stand with her in the light. You remember that, do you not, Mr. Narkom?"
"Yes, I remember. But, my dear fellow, why speak of your vanishing cracksman days when you have so utterly put them behind you, and since lived a life beyond reproach? Whatever you did in those times you have amply atoned for, and what can that have to do with your impoverished state?"
"It has everything to do with it. I said I would be worthy of that one dear woman, and I never can be, Mr. Narkom, until I have made restitution, until I can offer her a clean hand as well as a clean life. I can't restore the actual things that the vanishing cracksman stole, for they are gone beyond recall, but I can at least restore the value of them, and that I have been secretly doing for a long time."
"Man alive! God bless my soul! Cleek, my dear fellow, do you mean to tell me that all the rewards, all the money you have earned—"
"Has gone to the people from whom I stole things in the wretched old days that lie behind me," he finished very gently. "It goes back in secret gifts as fast as it is earned, Mr. Narkom. Don't you see the answers, the acknowledgments in the personal columns of the papers now and again? Wheresoever I robbed in those old days, I am repaying in these. When the score is wiped off, when the last robbery is paid for, my hand will be clean, and I can offer it. Never before."
"Cleek, my dear fellow! What a man! What a man! Oh, more than ever am I certain now that old Sir Horace Wyvern was right that night when he said that you were a gentleman. Tell me, I'll respect it, tell me, for God's sake, man, who are you? What are you, dear friend?"
"Cleek," he made reply. "Just Cleek. The rest is my secret and God's. We've never spoken of the past since that night, Mr. Narkom, and with your kind permission we never will speak of it again. I'm Cleek, the detective, at your service once more. Now then, let's have the new strange case on which you called me here. What's it all about?"
"Necromancy, wizardry, fairy lore, all the stuff and nonsense that goes to the making of the Arabian Nights,"
said Narkom, waxing excited as his thoughts were thus shoved back to the amazing affair he had in hand.
"All your red crawls and your sacred sons and your 9-fingered skeletons are fools to it for wonder and mystery. Talk about witchcraft, talk about wizards and giants and enchanters and the things that witches did in the days of Macbeth, God bless my soul, they're nothing to it. Those were the days of magic anyhow, so you can take it or leave it as you like. But this... Look here, Cleek, you've heard a good many queer things and run foul of a good many mysteries, I'll admit. But did you ever, in this 20th century, when witchcraft and black magic are supposed to be as dead as Queen Anne, did you ever, my dear fellow, hear of such a marvel as a man putting on a blue leather belt that was said to have the power of rendering the wearer invisible, and then forthwith melting into thin air and floating off like a cloud of pipe smoke? Gammon! Gammon nothing. Facts.
Facts? You're off your head, man. The thing couldn't possibly happen. Somebody's having you.
Well, somebody had him, at all events. Young Carboys, I mean, the chap that's engaged, or rather was engaged, to Captain Morrison's daughter. and the poor girl's half out of her mind over it. He put the belt on in the presence of her and her father, in their own house, mind you, walked into a bedroom and vanished like smoke. Doors locked, windows closed, room empty. Belt on the floor and man gone. Not a trace of him from that moment to this. And yesterday was to have been his wedding day. There's a mystery, if you like. What do you make of that?"
Cleek looked at him for an instant. Then, "My dear Mr. Narkom, for the moment I thought you were fooling," he said in a tone of deep interest. "But I see now that you are quite in earnest, although the thing sounds so preposterous a child might be expected to scoff at it. A man to get a magic belt, to put it on and then to melt away. Aye, the 7-league boots couldn't be a greater tax on one's credulity. Sit down and tell me all about it."
"The dickens of it is, there doesn't seem to be much to tell,"
said Narkom, accepting the invitation.
"Young Carboys, who appears to have been a decent sort of chap, had neither money, position, nor enemies, so that's an end to any idea of somebody having a reason for wishing to get rid of him. And as he was devotedly attached to Miss Morrison, and was counting the very hours to the time of their wedding, and in addition had no debts, no entanglements of any sort, and no possible reason for wishing to disappear, there isn't the slightest ground for suspecting that he did so voluntarily."
"Suppose you tell me the story from the beginning, and leave me to draw my own conclusions regarding that," said Cleek. "Who and what was the man? Was he living in the same house with his fiancée then? You say the disappearance occurred there at night, and that he went into a bedroom. Was the place his home as well as Captain Morrison's then?"
"On the contrary, his home was a matter of 3 or 4 miles distant. He was merely stopping at the Morrisons' on that particular night. I'll tell you presently why and how he came to do that. For the present, let's take things in their proper order. Once upon a time, this George Carboys occupied a fair position in the world, and his parents, long since dead, were well-to-do. The son, being an only child, was well looked after, sent to Eton and then to Brasenose, and all that sort of thing, and the future looked very bright for him. Before he was 21, however, his father lost everything through unlucky speculations, and that forced the son to make his own living. At the Varsity he had fallen in with a rich young Belgian fellow named Maurice Van Nant, who had a taste for sculpture and the fine arts generally, and they had become the warmest and closest of friends.
"Maurice Van Nant, that's the sculptor fellow you said in the beginning had gone through his money, isn't it?"
"Yes. Well, when young Carboys was thrown on the world, so to speak, this Van Nant came to the rescue, made a place for him as private secretary and companion, and for 3 or 4 years they knocked round the world together, going to Egypt, Persia, India, etc., as Van Nant was mad on the subject of Oriental art and wished to study it at the fountainhead. In the meantime, both Carboy's parents went over to the silent majority and left him without a relative in the world, barring Captain Morrison, who is an uncle about 7 times removed, and would, of course, naturally be heir at law to anything he left, if he had anything to leave, poor beggar, which he hadn't. But that's getting ahead of the story. Well, at the end of 4 years or so, Van Nant came to the bottom of his purse, hadn't a stiver left, and from dabbling in art for pleasure, had to come down to it as a means of earning a livelihood. And he and Carboys returned to England, and for purposes of economy pooled their interests, took a small box of a house over Putney way, set up a regular bachelor establishment, and started in the business of breadwinning together. Carboys succeeded in getting a clerk's position in town. Van Nant set about modelling clay figures and painting mediocre pictures, and selling both whenever he could find purchasers. Naturally, these were slow in coming, few and far between, but with Carboy's steady £2 a week coming in, they managed to scrape along and to keep themselves going. They were very happy, too, despite the fact that Carboys had got himself engaged to Miss Morrison, and was hoarding every penny he could possibly save in order to get enough to marry on. And this did not tend to make Van Nant overjoyed, as such a marriage would, of course, mean the end of their long association, and the giving up of their bachelor quarters.
To say nothing of leaving Van Nant to rub along as best he could without any assistance from Carboys, commented Cleek. I think I can guess a portion of what resulted, Mr. Narkom. Van Nant did not, of course, in these circumstances, have any tender regard for Miss Morrison.
No, he did not. In point of fact, he disliked her very much indeed, and viewed the approaching wedding with extreme disfavour.
And yet you say that nobody has an interest in doing Carboys some sort of mischief in order to prevent that wedding from being consummated, Mr. Narkom, said Cleek, with a shrug of the shoulders. Certainly Van Nant would have been glad to see a spoke put in that particular wheel, though I freely confess I do not see what good could come of preventing it by doing away with Carboys, as he would then be in as bad a position as if the marriage had been allowed to proceed as planned. Either way, he loses Carboy's companionship and assistance, and his one wish would be to preserve both. Well, go on. What next? I am anxious to hear about the belt. Where and how does that come in?
Well, it appears that Miss Morrison got hold of a humorous book called The Brass Bottle, a fantastic farcical thing about a genie who had been sealed up in a bottle for 1,000 years, getting out and causing the poor devil of a hero no end of worry by heaping riches and honours upon him in the most embarrassing manner. It happened that on the night Miss Morrison got this book, and read it aloud for the amusement of her father and lover, Carboys had persuaded Van Nant to spend the evening with them. Apparently he enjoyed himself too, for he laughed as boisterously as any of them over the farcical tale, and would not go home until he had heard the end of it. When it was finished, Miss Morrison tells me, Carboys, after laughing fit to split his sides over the predicament of the hero of the book, cried out, "By George, I wish some old genie would take it into his head to hunt me up, and try the same sort of a dodge with me. He wouldn't find this chicken shying his gold and his gems back at his head, I can tell you. I'd accept all the Arab slaves and all the palaces he wanted to thrust on me, and then I'd make 'em all over to you, Mary dear, so you'd never have to do another day's worrying or pinching in all your life. But never you nor anybody else depend upon an Arab's gratitude or an Arab's generosity. He'll promise you the moon, and then wriggle out of giving you so much as a star, just as Abdul Ben Mirza did with me." And upon Miss Morrison asking what he meant by that, he replied laughingly,
"Ask Van, he knew the old codger better than I, knew his whole blessed family, blow him, and was able to talk to the old skinflint in his own outlandish tongue."
Upon Miss Morrison's acting on this suggestion, Van Nant told of an adventure Carboys had had in Persia some years previously. It appears that he saved the life of a miserly old Arab called Abdul Ben Mirza at the risk of his own, that the old man was profuse in his expressions of gratitude, and on their parting had said, "By the Prophet, thou shalt yet find the tree of this day's planting bear rich fruit for thee and thy feet walk upon golden stones." But in spite of this promise, he had walked away, and Carboys had never heard another word from nor of him from that hour until 3 nights ago.
"Uh-huh," said Cleek, with a strong rising inflection. "And he did hear of him, then?"
"Yes," replied Narkom, "quite unexpectedly, and while he was preparing to spend a dull evening at home with Van Nant, for the night was, as you must recollect, my dear fellow, a horribly wet and stormy one. A message came to him from Miss Morrison, asking him to come over to Wandsworth without delay, as a most amazing thing had happened. A box marked 'From Abdul Ben Mirza' had been delivered there, of all astonishing places. The message concluded by saying that as it was such a horrible night, the captain, her father, would not hear of his returning, so begged him to bring his effects and come prepared to remain until morning. He went, of course, carrying with him a small bag containing his pyjamas, his shaving tackle, and such few accessories as would be necessary, since if he stopped he must start from there to business in the morning. And on his arrival was handed a small leather case, addressed as he had been told. Imagining all sorts of wonders, from jewels of fabulous value to documents entitling him to endless wealth, he unfastened the case and found within it a broad belt of blue enamelled leather, secured with a circular brass clasp, on which was rudely scratched in English the words, "The wizards of the East grew rich by being unseen. Whoso clasps this belt about his waist may become invisible for the wishing. So does Ben Mirza remember." Of course, Carboys treated it as the veriest rubbish. Who wouldn't? Indeed, suspected Van Nant of having played a joke upon him, and laughingly threw it aside, and finding that he had taken an uncomfortable journey for nothing, got some good out of it by spending a pleasant evening with the captain and his daughter. A room had been made ready for him. In fact, although he did not know it, Miss Morrison had given him hers, and had herself gone to a less attractive one, and in due time he prepared to turn in for the night. As they parted, Miss Morrison, in a bantering spirit, picked up the belt and handed it to him, remarking that he had better keep it, as after marriage he might some time be glad to creep into the house unseen. And in the same bantering spirit he had replied that he had better begin learning how the thing worked in case of necessity, and taking the belt, clasped it round his waist, said good night, and stepped into the room prepared for him. Miss Morrison and her father heard him close the door and pull down the blind, and that was the last that was seen or heard of him. In the morning the bed was found undisturbed, his locked bag on a chair, and in the middle of the floor the blue leather belt, but of the man himself there was not one trace to be found. There, that's the story, Cleek. Now, what do you make of it?
"I shall be able to tell you better after I have seen the parties concerned," said Cleek, after a moment's pause. "You have brought your motor, of course. Let us step into it, then, and whiz round to Captain Morrison's house." "What's that?" "Oh, undoubtedly a case of foul play, Mr. Narkom. But as to the motive and the matter of who is guilty, it is impossible to decide until I have looked further into the evidence. Do me a favour, will you? After you have left me at the captain's house, phone up the Yard, and let me have the secret cable code with the East. Also, if you can, the name of the chief of the Persian police."
My dear chap, you can't really place any credence in that absurd assertion regarding the blue belt. You can't possibly think that Abdul Ben Mirza really sent the thing?"
"No, I can't," said Cleek in reply, "because, to the best of my belief, it is impossible for a dead man to send anything. And if my memory doesn't betray me, I fancy I read in the newspaper accounts of that big Tajik rising at Kotur a couple of months ago that the leader, one Abdul Ben Mirza, a rich but exceedingly miserly merchant of the province of Elburz, was, by the Shah's command, bastinadoed within an inch of his life and then publicly beheaded."
"By Jove, I believe you are right, my dear fellow," asserted Narkom. "I thought the name had a familiar sound, as if I had somewhere heard it before. I suppose there is no likelihood by any chance that the old skinflint could have lived up to his promise and left poor Carboy something after all, Cleek? Because, you know, if he did—"
"Captain Morrison would, as heir at law, inherit it," supplemented Cleek dryly. "Get out the motor, Mr. Narkom, and let's spin round and see him. I fancy I should like a few minutes' conversation with the captain. And, Mr. Narkom—"
"Yes?"
"We'll stick to the name George Headland, if you please. When you're out for birds, it doesn't do to frighten them off beforehand."
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 25. It did not take more than 5 minutes to cover the distance between Sunnington Crescent and the modest little house where Captain Morrison and his daughter lived. So in a very brief time Cleek had the satisfaction of interviewing both. Narkom's assertion that Miss Morrison was half out of her mind over the distressing affair had prepared him to encounter a weeping, red-eyed, heart-broken creature of the most excitable type. He found instead a pale, serious-faced, undemonstrative girl of somewhat uncertain age, sweet of voice, soft of step, quiet of demeanour, who was either one of those persons who repress all external evidence of internal fires and bear their crosses in silence, or was as cold-blooded as a fish and as heartless as a statue. He found the father the exact antithesis of the daughter, a nervous, fretful, irritable individual. Gout had him by the heels at the time, who was as full of yaps and snarls as any Irish terrier, and as peevish and fussy as a fault-finding old woman. Added to this, he had a way of glancing all round the room and avoiding the eye of the person to whom he was talking. And if Cleek had been like the generality of people, and hadn't known that some of the best and straightest men in the world have been afflicted in this manner, and some of the worst and crookedest could look you straight in the eyes without turning a hair, he might have taken this for a bad sign. Then, too, he seemed to have a great many more wrappings and swaddlings about his gouty foot than appeared to be necessary, unless it was done to make his helpless state very apparent, and to carry out his assertion that he hadn't been able to walk a foot unassisted for the past week, and could not therefore be in any way connected with young Carboy's mysterious vanishment. Still, even that had its contra aspect. He might be one of those individuals who make a mountain out of a molehill of pain, and insist upon a dozen poultices where one would do. But Cleek could not forget that, as Narkom had said, there was not the shadow of doubt that in the event of Carboy's having died possessed of means,
the captain would be the heir at law by virtue of his kinship, and it is a great deal more satisfactory to be rich oneself than to be dependent upon the generosity of a rich son-in-law. So, after adroitly exercising the pump upon other matters, "I suppose, Miss Morrison," said Cleek, in a casual, off-hand sort of way, "you don't happen to know if Mr. Carboys ever made a will, do you? I am aware, from what Mr. Narkom has told me of his circumstances, that he really possessed nothing that would call for the execution of such a document, but young men have odd fancies sometimes, particularly when they become engaged, so it is just possible that he might have done such a thing, that there was a ring or something of that sort he wanted to make sure of your getting, should anything happen to him. Of course it is an absurd suggestion, but—"
"It is not so absurd as you think, Mr. Headland," she interrupted. "As it happens, Mr. Carboys did make a will, but that was a very long time ago. In fact, before he knew me, so my name did not figure in it at all. He once told me of the circumstances connected with it. It was executed when he was about 23. It appears that there were some personal trinkets, relics of his more prosperous days, a set of jewelled waistcoat buttons, a scarf pin, a few choice books and things like that, which he desired Mr. Van Nant to have in the event of his death. They were then going to the Orient, and times there were troublous. So he drew up a will, leaving everything that he might die possessed of to Mr. Van Nant, and left the paper with the latter's solicitor when they bade good-bye to England. So far as I know, that will still exists, Mr. Headland. So—" here the faintest suggestion of a quiver got into her voice, "if anything of a tragical nature had happened to him, and the trinkets hadn't disappeared with him, Mr. Van Nant could claim them all, and I should have not even one poor little token to cherish in memory of him. And I'm very sure, that if he had known, if he had thought—"
"Mary, for goodness sake, don't begin to snivel," chimed in her father querulously. "It gets on my nerves, and you know very well how I am suffering. Of course it was most inconsiderate of Carboys not to destroy that will as soon as you and he were engaged, but he knew that marriage invalidates any will a man may have made previously. And, well, you can't suppose that he ever expected things to turn out as they have done. Besides, Van Nant would have seen that you got something to treasure as a remembrance. He's a very decent chap, is Van Nant, Mr. Headland, although my daughter has never appeared to think so. But there's no arguing with a woman, anyway."
Cleek glanced at Narkom. It was a significant glance, and said as plainly as so many words, "What do you think of it? You said there was no motive, and provided Carboys fell heir to something of which we know nothing as yet, here are two. If that will was destroyed, one man would, as heir at law, inherit. Ditto the other man if it was not destroyed, and not invalidated by marriage. And here's the one man singing the praises of the other one."
"Collusion?"
queried Narkom's answering look. "Perhaps," said Cleek's in response, "one of these two men has made away with him. The question is, which? And also, why? When? Where?" Then he turned to the captain's daughter and asked quietly, "Would you mind letting me see the room from which the young man disappeared? I confess I haven't the ghost of an idea regarding the case, Captain, but if you don't mind letting your daughter show me the room—"
"Mine? Good Lord, no!"
responded the captain.
All I want to know is what became of the poor boy, and if there's any likelihood of his ever coming back alive. I'd go up with you myself, only you see how helpless I am. Mary, take Mr. Headland to the room, and please don't stop any longer than is necessary. I'm suffering agonies and not fit to be left alone."
Miss Morrison promised to return as expeditiously as possible, and then forthwith led the way to the room in question. "This is it, Mr. Headland," she said, as she opened the door and ushered Cleek in. "Everything is just exactly as it was when George left it. I couldn't bring myself to touch a thing until after a detective had seen it. Father said it was silly and sentimental of me to go on sleeping in a little box of a hall bedroom when I could be so much more comfortable if I returned to my own. But I couldn't. I felt that I might possibly be unconsciously destroying something in the shape of a clue if I moved a solitary object, and so, look, there is the drawn blind just as he left it. There his portmanteau on that chair by the bedside, and there—" Her voice sank to a sort of awed whisper, her shaking finger extended in the direction of a blue semicircle in the middle of the floor. "There is the belt. He had it round his waist when he crossed this threshold that night. It was lying there just as you see it, when the servant brought up his tea and his shaving water the next morning, and found the room empty and the bed undisturbed." Cleek walked forward and picked up the belt. Unfastened," he said as he took it up, and Miss Morrison, closing the door, went below and left them.
"Our wonderful wizard does not seem to have mastered the simple matter of making a man vanish out of the thing without first unfastening the buckle, it appears. I should have thought he could have managed that, shouldn't you, Mr. Narkom? If he could have managed the business of making him melt into thin air." Reflectively, as he turned the belt over and examined it. "Not seen much use, apparently. The leather's quite new, and the inside quite unsoiled. British manufactured brass, too, in the buckle. Shouldn't have expected that in a Persian-made article. Inscription scratched on with the point of a knife, or some other implement not employed in metal engraving. May I trouble you for a pin? Thank you. Thought so. Some dirty clay stuff rubbed in to make the letters appear old and of long standing. Look here, Mr. Narkom. Metal quite bright underneath when you pick the stuff out. Inscription very recently added. Leather, American tanned. Brass, Birmingham. Stitching by the Blake Shoe and Harness Machine. Wizard? Probably born in Tottenham Court Road, and his knowledge of Persia confined to Persian powder in fourpenny tins. He laid the belt aside and walked slowly round the room, inspecting its contents before turning his attention to the portmanteau. Evidently the vanishing qualities of the belt did not assert themselves very rapidly, Mr. Narkom, he said, for Mr. Carboys not only prepared to go to bed, but had time to get himself ready to hurry off to business in the morning with as little delay as possible. Look here. Here are his pyjamas on the top of this chest of drawers, neatly folded, just as he lifted them out of his portmanteau. And as a razor has been wiped on this towel, see this slim line of dust-like particles of hair, he shaved before going to bed in order to save himself the trouble of doing so in the morning. But as there is no shaving mug visible, and he couldn't get hot water at that hour of the night, we shall probably discover a spirit lamp and its equipment when we look into the portmanteau. Now, As he had time to put these shaving articles away after using, and as no man shaves with his collar and necktie on, if we do not find those too in the portmanteau, we may conclude that he put them on again. And as he wouldn't put them on again if he were going to bed, the inference is obvious. Something caused him to dress and prepare to leave the house voluntarily. That something must have manifested itself very abruptly and demanded great haste. Either that, or he expected to return, for you will observe that, although he replaced his shaving tackle in the portmanteau, he did not put his sleeping suit back with it. While I am poking about, do me the favour of looking in the bag, Mr. Narkom, and tell me if you find the collar and necktie there. Not a trace of them, announced the superintendent a moment or two later. Here are the shaving mug, the brush and the spirit lamp, however, just as you suggested. And, hello, what have you stumbled upon now? For Cleek, who had been poking about, as he termed it, had suddenly stooped, picked up something, and was regarding it fixedly as it lay in the palm of his hand. A somewhat remarkable thing to discover in a lady's bedchamber, Mr. Narkom, unless— Just step downstairs and ask Miss Morrison to come up again for a moment, will you? And then held out his hand so that Narkom could see in passing that a hemp seed, 2 grains of barley, and an oat lay upon his palm. Miss Morrison, he inquired, as Mary returned in company with the superintendent. Miss Morrison, do you keep pigeons? She gave a little cry and clasped her hands together as if reproaching herself for some heartless act. Oh, she said, moving hastily forward toward the window. Poor dears! How good of you to remind me. To think that I should forget to feed them for 3 whole days. They may be dead by now. But at such a time I could think of nothing but this hideous mystery. My pigeons, my poor pretty pigeons. Oh, then you do keep them? Yes, oh yes, in a wire-enclosed cote attached to the house, just outside this window. Homing pigeons, Mr. Headland. George bought them for me. We had an even half-dozen each. We used to send messages to each other that way. He would bring his over to me, and take mine away with him at night when he went home, so we could correspond at any moment without waiting for the post. That's how I sent in the message about the arrival of the belt. Oh, do unlock the window, and let me see if the pretty dears are still alive. It doesn't need to be unlocked, Miss Morrison, he replied as he pulled up the blind. See, it can be opened easily. The catch is not secured. Not secured? Why, how strange. I myself fastened it after I dispatched the bird with the message about the belt. And nobody came into the room after that until George did so that night. Oh, do look and see if the pretty creatures are dead. They generally coo so persistently, and now I don't hear a sound from them. Cleek threw up the sash and looked out. A huge wisteria with tendrils as thick as a man's wrist covered the side of the house, and made a veritable ladder down to the little garden. And firmly secured to this on a level with the window-sill, and within easy reach therefrom, was the dovecot in question. He put in his hand, and slowly drew out 4 stiff, cold, feathered little bodies, and laid them on the dressing-table before her. Then, while she was grieving over them, he groped round in all corners of the coat, and drew forth still another. 5? She exclaimed in surprise. 5? Oh, but there should only be 4, Mr. Headland. It is true that George brought over all 6 the day before, but I flew one to him in the early morning, and I flew a second at night, with the message about the belt, so there should be but 4. Oh, well, possibly one was flown by him to you, and it homed without your knowledge.
Yes, but it couldn't get inside the wired enclosure unassisted, Mr. Headland. See, that spring door has to be opened when it is returned to the coat after it has carried its message home. You see, I trained them, by feeding them in here, to come into this room when they were flown back to me. They always flew directly in if the window was opened, or gave warning of their presence by fluttering about and beating against the panes if the sash was closed. And for a fifth pigeon to be inside the enclosure, I can't understand the thing at all. Oh, Mr. Headland, do you think it is anything in the nature of a clue?
It may be, he replied evasively. Clues are funny things, Miss Morrison. You never know when you may pick one up, nor how. I shouldn't say anything to anybody about this fifth pigeon, if I were you. Let that be our secret for a while. And if your father wants to know why I sent for you to come up here again, why, just say I have discovered that your pigeons are dead for want of food. And for a moment or two after she had closed the door and gone below again, he stood looking at Mr. Narkom and slowly rubbing his thumb and forefinger up and down his chin. Then, of a sudden, "I think, Mr. Narkom, we can fairly decide on the evidence of that fifth pigeon that George Carboys left this room voluntarily," returned Cleek. "That the bird brought him a message of such importance it was necessary to leave this house at once, and that, not wishing to leave it unlocked while he was absent, and not, because of the captain's inability to get back upstairs afterward, having anybody to whom he could appeal to get up and lock it after him, he chose to get out of this window and to go down by means of that wisteria. I think, too, we may decide that as he left no note to explain his absence, he expected to return before morning, and that, as he never did return, he has met with foul play. Of course, it is no use looking for footprints in the garden in support of this hypothesis, for the storm that night was a very severe one, and quite sufficient to blot out all trace of them. But, look here, Mr. Narkom, put two and two together. If a message was sent him by a carrier pigeon, where must that pigeon have come from, since it was one of Miss Morrison's? Why, from Van Nant's place, of course. It couldn't possibly come from any other place. Exactly. And as Van Nant and Carboys lived together, kept bachelor hall, and there was never anybody but their two selves in the house at any time, why, nobody but Van Nant himself could have dispatched the bird. Look at that fragment of burnt paper lying in the basin of that candlestick on the washstand. If that isn't all that's left of the paper that was tied under the pigeon's wing, and if Carboys didn't use it for the purpose of lighting the spirit lamp by which he heated his shaving water, depend upon it that in his haste and excitement he tucked it into his pocket. And if ever we find his body, we shall find that paper on it." "His body? My dear Cleek, you don't believe that the man has been murdered?" "I don't know, yet. I shall, however, if this Van Nant puts anything in the way of my searching that house thoroughly, or makes any pretence to follow me whilst I am doing so. I want to meet this Maurice Van Nant just as soon as I can, Mr. Narkom, just as soon as I can." And it was barely 2 minutes after he had expressed this wish that Miss Morrison reappeared upon the scene, accompanied by a pale, nervous, bovine-eyed man of about 35 years of age, and said in a tone of agitation, "Pardon me for interrupting, Mr. Headland, but this is Mr. Maurice Van Nant. He is most anxious to meet you, and father would have me bring him up at once." Narkom screwed round on his heel, looked at the Belgian, and lost faith in Miss Morrison's powers of discrimination instantly.
On the dressing-table stood Carboy's picture, heavy-jowled, sleepy-eyed, dull-looking. And on the threshold stood a man with the kindest eyes, the sweetest smile, and the handsomest and most sympathetic countenance he had seen in many a day. If the eyes are the mirror of the soul, if the face is the index of the character, then here was a man weak as water, as easily led as any lamb, and as guileless. "You are just the man I want to see, Mr. Van Nant," said Cleek, after the first formalities were over, and assuming, as he always did at such times, the heavy, befogged expression of incompetence. "I confess this bewildering affair altogether perplexes me. But you, I understand, were Mr. Carboy's close friend and associate, and as I can find nothing in the nature of a clue here, I should like, with your permission, to look over his home quarters and see if I can find anything there." If he had looked for any sign of reluctance or of embarrassment upon Van Nant's part when such a request should be made, he was wholly disappointed, for the man, almost on the point of tears, seized his hand, pressed it warmly, and said in a voice of eager entreaty, "Oh, do, Mr. Headland, do! Search anywhere! Do anything that will serve to find my friend, and to clear up this dreadful affair. I can't sleep for thinking of it. I can't get a moment's peace night or day. You didn't know him, or you would understand how I am tortured, how I miss him. The best friend, the dearest and the light-heartedest fellow that ever lived. If I had anything left in this world, I'd give it all, Mr. Headland, to clear up the mystery of this thing and to get him back. One man could do that, I believe, could and would if I had the money to offer him." "Indeed, and who may he be, Mr. Van Nant?" "The great, the amazing, the undeceivable man Cleek. He'd get at the truth of it. Nothing could baffle and bewilder him. But, oh well, it's the old tale of the power of money. He wouldn't take the case, a high and mighty top-notcher like that, unless the reward was a tempting one, I'm sure." "No, I'm afraid he wouldn't," agreed Cleek with the utmost composure. "So you must leave him out of your calculations altogether, Mr. Van Nant. And now, if you don't mind accompanying us and showing the chauffeur the way, perhaps Mr. Narkom will take us over to your house in his motor." "Mind? No, certainly I don't mind. Anything in the world to get at a clue to this thing, Mr. Headland. Anything. Do let us go at once." Cleek led the way from the room. Halfway down the stairs, however, he excused himself on the plea of having forgotten his magnifying glass, and ran back to get it. 2 minutes later he rejoined them in the little drawing-room, where the growling captain was still demanding the whole time and attention of his daughter, and, the motor being ready, the 3 men walked out, got into it, and were whisked away to the house which once had been the home of the vanished George Carboys. It proved to be a small, isolated brick house in very bad condition, standing in an out-of-the-way road somewhere between Putney and Wimbledon. It stood somewhat back from the road, in the midst of a little patch of ground abounding in privet and laurel bushes, and it was evident that its cheapness had been its chief attraction to the 2 men who had rented it, although on entering it was found to possess at the back a sort of extension, with top and side lights, which must have appealed to Van Nant's need of something in the nature of a studio. At all events he had converted it into a very respectable apology for one, and Cleek was not a little surprised by what it contained. Rich stuffs, bits of tapestry, Persian draperies, Arabian prayer mats, relics of his other and better days and of his oriental wanderings, hung on the walls and ornamented the floor. His rejected pictures and his unsold statues, many of them life-sized and all of clay, coated with a lustreless paint to make them look like marble, were disposed about the place with an eye to artistic effect. And near to an angle, where stood on a pedestal, half concealed, half revealed by artistically arranged draperies, the life-size figure of a Roman senator in toga and sandals, there was the one untidy spot, the one utterly inartistic thing the room contained. It was the crude, half-finished shape of a recumbent female figure, of large proportions and abominable modelling, stretched out at full length upon a long, low, trestle-supported sculptor's staging, on which also lay Van Nant's modelling tools and his clay-stained working blouse. Cleek looked at the huge, unnatural thing, out of drawing, anatomically wrong in many particulars, and felt like quoting Angelo's famous remark anent his master Lorenzo's faun. What a pity to have spoilt so much expensive material. And Van Nant, observing, waved his hand toward it. A slumbering nymph, he explained. Only the head and shoulders finished as yet, you see. I began it the day before yesterday, but my hand seems somehow to have lost its cunning. Here are the keys of all the rooms, Mr. Headland. Carboy's was the one directly at the head of the stairs in the front. Won't you and Mr. Narkom go up and search without me? I couldn't bear to look into the place and see the things that belong to him, and he not there. It would cut me to the heart if I did. Or maybe you would sooner go alone and leave Mr. Narkom to search round this room. We used to make a general sitting room of it at nights when we were alone together, and some clue may have been dropped. A good suggestion, Mr. Narkom, commented Cleek as he took the keys. Look round and see what you can find whilst I poke about upstairs. Then he walked out of the studio, and searching every nook and corner, whilst Van Nant, for the want of something to occupy his mind and his hands, worked on the nymph, and could hear him moving about overhead in quest of possible clues. For perhaps 20 minutes Cleek was away. Then he came down and walked into the room looking the very picture of hopeless bewilderment. "Mr. Narkom," he said, "this case stumps me. I believe there's magic in it, if you ask me, and as the only way to find magic is with magic, I am going to consult a clairvoyant, and if one of those parties can't give me a clue, I don't believe the mystery will ever be solved. I know of a ripping one, but she is over in Ireland, and as it's a dickens of a way to go, I shan't be able to get back before the day after tomorrow at the earliest. But look here, sir, I'll tell you what. This is Tuesday evening, isn't it? Now, if you and Mr. Van Nant will be at Captain Morrison's house on Thursday evening at 7 o'clock, and will wait there until I come, I'll tell you what that clairvoyant says, and whether there's any chance of this thing being solved or not. Is that agreeable, Mr. Van Nant?" "Quite, Mr. Headland. I'll be there promptly." "And stop until you hear from me." "And stop until I hear from you, yes." "Right you are, sir. Now then, Mr. Narkom, if you'll let the chauffeur whisk me over to the station, I'll get back to London and onto the earliest possible train for Holyhead so as to be on hand for the first Irish packet tomorrow. And while you're looking for your hat, sir, good evening, Mr. Van Nant. I'll step outside and tell Leonard to start up." With that, he passed out of the studio, walked down the hall, and went out of the house. And half a minute later, when the superintendent joined him, he found him sitting in the limousine and staring at his toes.
"My dear Cleek, did you find anything?"
he queried as he took a seat beside him, and the motor swung out into the road and whizzed away.
"Of course I know you've no more idea of going to Ireland than you have of taking a pot-shot at the moon, but there's something on your mind. I know the signs, Cleek. What is it?"
The response to this was rather startling. "Mr. Narkom," said Cleek, answering one question with another, "what's the best thing to make powdered bismuth stick? Lard, cold cream, or cocoa butter?" End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. Chapter 26. If punctuality is a virtue, then Mr. Maurice Van Nant deserved to go on record as one of the most virtuous men in existence. For the little Dutch clock in Captain Morrison's drawing-room had barely begun to strike 7 on the following Thursday evening when he put in an appearance there, and found the captain and his daughter anxiously awaiting him. But as virtue is, on most excellent authority, its own reward, he had to be satisfied with the possession of it, since neither Narkom nor Cleek was there to meet him. But the reason for this defection was made manifest when Miss Morrison placed before him a telegram which had arrived some 10 minutes earlier, and read as follows: "Unavoidably delayed. Stop. Be with you at 9:30. Stop. Ask Mr. Van Nant to wait. Stop. Great and welcome piece of news for him. Stop. Narkom." Van Nant smiled. "Great and welcome news," he repeated. "Then Mr. Edland must have found something in the nature of a clue in Ireland, Captain, though what he could find there I can't imagine. Frankly, I thought him a stupid sort of fellow, but if he has managed to find a clue to poor George's whereabouts over in Ireland, he must be sharper than I believed. Well, we shall know about that at 9:30 when Mr. Narkom comes. I hope nothing will happen to make him disappoint us again." Nothing did. Promptly at the hour appointed, the red limousine whirred up to the door, and Mr. Narkom made his appearance. But contrary to the expectations of the 3 occupants of the little drawing-room, he was quite alone.
"So sorry I couldn't come earlier,"
he said as he came in, looking and acting like the bearer of great good news.
"But you will appreciate the delay when I tell you what caused it."
"What's that, Mr. Van Nant?"
"Headland? No, he's not with me. As a matter of fact, I've dispensed with his services in this particular case. Fancy, Miss Morrison, the muff came back from Ireland this evening, said the clairvoyant he consulted went into a trance, and told him that the key to the mystery could only be discovered in Germany, and he wanted me to sanction his going over there on no better evidence than that. Of course I wouldn't, so I took him off the case forthwith, and set out to get another and a better man to handle it. That's what delayed me. And now, Mr. Van Nant,"
fairly beaming and rubbing his palms together delightedly,
"here's where the great and welcome news I spoke of comes in. I remembered what you said the other day. I remembered how your heart is wrapped up in the solving of this great puzzle, what you said about it being a question of money alone. And so, what do you think I did? I went to that great man, Cleek. I laid the matter before him, told him there was no reward, that it was just a matter of sheer humanity, the consciousness of doing his duty and helping another fellow in distress. And throw up your hat and cheer, my dear fellow, for you've got your heart's desire. Cleek's consented to take the case."
A little flurry of excitement greeted this announcement. Miss Morrison grabbed his hand and burst into tears of gratitude. The captain, forgetting in his delight the state of his injured foot, rose from his chair, only to remember suddenly and sit down again, his half-uttered cheer dying on his lips. And Van Nant, as if overcome by this unexpected boon, this granting of a wish he had never dared to hope would be fulfilled, could only clap both hands over his face and sob hysterically. "Cleek," he said, in a voice that shook with nervous catches and the emotion of a soul deeply stirred. "Cleek to take the case? The great, the amazing, the undeceivable Cleek? Oh, Mr. Narkom, can this be true?"
"As true as that you are standing here this minute, my dear sir. Not so much of a money-grabber as that Muff Headland wanted you to believe, is he? Waived every hope of a reward and took the case on the spot. He'll get at the root of it, Lord, yes. Lay you a sovereign to a sixpence, Mr. Van Nant. He gets to the bottom of it and finds out what became of George Carboys in 48 hours after he begins on the case."
"And when will he begin, Mr. Narkom? Tomorrow? The next day? Oh, not this week at all. When, sir, when?"
"When? Why, bless your heart, man, he's begun already, or at least will do so in another hour and a half. He's promised to meet us at your house at 11 o'clock tonight. Chose that place because he lives at Putney and it's nearer. 11 was the hour he set, though of course he may arrive sooner. There's no counting on an erratic fellow like that chap. So we'll make it 11, and possess our souls in patience until it's time to start."
"But, my dear Mr. Narkom, wouldn't it be better, or at least more hospitable, if I went over to meet him in case he does come earlier? There's no one in the house, remember, and it's locked up."
"Lord bless you, that won't bother him. Never travels without his tools, you know, skeleton keys and all that, and he'll be in the house before you can wink an eye. Still, of course, if you'd rather be there to admit him in the regulation way—"
"It would at least be more courteous, Mr. Narkom," Miss Morrison interposed. "So great a man doing so great a favour. Oh, yes, I really think that Mr. Van Nant should."
"Oh, well, let him then, by all means," said Narkom. "Go if you choose, Mr. Van Nant. I'd let you have my motor, only I must get over to the station and phone up headquarters on another affair in 5 minutes."
"It doesn't matter, thank you all the same. I can get a taxi at the top of the road," said Van Nant. And then, making his excuses to Miss Morrison and her father, he took up his hat and left the house. As a matter of fact, it was only courtesy that made him say that about the taxi, for there is rarely one to be found waiting about in the neighbourhood of Wandsworth Common after 9:30 at night, and nobody could have been more surprised than he when he actually did come across one, loitering about aimlessly and quite empty, before he had gone 24 yards. He engaged it on the spot, jumped into it, gave the chauffeur his directions, and a minute later was whizzing away to the isolated house. It was 10 when he reached it, standing as black and lightless as when he left it 4 hours ago, and after paying off the chauffeur and dismissing the vehicle, he fumbled nervously for his latchkey, found it,
unlocked the door, and went hurriedly in. "Have you come yet, Mr. Cleek?" he called out as he shut the door and stood in the pitch-black hall. "Mr. Cleek! Mr. Cleek, are you here? It is I, Maurice Van Nant. Mr. Narkom has sent me on ahead." Not a sound answered him, not even an echo. He sucked in his breath with a sort of wheezing sound, then groped round the hall table till he found his bedroom candle, and striking a match, lit it. The staircase leading to the upper floors gaped at him out of the partial gloom, and he fairly sprang at it. Indeed, was halfway up it when some other idea possessed him, brought him to a sudden standstill, and facing round abruptly, he went back to the lower hall again, glimmering along it like a shadow with the inadequate light held above him, and moving fleetly to the studio in the rear. The door stood partly open just as he had left it. He pushed it inward and stepped over the threshold. "Mr. Cleek!" he called again. "Mr. Cleek, are you here?" And again the silence alone answered him. The studio was as he had seen it last, save for those fantastic shadows which the candle's wavering flame wreathed in the dim corners and along the pictured walls. There, on its half-draped pedestal, the Roman senator stood, dead white against the purple background, and there, close to the foot of it, the great bulk of the disproportionate nymph still sprawled, finished and whitewashed now, and looking even more of a monstrosity than ever in that waving light. He gave one deep, gulping sigh of relief, flashed across the room on tiptoe, and went down on his knees beside the monstrous thing, moving the candle this way and that along the length of it, as if searching for something, and laughing in little jerky gasps of relief when he found nothing that was not as it had been, as it should be, as he wanted it to be. And then, as he rose and patted the clay, and laughed aloud as he realized how hard it had set, then, at that instant, a white shape lurched forward and swooped downward, carrying him down with it. The candle slipped from his fingers and clattered on the floor. A pair of steel handcuffs clicked as they closed round his wrists. A voice above him said sharply, "You wanted Cleek, I believe? Well, Cleek's got you, you sneaking murderer. Gentlemen, come in. Allow me to turn over to you the murderer of George Carboys. You'll find the body inside that slumbering nymph." And the last thing that Mr. Maurice Van Nant saw as he shrieked and fainted, the last thing he realized, was that lights were flashing up and men tumbling in through the opening windows, that the Roman senator's pedestal was empty, and the figure which once had stood upon it was bending over him, alive. And just at that moment the red limousine flashed up out of the darkness. The outer door whirled open and Narkom came pelting up. "He took the bait then, Cleek," he cried as he saw the manacled figure on the floor, with the Roman senator bending over and the policemen crowding in about it. "I guessed it when I saw the lights flash up. I've been on his heels ever since he snapped at that conveniently placed taxi after he left Miss Morrison and her father." "You haven't brought them with you, I hope, Mr. Narkom. I wouldn't have that poor girl face the ordeal of what's to be revealed here tonight for worlds." "No, I've not. I made a pretext of having to phone through to headquarters and slipped out a moment after him. But I say, my dear chap," as Cleek's hands made a rapid search of the pockets of the unconscious man and finally brought to light a folded paper, "what's that thing? What are you doing?" "Compounding a felony in the interest of humanity," he made reply, as he put the end of the paper into the flame of the candle and held it there until it was consumed. "We all do foolish things sometimes when we're young, Mr. Narkom, and, well, George Carboys was no exception when he wrote the little thing I have just burned. Let us forget all about it. Captain Morrison is heir at law, and that poor girl will benefit."
"There was an estate, then?"
"Yes. My cable yesterday to the head of the Persian police set all doubt upon that point at rest. Abdul Ben Mirza, parting with nothing while he lived, after the manner of misers in general, left a will bequeathing something like £12,000 to George Carboys, and his executor communicated that fact to the supposed friend of both parties, Mr. Maurice Van Nant. And exactly 10 days ago, so his former solicitor informed me, Mr. Maurice Van Nant visited him unexpectedly, and withdrew from his keeping a sealed packet which had been in the firm's custody for 8 years. If you want to know why he withdrew it, Dollops—"
"Right you are, Governor."
"Give me the sledgehammer. Thanks. Now, Mr. Narkom, look." And swinging the hammer, he struck at the nymph with a force that shattered the monstrous thing to atoms, and Narkom, coming forward to look when Cleek bent over the ruin he had wrought, saw in the midst of the dust and rubbish the body of a dead man, fully clothed, and with the gap of a bullet hole in the left temple. Again Cleek's hands began a rapid search, and again, as before, they brought to light a paper, a little crumpled ball of paper that had been thrust into the right-hand pocket of the dead man's waistcoat, as though jammed there under the stress of strong excitement and the pressure of great haste. He smoothed it out and read it carefully, then passed it over to Mr. Narkom. "There," he said. "That's how he lured him over to his death. That's the message the pigeon brought. Would any man have failed to fly to face the author of a foul lie like that? Beloved Mary, the message ran, come to me again tonight. How sweet of you to think of such a thing as the belt, to get him over and to make him stop until morning. Steal out after he goes to bed, darling. I'll leave the studio window unlocked as usual. With 1,000 kisses, your own devoted Maurice."
"The dog!" said Narkom fiercely. "And against a pure creature like Mary Morrison. Here, Smathers, Petrie, Hammond, take him away. Hanging's too good for a beastly cur like that."
"How did I know that the body was inside the statue?" said Cleek, answering Narkom's query as they drove back in the red limousine toward London and Clarges Street. "Well, as a matter of fact, I never did know for certain until he began to examine the thing tonight. From the first I felt sure he was at the bottom of the affair, that he had lured Carboys back to the house and murdered him. But it puzzled me to think what could possibly have been done with the body. I felt pretty certain, however, when I saw that monstrous statue."
"Yes, but why?"
"My dear Mr. Narkom, you ought not to ask that question. Did it not strike you as odd that a man who was torn with grief over the disappearance of a loved friend should think of modelling any sort of a statue on that very first day, much less such an inartistic one as that? Consider, the man has never been a first-class sculptor, it is true, but he knew the rudiments of his art. He had turned out some fairly presentable work, and that nymph was as abominably conceived and as abominably executed as if it had been the work of a raw beginner. Then there was another suspicious circumstance. Modelling clay is not exactly as cheap as dirt, Mr. Narkom.
Why then should this man, who was confessedly as poor as the proverbial church mouse, plunge into the wild extravagance of buying 1/2 ton of it, and at such a time? Those are the things that brought the suspicion into my mind. The certainty, however, had to be brought about beyond dispute before I could act. I knew that George Carboys had returned to that studio by the dry marks of muddy footprints that were nothing like the shape of Van Nant's, which I found on the boards of the veranda and on the carpet under one of the windows. I knew, too, that it was Van Nant who had sent that pigeon. You remember when I excused myself and went back on the pretext of having forgotten my magnifying glass the other day? I did so for the purpose of looking at that 5th pigeon. I had observed something on its breast feathers which I thought at first glance was dry mud, as though it had fallen or brushed against something muddy in its flight. As we descended the stairs, I observed that there was a similar mark on Van Nant's sleeve. I brushed against him and scraped off a fleck with my fingernails. It was the dust of dried modelling clay. That on the pigeon's breast proved to be the same substance. I knew then that the hands of the person who liberated that pigeon were the hands of someone who was engaged in modelling something or handling the clay of the modeller, and the inference was clear. As for the rest, when Van Nant entered that studio tonight, frightened half out of his wits at the knowledge that he would have to deal with the one detective he feared, I knew that if he approached that statue and made any attempts to examine it, I should have my man, and that the hiding place of his victim's body would be proved beyond question. When he did go to it and did examine it, Clarges Street at last, thank fortune, for I am tired and sleepy. Stop here, Leonard. I'm getting out. Come along, Dollops. Good night, Mr. Narkom. And so to bed, as good old Pepys says. And passed on up the street, with his hand on the boy's shoulder, and the stillness and the darkness enfolding them. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 27. For the next 5 or 6 weeks, life ran on merrily enough for Cleek. So merrily, in fact, that Dollops came to be quite accustomed to hear him whistling about the house, and to see him go up the stairs 2 steps at a time whenever he had occasion to mount them for any purpose whatsoever. It would not have needed any abnormally acute mind, any process of subtle reasoning, to get at the secret of all this exuberance, this perennial flow of high spirits. Indeed, one had only to watch the letter-box at number 204 Clarges Street to get at the bottom of it instantly. For twice a week the postman dropped into it a letter addressed in an undoubtedly feminine hand to Captain Horatio Burbage, and invariably postmarked Lynnhaven, Devon. Dollops had made that discovery long ago, and had put his conclusions regarding it into the mournfully uttered sentence, "A skirt's got him." But after one violent pang of fierce and rending jealousy, was grateful to that skirt for bringing happiness to the man he loved above all other things upon earth, and whose welfare was the dearest of his heart's desires. Indeed, he grew in time to watch as eagerly for the coming of those letters as did his master himself, and he could have shouted with delight whenever he heard the postman's knock, and saw one of the regulation blue-grey envelopes drop through the slit into the wire cage on the door. Cleek, too, was delighted when he saw them.
It was nothing to him that the notes they contained were of the briefest, mere records of the state of the weather, the progress of his little lordship, the fact that Lady Chepstow wished to be remembered, and that the writer was well, and hoped he too was. They were written by her. That was enough. He gave so much that very little sufficed him in return, and the knowledge that he had been in her mind for the 5 or 10 minutes which it had taken to write the few lines she sent him made him exceedingly happy. But she was not his only correspondent in these days, not even his most frequent one. For a warm, strong friendship, first sown in those ante-Derby days, had sprung up between Sir Henry Wilding and himself, and had deepened steadily into a warm feeling of comradeship and mutual esteem. Frequent letters passed between them, and the bond of fellowship had become so strong a thing that Sir Henry never came to town without their meeting and dining together.
"Gad, you know, I can't bring myself to think of you as a police officer, old chap,"
was the way Sir Henry put it on the day when he first invited him to lunch with him at his club.
"I'd about as soon think of sitting down with one of my grooms as breaking bread with one of that lot. And I shall never get it out of my head that you're a gentleman, going in for this sort of thing as a hobby. Never, begad, if I live to be 100.
I hope you will come nearer to doing that than you have to guessing the truth about me, replied Cleek with a smile.
Take my word for it, won't you? This thing is my profession. I don't do it as a mere hobby. I live by it. I have no other means of living but by it. I am what I am, and nothing more." "Oh, gammon! Why not tell me at once that you're a winkle storekeeper and be done with it? You can't tell a fish that another fish is a turnip. At least you can't and expect him to believe it. Own up, old chap. I know a man of birth when I meet him. Tell me who you are, Cleek. I'll respect it."
"I don't doubt that. The addition is superfluous."
"Then who are you? What are you, Cleek, eh?"
"What you have called me. Cleek. Cleek the detective. Cleek of the 40 Faces, if you prefer it. But just Cleek and nothing more. Don't get to building romances about me merely because I have the instincts of a gentleman, Sir Henry. Just simply remember that nature does make mistakes sometimes, that she has been known to put a horse's head on a sheep's shoulders and to make a navvy's son look more royal than a prince. I am Cleek the detective, simply Cleek. Let it go at that." And as there was no alternative, Sir Henry did. It made no difference in their friendship, however. Police officer or not, he liked and respected the man, and made no visit to town without meeting and entertaining him. So matters stood between them when on a certain Thursday in mid-September he came up unexpectedly from Wilding Hall and phoned through to Clarges Street, asking Cleek to dine with him that night at the Club of the Two Services. Cleek accepted the invitation gladly, and was not a little surprised on arriving to find that in this instance dinner was to be served in a little private room, and that a third party was also to partake of it.
"Dear chap, pardon me for taking you unawares,"
said Sir Henry, as Cleek entered the private room and found himself in the presence of a decidedly military-looking man long past middle life.
"But the fact is that immediately after I had telephoned you I encountered a friend and a peculiar circumstance arose which impelled me to secure a private room and to throw myself upon your good graces, as it were. Let me have the pleasure, dear chap, of introducing you to my friend, Major Burnham Seaforth. Major, you are at last in the presence of the gentleman of whom I spoke, Mr. Cleek." "Mr. Cleek, I am delighted," said the Major, offering his hand. "I have heard your praises sung so continuously the past 2 hours that I feel as if I already knew you."
"Ah, you mustn't mind all that Sir Henry says," replied Cleek, as he shook hands with him. "He makes mountains out of millstones, and would panegyrize the most commonplace of men if he happened to take a fancy to him. You mustn't believe all that Sir Henry says and thinks, Major."
"I shall be happy, Mr. Cleek, if I can really hope to believe the half of it,"
replied the Major enigmatically, and was prevented from saying more by the arrival of the waiter and the serving of dinner. It was not until the meal was over, and coffee and cigars had been served, and the too attentive waiter had taken his departure, that Cleek understood that remark, or realized what it portended, but even then it was not the Major who explained.
"My dear Cleek,"
said Sir Henry, lowering his voice and leaning over the table,
"I hope you will not think I have taken a mean advantage of you, but I have brought the Major here tonight for a purpose. He has, in fact, come to consult you professionally, and upon my recommendation. Do you object to that, or may I go on?"
"Go on, by all means," replied Cleek. "I fancy you know very well that there is nothing you might ask of me that I would not at least attempt to do, dear chap."
"Thanks very much. Well then, the Major has come, my dear Cleek, to ask you to help in unravelling a puzzle of singular and mystifying interest. Now, you may or may not have heard of a music hall artiste, a sort of conjurer and impersonator combined, called Zyko the Magician, who was once very popular, and was assisted in his illusions by a veiled but reputedly beautiful Turkish lady, who was billed on the programmes and posters as Zuleika, the Caliph's daughter."
"I remember the pair very well indeed," said Cleek. "They toured the music halls for years, and I saw their performance frequently. They were among the first, I believe, to produce that afterwards universal illusion known as the Vanishing Lady."
"As I have not heard anything of them, nor seen their names billed for a couple of years past,
I fancy they have either retired from the profession or gone to some other part of the world. The man was not only a very clever magician, but a master of mimicry. I always believed, however, that in spite of his name he was of English birth. The woman's face I never saw, of course, as she was always veiled to the eyes after the manner of Turkish ladies, but although a good many persons suspected that her birthplace was no nearer Baghdad than Peckham, I somehow felt that she was, after all, a genuine native-born Turk."
"You are quite right in both suspicions, Mr. Cleek,"
put in the Major agitatedly.
"The man was an Englishman, the lady is a Turk."
"May I ask, Major, why you speak of the lady in the present tense and of the man in the past? Is he dead?"
"I hope so," responded the Major fervently. "God knows I do, Mr. Cleek. My every hope in life depends upon that."
"May I ask why?"
"I am desirous of marrying his widow."
"My dear Major, you cannot possibly be serious. A woman of that class?"
"Pardon me, sir, but you have, for all your cleverness, fallen a victim to the prevailing error. The lady is in every way my social equal, in her own country my superior. She is a caliph's daughter. The title which the play-going public imagined was of the usual bombastic, just-on-the-programme sort, is hers by right. Her late father, Caliph Al-Hamid Suleiman, was one of the richest and most powerful Mohammedans in existence. He died 5 months ago, leaving an immense fortune to be conveyed to England to his exiled but forgiven child." Ah, I see. Then naturally, of course... The suggestion is unworthy of you, Sir Henry, and anything but complimentary to me. The inheritance of this money has had nothing whatever to do with my feelings for the lady. That began 2 years ago, when by accident I was permitted to look upon her face for the first, last, and only time. I should still wish to marry her if she were an absolute pauper. I know what you're saying to yourself, sir. There is no fool like an old fool. Well, perhaps there isn't. But, he turned to Cleek, I may as well begin at the beginning and confess that even if I did not desire to marry the lady, I should still have a deep interest in her husband's death, Mr. Cleek. He is, or was, if dead, the only son of my cousin, the Earl of Winraven, who is now over 90 years of age. I am in the direct line, and if this Lord Norman Ulchester, whom you and the public know only as Zyko the Magician, were in his grave, there would only be that one feeble old man between me and the title.
Ah, I see, said Cleek in reply. Then, seating himself at the table, he arranged the shade of the lamp so that the light fell full upon the Major's face, while leaving his own in the shadow. Then your interest in the affair, Major, may be said to be a double one.
More, sir, a triple one. I have a rival in the shape of my own son. He, too, wishes to marry Zuleika, is madly enamoured of her, in fact, so wildly that I have always hesitated to confess my own desires to him for fear of the consequences. He is almost a madman in his outbursts of temper, and where Zuleika is concerned, perhaps you will understand, Mr. Cleek, when I tell you that once, when he thought her husband had ill-used her, he came within an ace of killing the man. There was bad blood between them always, even as boys, and as men it was bitterer than ever because of her.
Suppose you begin at the beginning and tell me the whole story, Major, suggested Cleek, studying the man's face narrowly. How did the Earl of Winraven's son come to meet this singularly fascinating lady, and where?
In Turkey or Arabia, I forget which. He was doing his theatrical nonsense in the East with some barnstorming show or other, having been obliged to get out of England to escape arrest for some shady transaction a year before. He was always a bad egg, always a disgrace to his name and connections. That's why his father turned him off and never would have any more to do with him. As a boy, he was rather clever at conjuring tricks and impersonations of all sorts. He could mimic anything or anybody he ever saw, from the German Emperor down to a Gaiety chorus girl, and do it to absolute perfection. When his father kicked him out, he turned these natural gifts to account, and having fallen in with some professional dancing woman, joined her for a time and went on the stage with her. It was after he had parted from this dancer and was knocking about London and leading a disgraceful life generally, that he did the thing which caused him to hurry off to the East and throw in his lot with the travelling company I have alluded to. He was always a handsome fellow, and had a way with him that was wonderfully taking with women, so I suppose that accounts as much as anything for Zuleika's infatuation, and her doing the mad thing she did. I don't know when nor where nor how they first met, but the foolish girl simply went off her head over him, and he appears to have been as completely infatuated with her. Of course, in that land, the idea of a woman of her sect, of her standing, having anything to do with a Frank, was looked upon as something appalling, something akin to sacrilege. And when they found that her father had got wind of it, and that the fellow's life would not be safe if he remained within reach another day, they flew to the coast together, shipped for England, and were married immediately after their arrival.
A highly satisfactory termination for the lady, commented Cleek.
One could hardly have expected that from a man so hopelessly unprincipled as you represent him to have always been. But there's a bit of good in even the devil, we are told." "Oh, be sure that he didn't marry her from any principle of honour, my dear sir," replied the Major. "If it were merely a question of that, he'd have cut loose from her as soon as the vessel touched port. Consideration of self ruled him in that as in all other things. He knew that the girl's father fairly idolized her, knew that in time his wrath would give way to his love, and sooner or later the old man, who had been mad at the idea of any marriage, would be moved to settle a large sum upon her, so that she might never be in want. But let me get on with my story. Having nothing when he returned to England, and being obliged to cover up his identity by assuming another name, Ulchester, after vainly appealing to his father for help, on the plea that he was now honourably married and settled down, turned again to the stage, and, repugnant though such a thing was to the delicately nurtured woman he had married, compelled Zuleika to become his assistant, and to go on the boards with him. That is how the afterwards well-known music-hall team of Zyko and the Caliph's Daughter came into existence. The novelty of their turn caught on like wildfire, and they were a success from the first, not a little of that success being due to the mystery surrounding the identity and appearance of Zuleika. For, true to the traditions of her native land, she never appeared either in public or in private without being closely veiled. Only her lord was ever permitted to look upon her uncovered face. All that the world at large might ever hope to behold of it was the low, broad forehead, and the two brilliant eyes that appeared above the close-drawn line of her yashmak. Of course she shrank from the life into which she was forced, but it had its reward, for it kept her in close contact with her husband, whom she almost worshipped. So for a time she was proportionately happy, although as the years passed by and her father showed no inclination to bestow the coveted rich allowance upon his daughter, Ulchester's ardour began to cool. He no longer treated her with the same affectionate deference. He neglected her, in fact, and in the end even began to ill-use her. About 2 years ago matters assumed a worse aspect. He again met Anita Rosario, the Spanish dancer, under whose guidance he had first turned to the halls for a livelihood, and once more took up with her. He seemed to have lost all thought or care for the feelings of his wife, for after torturing her with jealousy over his attentions to the dancer, he took a house adjoining my own, on the borders of the most unfrequented part of the common at Wimbledon, established himself and Zuleika there, and brought the woman Anita home to live with them. From that period matters went from bad to worse. Evidently having tired of the stage, both Ulchester and Anita abandoned it, and turned the house into a sort of club, where gambling was carried on to a disgraceful extent. Broken-hearted over the treatment she was receiving, Zuleika appealed to me and to my son to help her in her distress, to devise some plan to break the spell of Ulchester's madness, and to get that woman out of the house. It was then that I first beheld her face. In her excitement she managed somehow to snap or loosen the fastening which held her yashmak, and it fell and let my son realize, as I realized, how wondrously beautiful it is possible for the human face to be. Steady, Major, steady. I can quite understand your feelings, can realize better than most men, said Cleek with a sort of sigh. You looked into heaven and, well, what then? Let's have the rest of the story. I think my son must have put it into her head to give Ulchester a taste of his own medicine, to attempt to excite his jealousy by pretending to find interests elsewhere. At any rate, she began to show him a great deal of attention, or at least so he says, although I never saw it. All I know is that well, sir, she deliberately led me on until I was half insane over her, and that's all."
"What do you mean by that's all? The matter couldn't possibly have ended there, or else why this appeal to me?"
"It ended for me so far as her affectionate treatment of me was concerned, for in the midst of it the unexpected happened. Her father died, forgiving her, as Ulchester had hoped, but doing more than his wildest dreams could have given him cause to imagine possible. In a word, sir, the Caliph not only bestowed his entire earthly possessions upon her, but had them conveyed to England by trusted allies, and placed in her hands. There were coffers of gold pieces, jewels of fabulous value, sufficient when converted into English money, as they were within the week, and deposited to her credit in the Bank of England, to make her the sole possessor of nearly £3,000,000.
"Phew!" whistled Cleek. "When these Orientals do it, they certainly do it properly. That's what you might call giving with both hands, Major, eh?"
"The gift did not end with that, sir,"
the Major replied with a gesture of repulsion.
"There was a gruesome, ghastly, appalling addition in the shape of 2 mummy cases, one empty, the other filled. A parchment accompanying these stated that the Caliph could not sleep elsewhere but in the land of his fathers, nor sleep there until his beloved child rested beside him. They had been parted in life, but they should not be parted in death. An Egyptian had therefore been summoned to his bedside, had been given orders to embalm him after death, to send the mummy to Zuleika, and with it a case in which, when her own death should occur, her body should be deposited, and followers of the Prophet had taken oath to see that both were carried to their native land and entombed side by side. Until death came to relieve her of this ghastly duty, Zuleika was charged to be the guardian of the mummy, and daily to make the orisons of the faithful before it, keeping it always with its face towards the east."
"By George, it sounds like a page from the Arabian Nights," exclaimed Cleek. "Well, what next? Did Ulchester take kindly to this housing of the mummy of his father-in-law and the eventual coffin of his wife? Or was he willing to stand for anything, so long as he got possession of the huge fortune the old man left?"
"He never did get it, Mr. Cleek. He never touched so much as 1 farthing of it. Zuleika took nobody into her confidence until everything had been converted into English gold and deposited in the bank to her credit. Then she went straight to him and to Anita, showed them proof of the deposit, reviled them for their treatment of her, and swore that not 1 farthing's benefit should accrue to Ulchester until Anita was turned out of the house in the presence of their guests, and the husband took oath on his knees to join the wife in those daily prayers before the Caliph's mummy. Furthermore, Ulchester was to embrace the faith of the Mohammedans, that he might return with her at once to the land and the gods she had offended by marriage with a Frankish infidel."
"Which, of course, he declined to do."
"Yes, he declined utterly. But it was a case of the crushed worm with Zuleika. Now was her turn, and she would not abate 1 jot or tittle. There was a stormy scene, of course. It ended by Ulchester and the woman Anita leaving the house together. From that hour Zuleika never again heard his living voice, never again saw his living face. He seems to have gone wild with wrath over what he had lost, and to have plunged headlong into the maddest sort of dissipation. It is known, positively known, and can be sworn to by reputable witnesses, that for the next 3 days he did not draw 1 sober breath. On the 4th, a note from him, a note which he was seen to write in a public house, was carried to Zuleika. In that note he cursed her with every conceivable term, told her that when she got it he would be at the bottom of the river, driven there by her conduct, and that if it was possible for the dead to come back and haunt people, he'd do it. 2 hours after he wrote that note, he was seen getting out of the train at Tilbury and going towards the docks, but from that moment to this every trace of him is lost."
"Ah, I see," said Cleek reflectively. "And you want to find out if he really carried out that threat, and did put an end to himself, I suppose. That's why you have come to me, eh?" "Frankly, I don't believe that he did, Major. That sort of a man never commits suicide upon so slim a pretext as that. If he commits it at all, it's because he is at the end of his tether, and our friend Zyko seems to have been a long way from the end of his. How does the lady take it? Seriously?"
"Oh, very, sir, very. Of course, to a woman of her temperament and with her Oriental ideas regarding the supernatural, etc., that threat to haunt her was the worst he could have done to her. At first she was absolutely beside herself with grief and horror, swore that she had killed him by her cruelty, that there was nothing left her but to die, and all that sort of thing, and for 3 days she was a little better than a madwoman. At the end of that time, after the fashion of her people, she retired to her own room, covered herself with sackcloth and ashes, and remained hidden from all eyes for the space of a fortnight, weeping and wailing constantly, and touching nothing but bread and water."
Poor wretch! She suffers like that, then, over a rascally fellow not worth a single tear. It's marvellous, Major, what women do see in men that they can go on loving them. Has she come out of her retirement yet?"
"Yes, Mr. Cleek. She came out of it 5 days ago, to all appearances a thoroughly heartbroken woman. Of course, as she was all alone in the world, my son and I considered it our duty, during the time of her wildness and despair, to see that a thoroughly respectable female was called in to take charge of the house and to show respect for the proprieties, and for us to take up our abode there in order to prevent her from doing herself an injury. We are still domiciled there, but it will surprise you to learn that a most undesirable person is there also. In short, sir, that the woman Anita Rosario, the cause of all the trouble, is again an inmate of the house, and what is more remarkable still, this time by Zuleika's own request."
"What's that? My dear Major, you amaze me. What can possibly have caused the good lady to do a thing like that?"
"She hopes, she says, to appease the dead, and to avert the threatened haunting. At all events, she sent for Anita some days ago. Indeed, I believe it is her intention to take the Spaniard with her when she returns to the East."
"She intends doing that, then? She is so satisfied of her husband's death that she deems no further question necessary? Intends to take no further step toward proving it?"
"It has been proved to her satisfaction. His body was recovered the day before yesterday."
"Oh-ho! Then he is dead, eh? Why didn't you say so in the beginning? When did you learn of it?"
"This very evening. That is what brings me here. I learned from Zuleika that a body answering the description of his had been fished from the water at Tilbury and carried to the mortuary. It was horribly disfigured by contact with the piers and passing vessels, but she and Anita and my son—"
"Your son, Major? Your son?"
"Yes,"
replied the Major in a sort of half-whisper.
They took him with them when they went, unknown to me. He has become rather friendly with the Spanish woman of late. All 3 saw the body. All 3 identified it as being Ulchester's beyond a doubt."
"And you? Surely when you see it you will be able to satisfy any misgivings you may have?"
"I shall never see it, Mr. Cleek. It was claimed when identified and buried within 12 hours,"
said the Major, glancing up sharply as Cleek, receiving this piece of information, blew out a soft, low whistle.
"I was not told anything about it until this evening. And what I have done, in coming to you, I mean, I have done with nobody's knowledge. I am so horribly in the dark. I have such fearful thoughts, and I want to be sure. I must be sure, or I shall go out of my mind. That's the case, Mr. Cleek. Tell me what you think of it."
"I can do that in a very few words, Major," he replied. "It is either a gigantic swindle, or it is a clear case of murder. If a swindle, then Ulchester himself is at the bottom of it, and it will end in murder just the same. Frankly, the swindle theory strikes me as being the more probable. In other words, that the whole thing is a put-up game between Ulchester and the woman Anita. That they played upon Zuleika's fear of the supernatural for a purpose. That a body was procured and sunk in that particular spot for the furtherance of that purpose. And if the widow attempts to put into execution this plan, no doubt instilled into her mind by Anita, of returning with her wealth to her native land, she will simply be led into some safe place, and then effectually put out of the way for ever. That is what I think of the case, if it is to be regarded in the light of a swindle. But if Ulchester is really dead, murder, not suicide, is at the back of his taking off, and, oh well, we won't say anything more about it just yet awhile. I shall want to look over the ground before I jump to any conclusions. You are still stopping in the house, you and your son, I think you remarked. If you could contrive to put up an old army friend's son there for a night, Major, give me the address. I'll drop in on you tomorrow and have a little look round." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 28. When next morning Major Burnham Seaforth announced the dilemma in which, through his own house being temporarily closed, he found himself, owing to the proposed visit of Lieutenant Rupert St. Aubyn, son of an old army friend, Zuleika was the first to suggest the very thing he was fishing for.
"Ah, let him come here, dear friend,"
she said in that sad, sweetly modulated voice which so often wrung this susceptible old heart.
"There is plenty of room, plenty, alas now, and any friend of yours can only be a friend of mine. He will not annoy. Let him come here."
"Yes, let him," supplemented young Burnham Seaforth, speaking with his eyes on Senorita Rosario, who seemed nervous and ill-pleased by the news of the expected arrival. "He won't have to be entertained by us if he only comes to see the pater, and we can easily crowd him aside if he tries to thrust himself upon us. A fellow with a name like Rupert St. Aubyn is bound to be a silly ass." And when, in the late afternoon, Lieutenant Rupert St. Aubyn, in the person of Cleek, arrived with his snub-nosed manservant, a kit-bag, several rugs, and a bundle of golf sticks, young Burnham Seaforth saw no reason to alter that assertion. For a silly ass, albeit an unusually handsome one with his fair curling hair and his big blonde moustache, he certainly was. A lisping, "Yang, don't you know him?" silly ass, whom the presence of ladies seemed to cover with confusion and drive into a very panic of shy embarrassment.
"Dios, but he is handsome, this big, fair lieutenant," whispered the Spaniard to young Burnham Seaforth. "A great, handsome fool, all beauty and no brains, like a doll of wax." Then she bent over and murmured smilingly to Zuleika, "I shall make a bigger nincompoop of this big fair saphead than heaven already has done before he leaves here, just for the sake of seeing him stammer and blush." Only the sad expression of Zuleika's eyes told that she so much as heard, as she rose to greet the visitor. Garbed from head to foot in the deep violet-coloured stuff which is the mourning of Turkish women, her little pointed slippers showing beneath the hem of her frock, and only her dark, mournful eyes visible between the top of the shrouding yashmak and the edge of her sequined snood, she made a pathetic picture as she stood there waiting to greet the unknown visitor. "Sir, you are welcome. You are most welcome," she said in a voice whose modulations were not lost upon Cleek's ears as he put forth his hand and received the tips of her little henna-stained fingers upon his palm. "Peace be with you, who are of his people, he that I loved and mourn." Then, as if overcome with grief at the recollection of her widowhood, she plucked away her hand, covered her eyes, and moved staggeringly out of the room, and Cleek saw no more of her that day, but he knew when she performed her orisons before the mummy case, as she did each morning and evening, by the strong, pungent odour of incense drifting through the house and filling it with a sickly scent. Her absence seemed to make but little impression upon him, however, for following up a well-defined plan of action, he devoted himself wholly to the Spanish woman, and both amazed her and gratified her vanity by allowing her to learn that a man may be the silliest ass imaginable, and yet quite understand how to flirt and to make love to a woman. And so it fell out that instead of Lieutenant Rupert St. Aubyn being elbowed out by young Burnham Seaforth, it was Lieutenant St. Aubyn who elbowed him out, and without being in the least aware of it, the flattered Anita, like an adroitly hooked trout, was being played in and out and round about the eddies and the deeps, until the angler had her quite ready for the final dip of the net at the landing point. All this was to accomplish exactly what it did accomplish, namely the ill temper, the wrath, the angry resentment of young Burnham Seaforth. And when the evening had passed and bedtime arrived, Cleek took his candle and retired in the direction of the room set apart for him, with the certainty of knowing that he had done that which would this very night prove beyond all question the guilt or innocence of one person at least who was enmeshed in this mysterious tangle. He was not surprised, therefore, at what followed his next step. Reaching the upper landing, he blew out the light of his candle, slammed the door to his own room, noisily turned the key and shot the bolt of another, then tiptoed his way back to the staircase and looked down the well-hole into the lower hall. Zuleika had retired to her room, the Major had retired to his, and now Anita was taking up her candle to retire to hers. She had barely touched it, however, when there came a sound of swift footsteps, and young Burnham Seaforth lurched out of the drawing-room door and joined her. He was in a state of great excitement and was breathing hard.
"Anita, Miss Rosario," he began,
plucking her by the sleeve and uplifting a pale, boyish face, he was not yet 22, to hers with a look of abject misery.
"I want to speak to you. I simply must speak to you. I've been waiting for the chance, and now that it's come. Look here, you're not going back on me, are you?"
"Going back on you?" repeated Anita, showing her pretty white teeth in an amused smile. "What shall you mean by that, going back on you, eh?
You are a stupid little donkey, to be sure. But then I do not care to get on the back of one. So why?
Oh, you know very well what I mean,
he rapped out angrily.
It is not fair the way you have been treating me ever since that yellow-headed bounder came. I've had a night of misery. Zuilika never showing herself, you doing nothing, absolutely nothing, although you promised. You know you did. And I heard you, I absolutely heard you persuade that St. Aubyn fool to stop at least another night.
Yes, of course you did. But what of it? He is good company. He talks well, he sings well. He is very handsome, and, well, what difference can it make to you? You are not interested in me, amigo.
No, of course I'm not. You are nothing to me at all. You... Oh, I beg your pardon, I didn't quite mean that. I mean you're nothing to me in that way. But you're not keeping to your word. You promised, you know, that you'd use your influence with Zuilika, that you'd get her to be more kind to me, to see me alone, and all that sort of thing. And you've not made a single attempt, not one. You've just sat round and flirted with that tow-headed brute and done nothing at all to help me on. And it's jolly unkind of you, that's what.
Cleek heard Anita's soft rippling laughter, but he waited to hear no more. Moving swiftly away from the well-hole of the staircase, he passed on tiptoe down the hall to the Major's rooms, and opening the door, went in. The old soldier was standing with arms folded at the window, looking silently out into the darkness of the night. He turned at the sound of the door's opening, and moved toward Cleek with a white, agonized face and a pair of shaking, outstretched hands.
Well,
he said with a sort of gasp.
My dear Major, said Cleek quietly, the wisest of men are sometimes mistaken. That is my excuse for my own short-sightedness. I said in the beginning that this was either a case of swindling or a case of murder, did I not? Well, I now amend my verdict. It is a case of swindling and murder, and your son has had nothing to do with either.
Oh, thank God,
the old man said, then sat down suddenly and dropped his face between his hands and was still for a long time. When he looked up again his eyes were red, but his lips were smiling.
If you only knew what a relief it is, he said. If you only knew how much I have suffered, Mr. Cleek. His friendship with that Spanish woman, his going with her to identify the body, even assisting in its hurried burial, these things all seemed so frightfully black, so utterly without any explanation other than personal guilt.
Yet they are all easily explained, Major. His friendship for the Spanish woman is merely due to a promise to intercede for him with Zuilika. She is his one aim and object, poor little donkey. As for his identification of the body, well, if the widow herself could find points of undisputed resemblance, why not he? A nervous, excitable, impetuous boy like that, and anxious, too, that the lady of his heart should be freed from the one thing, the one man, whose existence made her everlastingly unattainable. Why, in the hands of a clever woman like Anita Rosario, such a chap could be made to identify anything, and to believe it as religiously as he believes. Now, go to bed and rest easy, Major. I'm going to call up Dollops and do a little night prowling. If it turns out as I hope, this little riddle will be solved tomorrow.
But how, Mr. Cleek? It seems to me that it is as dark as ever. You put my poor old head in a whirl. You say there is swindling. You hint one moment that the body was not that of Ulchester, and in the next that murder has been done. Do pray tell me what it all means, what you make of this amazing case.
I'll do that tomorrow, Major, not tonight. The answer to the riddle, the answer that's in my mind, I mean, is at once so simple and yet so appallingly awful that I'll hazard no guess until I'm sure. Look here." He put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a gold piece. "Do you know what that is, Major?" "It looks like a spade guinea, Mr. Cleek." "Right, it is a spade guinea, a pocket piece I've carried for years. You've heard, no doubt, of vital things turning upon the tossing of a coin. Well, if you see me toss this coin tomorrow, something of that sort will occur. It will be tossed up in the midst of a riddle, Major. When it comes down, it will be a riddle no longer." Then he opened the door, closed it after him, and, before the Major could utter a word, was gone. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 29. The promise was so vague, so mystifying, indeed so seemingly absurd, that the Major did not allow himself to dwell upon it. As a matter of fact, it passed completely out of his mind, nor did it again find lodgment there until it was forced back upon his memory in a most unusual manner. Whatsoever had been the result of what Cleek had called his night prowling, he took nobody into his confidence when he and the Major and the Major's son and Senorita Rosario met at breakfast the next day. Zuleika, true to her training and the traditions of her people, never broke morning bread save in the seclusion of her own bedchamber, and then on her knees with her face towards the east. Nor did he allude to it at any period throughout the day. He seemed, indeed, purposely to avoid the Major, and to devote himself to the Spanish woman with an ardour that was positively heartless, considering that as they two sang and flirted and played several sets of singles on the tennis court, Zuleika, like a spirit of misery, kept walking, walking, walking through the halls and the rooms of the house, her woeful eyes fixed on the carpet, her henna-stained fingers constantly locking and unlocking, and moans of desolation coming now and again from behind her yashmak as her swaying body moved restlessly to and fro. For today was memorable. 5 weeks ago this coming nightfall, Alchester had flung himself out of this house in a fury of wrath, and this time of bitter regret and ceaseless mourning had begun. "She will go out of her mind, poor creature, if something cannot be done to keep her from dwelling on her misery like this," commented the housekeeper, coming upon that restless figure pacing the darkened hall, moaning, moaning, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, doing nothing, but walk and sorrow, sorrow and walk, hour in and hour out. "It's enough to tear a body's heart to hear her, poor dear. And that good-for-nothing Spanish piece, racing and shrieking round the tennis court like a she-tomcat, the heartless hussy. Her and that simpering silly that's trotting round after her had ought to be put in a bag and shaken up, that they ought. It's downright scandalous to be carrying on like that at such a time." And so both the Major and his son thought too, and tried their best to solace the lonely mourner, and to persuade her to sit down and rest. "Zuleika, you will wear yourself out, child, if you go on walking like this," said the Major solicitously. "Do rest and be at peace for a little time at least."
I can never have peace in this land. I can never forget the day, she answered drearily. Oh, my beloved, oh, my lord, it was I who sent thee to it. It was I, it was I. Give me my own country. Give me the gods of my people. Here there is only memory and pain, and no rest ever."
She could not be persuaded to sit down and rest until Anita herself took the matter into her own hands and insisted that she should. That was at tea-time. Anita, showing some little trace of feeling now that Cleek had gone to wash his hands and was no longer there to occupy her thoughts, placed a deep soft chair near the window, and would not yield until the violet-clad figure of the mourner sank down into the depths of it and leaned back with its shrouded face drooping in silent melancholy. And it was while she was so sitting that Cleek came into the room and did a most unusual, a most ungentlemanly thing in the eyes of the Major and his son. Without hesitating, he walked to within a yard or two of where she was sitting, and then, in the silliest of silly tones, blurted out suddenly,
"I say, don't you know, I've had a jolly rum experience. You know that blessed room at the angle just opposite the library, the one with the locked door?"
The drooping violet figure straightened abruptly, and the Major felt for the moment as if he could have kicked Cleek with pleasure. Of course they knew the room. It was there that the 2 mummy cases were kept, sacred from the profaning presence of any but this stricken woman. No wonder that she bent forward full of eagerness, full of the dreadful fear that Frankish feet had crossed the threshold, Frankish eyes looked within the sacred shrine.
"Well, don't you know,"
Went on Cleek, without taking the slightest notice of anything,
"just as I was going past that door I picked up a most remarkable thing. Wonder if it's yours, madam?"
glancing at Zuilika.
"Just have a look at it, will you? Here, catch!"
And not until he saw a piece of gold spin through the air and fall into Zuilika's lap did the Major remember that promise of last night.
"Oh, come, I say, St. Alban, that's rather thick,"
sang out young Burnham Seaforth indignantly, as Zuilika caught the coin in her lap.
"Blest if I know what you call manners, but to throw things at a lady is a new way of passing them in this part of the world, I can assure you." "Awfully sorry, old chap, no offence, I assure you,"
said Cleek, more asinine than ever, as Zuilika, having picked up the piece and looked at it, disclaimed all knowledge of it, and laid it on the edge of the table without any further interest in it or him.
"Just to show, you know, that I couldn't have meant anything disrespectful. Why, you all know, don't you know, how jolly much I respect Senorita Rosario, by Jove. And so, here, Senorita, you catch too, and see if the blessed thing's yours."
And picking up the coin, tossed it into her lap, just as he had done with Zuilika. She, too, caught it and examined it, and laughingly shook her head.
"No, not mine," she said. "I have not seen him before. To the finder shall be the keep. Come, sit here. Will you have the tea?" "Yes, thanks,"
said Cleek, then dropped down on the sofa beside her, and took tea as serenely as though there were no such things in the world as murder and swindling and puzzling police riddles to solve. And the Major, staring at him, was as amazed as ever. He had said last night that when the coin fell the answer would be given, and yet it had fallen and nothing had happened, and he was laughing and flirting with Senorita Rosario as composedly and as persistently as ever. More than that, after he had finished his second cup of tea, and immediately following the sound of someone just beyond the veranda rail, whistling the lively, lilting measures of "There's a Girl Wanted There," the silly ass seemed to become 1,000 times sillier than ever, for he forthwith set down his cup, and turning to Anita, said with an inane sort of giggle,
"I say, you know, here's a lark. Let's have a game of slap hand, you and I, what? Know it, don't you? You try to slap my hand, and I try to slap yours, and whichever succeeds in doing it first gets a prize. awful fun, don't you know? Come on, start her up."
And Anita agreeing, they fell forthwith to a slapping away at the backs of each other's hands with great gusto, until all of a sudden the whistler outside gave one loud shrill note, and there was a great and mighty change. Those who were watching saw Anita's two hands suddenly caught, heard a sharp metallic click, and saw them as suddenly dropped again to the accompaniment of a shrill little scream from her ashen lips, and the next moment Cleek had risen and jumped away from her side, clear across to where Zuilika was, and those who were watching saw Anita jump up with a pair of steel handcuffs on her wrists, just as Dollops vaulted up over the veranda rail and appeared at one window, whilst Petrie appeared at another, Hammond poked his body through a third, and the opening door gave entrance to Superintendent Narkom.
"The police!"
shrilled out Anita in a panic of fright.
"Madre de Dios, the police!"
The Major and his son were on their feet like a shot. Zuilika, with a faint, startled cry, bounded bolt upright, like an imp shot through a trap-door. But before the little henna-stained hands could do more than simply move, Cleek's arms went round her from behind, tight and fast as a steel clamp. There was another metallic click, another shrill cry, and another pair of wrists were in gyves.
"Come in, Mr. Narkom, come in, constables," said Cleek, with the utmost composure. "Here are your promised prisoners, nicely trussed, you see, so that they can't get at the little pop-guns they carry. And a worse pair of rogues never went into the hands of Jack Ketch." "And Jack Ketch will get them, Cleek, if I know anything about it. Your hazard was right. I've examined the Caliph's mummy case. The mummy itself has been removed, destroyed, done away with utterly, and the poor creature's body is there."
And here the poor, dumbfounded, utterly bewildered Major found voice to speak at last.
"Mummy case? Body? Dear God in heaven, Mr. Cleek, what are you hinting at?" he gasped. You don't mean that that Zuilika killed him?"
"No, Major, I don't," he made reply. "I simply mean that he killed her. The body in the mummy case is the body of Zuilika, the Caliph's daughter. This is the creature you have been wasting your pity on. See!" With that, he laid an intense grip on the concealing yashmak, tore it away, and so revealed the close-shaven, ghastly-hued countenance of the cornered criminal.
"My God! Alchester! Alchester himself!"
said the Major in a voice of fright and surprise. "Yes, Alchester himself, Major. In a few more days he'd have withdrawn the money and got out of the country, body and all, if he hadn't been nabbed, the rascal. There'd have been no tracing the crime then, and he and the señorita here would have been in clover for the rest of their natural lives. But there's always that bright little bit of Bobby Burns to be reckoned with. You know, the best laid schemes of mice and men, etc., that bit. But the Yard's got them, and they'll never leave the country now. Take them, Mr. Narkom. They're yours." "How did I guess it?" said Cleek, replying to the Major's query as they sat late that night discussing the affair. "Well, I think the first faint inkling of it came when I arrived here yesterday and smelt the overpowering odour of the incenses. There was so much of it, and it was used so frequently, twice a day, that it seemed to suggest an attempt to hide other odours of a less pleasant kind. When I left you last night, Dollops and I went down to the mummy chamber, and a skeleton key soon let us in.
The unpleasant odour was rather pronounced in there, but even that didn't give me the cue until I happened to find in the fireplace a considerable heap of fine ashes, and in the midst of them small lumps of gummy substance which I knew to result from the burning of myrrh. I suspected from that, and from the nature of the ashes, that a mummy had been burnt, and as there was only one mummy in the affair, the inference was obvious. I laid hands on the 2 cases and tilted them. One was quite empty. The weight of the other told me that it contained something a little heavier than any mummy ought to be. I came to the conclusion that there was a body in it, injected full of arsenic, no doubt, to prevent as much as possible the processes of decay, the odour of which the incense was concealing. I didn't attempt to open the thing. I left that until the arrival of the men from the yard, for whom I sent Dollops this afternoon. I had a vague notion that it would not turn out to be Ulchester's, and I had also a distinct recollection of what you said about his being able to mimic a Gaiety chorus girl and all that sort of thing. And the more I thought over it, the more I realized what an excellent thing to cover a bearded face a yashmak is. Still, it was all a hazard. I wasn't sure, indeed I never was sure, until tea-time, when I caught this supposed Zuleika sitting at last, and gave the spade guinea its chance to decide it.
But Mr. Cleek, how could it have decided it? That's the thing which amazes me most of all. How could the tossing of that coin have decided the sex of the wearer of those garments?
My dear Major, it is an infallible test. Did you ever notice that if you throw anything for a man to catch in his lap, he pulls his knees together to make a lap in order to catch it? Whereas a woman, used to wearing skirts and thereby having a lap already prepared, immediately broadens that lap by the exactly opposite movement, knowing that whatever is thrown has no chance of slipping through and falling to the floor. When I tossed the coin to Ulchester, he instinctively jerked his knees together. That settled it, of course. And now, if you won't mind my saying it, I'm a bit sleepy, and it is about time I took myself off to home and bed.
But not at this late hour, surely. You'll never catch a train.
I shan't need one, Major. They are holding a horse and trap ready for me at the stables of the Coach and Horses. Mr. Narkom promised to look out for that, and... I beg pardon? No, I can't stop overnight. Thank you for the invitation, but Dollops would raise half London if I didn't turn up after promising to do so.
I should have thought you might have simplified matters and obviated that by keeping the boy when you had him here, said the Major. We could easily have found a place to put him up for the night.
Thanks very much, but I wouldn't interrupt the course of his studies for the world, replied Cleek. I've found an old chap, an ex-schoolmaster, down on his luck and glad for the chance to turn an honest penny, who takes him on every night from 8 to 10, and the young monkey is so eager and is absorbing knowledge at such a rate that he positively amazes me. But now, really, it must be good night. The boy will be waiting, and I must hear his lessons before I go to bed.
Not surely when you are so tired as you say.
Never too tired for that, Major. It makes me sleep better and sounder to know that the lad's getting on, and that I've cheated the devil in just one more instance. Good night, and good luck to you. It's a bully old world after all, isn't it, Major? Then laughed, and shook hands with him, and fared forth into the starlight, whistling. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew.
Chapter 30. Who feeds on hope alone makes but a sorry banquet, and for the next few weeks hope was all, or nearly all, that came Cleek's way. For some unexplained reason, Miss Lorne's letters, never very frequent and always very brief, had of late been gradually growing briefer, as if written in haste and from a mere sense of duty, and at odd moments snatched from the call of more absorbing things. And finally there came a dropping off altogether, and a week that brought no message from her at all. The old restlessness, the almost outlived sense of personal injury and rebellion against circumstances, took hold of Cleek again when that time came, and the soul of him drank deep of the waters of bitterness. So then, it was all to be in vain, was it, this long struggle with the devil of circumstances, this long striving for a goal? And after all, "Thou shalt not enter" was to be written over the gateway of his ambition. He had been lifted only to be dropped again, redeemed only to let him see how vain it was for the leopard, even though he achieved the impossible and changed his spots, to be other than a leopard always. How impossible it was for a man to override the decrees of nature or evade the edicts of Providence. That was what it meant, eh? To a nature such as his, life was always a picture drawn out of perspective. There was never any middle distance, never any proper gradation. It was always either the highest heights or the lowest depths, the glare of fierce light or the black of deepest darkness. He could not plod. He must either fly or fall, either loll at the gates of paradise or groan in the depths of hell. And the failure of Ailsa Lorne's letters sent him to the darkest and most hopeless corner of it. Not that he blamed her wholly, but that he blamed that fate which had so persistently dogged him from childhood on. For now that the letters had ceased altogether, he recalled things which otherwise would have been forgotten, and his sense of proportion being distorted, made mountains out of sand dunes. In one of those letters, he recollected, she had spoken of meeting unexpectedly an old friend whom she had not seen since the days of his boyhood. In another, she had casually remarked, "I met Captain Morford again today, and we spent a very pleasant half-hour together." And in a third had written, "The captain promised to call and take tea today, but didn't. I rather fancy he divines the fact that Lady Chepstow does not care for him. Indeed, she dislikes him immensely. Why, I wonder? Personally, I think him exceedingly pleasant, and there are things in his character for which I have the deepest respect and admiration." And out of these trifling circumstances, lo, the darkest corner that darkest hell contained. So that was how it was to end, was it? That was the card which fate had all along kept up her sleeve, while she stood off laughing at his endeavours, his hopes, his struggles against the inevitable. In the end, another man was to appear, another man was to win her, and the dream was to turn out nothing more than a dream after all. Once again the voices of the wild called out to the caged wolf. Once again the old things beckoned, and the new things lost their savour, and the devil said, as before, "What is the use? What is the use?" And the savage cried out to be stripped and flung back into the wilderness as God made him,
and called and called and called for an end to the things that stank in his nostrils and for the fierce companionship of his kind. And but that time had staled these things a little and blunted the keen edge of them so that they could not endure for long, and there was Dollops and the lessons and Dollops' future to recollect, the wolf and the savage and the devil might not have hungered in vain. Followed a period of intense depression, when all things seemed to lose their savour, and when Narkom, amazed, said to himself that the man had come to the end of his usefulness, and had lost every attribute of the successful criminologist. For the next 3 cases he brought him, Cleek botched in a manner that would have disgraced the merest tyro. 2 he failed utterly to solve, although the solutions were eventually worked out by the ordinary forces of the yard, and in the 3rd he let his man get away under his very nose and convey government secrets to a foreign power. It was but natural that these 3 dismal failures should find their way to the newspapers, and that in the hysterical condition of modern journalism they should be flung out to the world at large with all the ostentation of leaded type and panicky scareheads, and that learned editors should discourse knowingly of the limitations of mentality, and the well-authenticated cases of the sudden warping of abnormal intelligences resulting in the startling termination of amazing careers, or snivel dismally over the complete collapse of that imaginative power which hitherto had been this detective's greatest asset, and which now, on the principle that however deep a well may be, if a force pump be put into it, it must sometime suck gravel, seemed to have come to its end. These things, when Cleek heard of them, affected him not at all. He seemed not to care whether his career was ended or not, whether the world praised or censured. Neither his pride nor his vanity was stirred even to the very smallest degree. But Narkom, loyal still, took these gloomy prophecies and editorial vapourings much to heart, and strove valiantly to confound the man's detractors and to put the spur to the man himself. He would not believe that the end had come, that his mental powers had run suddenly against a dead wall beyond which there was no possibility of proceeding. Something was weighing upon his mind and damping his spirits, that was all. And it must be the business of those who were his friends to take steps to discover what that something was, and, if possible, to eliminate it. He therefore sought out Dollops, and held secret conclave with him. And Dollops dolefully epitomised the difficulty thus.
"A skirt, that's what's at the bottom of it, sir. No letter at all these 10 days past. She's chucked him, I'm afraid."
And with this brief preface told all that he was able to tell, which, after all, was not much. He could only explain about the letter that used to come off and on in the other days, and which brought such a flow of high spirits to the man for whom it was intended. He could only say that it was addressed in a woman's hand, and bore always the one postmark. And when Narkom heard what that postmark was, and recollected where Lady Chepstow's country seat lay, and who was with her, he puckered up his lips as if he were about to whistle, and made 2 slim arches with his uplifted eyebrows.
"Sir, if only you could sneak off and run down there without his knowing of it. It wouldn't do to write a letter, Mr. Narkom. He'd be on to that before you could turn round, sir," the boy ventured hopefully. "But if only you could run down there and give her a tip what she's a-doing of, and what she's a-chucking away, what a man she's a-throwing down. Maybe, sir, maybe."
"Yes, maybe," agreed the superintendent after a moment's reflection. "At any rate, it's worth a trial. and went forthwith. Not that it was a prudent thing to do, not that it is wise for any man at any time to interfere, even with the best intentions, with the course of another man's love affairs, and finally, not that it was at all necessary or had any influence whatsoever upon the events which succeeded the step. Indeed, he might have spared himself the trouble, for he had barely covered a fifth of the distance when the country post was delivered in London, and Cleek, rocketing up in one sweep from the pit to the gateway, stood laughing huskily with a letter from Ailsa in his hand. He ripped off the envelope and read it greedily.
"Dear friend," she wrote, "I cannot imagine what you must think of my silence, but whatsoever you do think cannot be half so terrible as the actual cause of it. I have been in close touch with misery and death, with things so appalling that heart and mind have had room to hold nothing else. Indeed, I am still so horribly nervous and upset that I scarcely know how to think coherently, much less write. I can only remember that you once said that if ever I needed your help, I was to ask. And, oh, Mr. Cleek, I need it very, very much indeed now. Not for myself, let me find time to add that, but for a dear, dear friend, the friend I have so often written about, Captain Morford, who is involved in an affair of the most distressing and mysterious character, and whose only hope lies, I feel, in you. Will you come to the rescue for my sake? That is what I am asking. Let me say, however, that there is no possibility of a reward, for the captain is in no position to offer one. But I seem to feel that that will not weigh with you. Neither can I ask you to call at the house, for, as I have already told you, Lady Chepstow does not care for the captain, and under those circumstances it would be embarrassing to ask him there to meet you. So then, if no other case intervenes, and you really can grant me this great favour, will you be in the neighbourhood of the lich gate of Lintonhurst Old Church at 9 o'clock in the morning of Thursday? You will win the everlasting gratitude of your sincere friend, Ailsa Lorne.
Would he be there? He laughed aloud as he put the question to himself. A Bradshaw was on his table. He caught it up, found that there was a train that could be caught in 35 minutes' time, and clapped on his hat and caught it. That night he slept at the Inn of the Three Desires, which, as you may possibly know, lies but a gunshot beyond the boundary wall of the glebe of Lintonhurst Old Church. Slept with an alarm clock at his head, and every servant at the inn, from the boots to the barmaid, tipped a shilling to see that he did not oversleep himself. He was up before any of them, however, up and out into the pearl dusk of the morning, before ever the alarm clock shrilled its first note, or the sun's sheen slid lower than the spurs of the weathercock on the spire of Lintonhurst Old Church. And twice he had walked past the big gates, and looked up the still avenue to the windows of the huge house whose roof covered her, before Lintonhurst Old Church spoke up through the dawn hush, and told the parish it was 4:30 o'clock. By 5 he had found a pool cupped in the beech woods with mallows and marsh marigolds, and a screen of green things all round it, and a tent of blue sky over the sun-touched tree-tops, and had stripped and splashed into it, and set all the birds to flight with the harsher song of human things. By 7 he was back at the Three Desires. By 8 he had shaved and changed and breakfasted, and was out again in the fields and the leafy lanes. And by 9 he was at the lich gate of the church. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, The Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 31. She was there already, sitting far back at the end of one of the narrow wooden side benches, with the shadow of the gate's moss-grown roof and of the big cypress above it partly screening her, her shrinking position evincing a desire to escape general observation as clearly as her pale face and nervously drumming hand betrayed a state of extreme agitation. She rose as Cleek lifted the latch and came in, and advanced to meet him with both hands outstretched in greeting, and a rich colour staining all her face.
"I knew that you would come. I was as certain of it as I am now this minute," she said, with a little embarrassed laugh, then dropped her eyes and said no more, for he had taken those two hands in his, and was holding them tightly, and looking at her with an expression that was half a reproach and half a caress.
"I am glad you did not doubt," he said, with an odd, wistful little smile. "It is good to know one's friends have faith in one, Miss Lorne. I had almost come to believe that you had forgotten me."
"Because I did not write. Oh, but I could not. Indeed, I could not. I have been spending days and nights in a house of mourning. Lady Chepstow gave me leave of absence, and my heart was so full I did not write even to her. I have been trying to soothe and to comfort a distracted girl, a half-crazed old man, a bereft and horribly smitten family. I have been doing all in my power to put hope and courage into the heart of a despairing and most unhappy lover."
"Meaning Captain Morford?"
"Yes, he has been almost beside himself. And since this last blow fell, oh, I had been so sure that it would not, that between us all we would manage to avert it. Yet in spite of everything it did fall. It did. And if I live to be 100, I shall never forget it."
"Calm yourself, Miss Lorne. You are shaking like a leaf. Try to tell me plainly what it is that has happened, what the danger is that threatens this, Captain Morford."
"Oh, nothing threatens him personally," she replied. "He says he could stand it better if it were only that, and I believe him, I truly do. The thing that nearly drives him out of his mind is the thought that one day she, the girl he loves, the girl he is to marry, the girl for whose dear sake he stands ready to give up so much, the thought that one day her turn will come, that one day she, too, will be stricken down as mother and brothers have been, is almost driving him frantic."
"Mother and brothers? Brothers?" Cleek looked up sharply, and there was a curious break in his voice, a yet more curious brightening of his eyes. "Miss Lorne, am I to understand that this Captain Morford is engaged to a girl who has brothers?"
"Yes, that is, no. She has brothers no longer. There is only one left living now, Mr. Cleek, only one. Ah, think of it! Of that whole family of 6 persons, but 3 are left. Miriam, Flora, and Ronald."
"Miriam, Flora, and... Miss Lorne, will you tell me, please, the name of the lady to whom Captain Morford is engaged?"
"Why, Miriam Comstock, of course. Did I forget to mention it?"
"I think so," said Cleek, and shook out a little jerky laugh, and stood looking at her foolishly, not quite knowing what to do with his feet and hands. But suddenly, "Oh, come, let's have the case, let's have it at once," he broke out impetuously. "Tell me what it is, what I'm to do for this Captain Morford, and I'll do it if mortal man can."
"And no mortal man can if you cannot. I've faith enough in you for that," she began, then stopped short and sucked in her breath and crept back to the extreme end of the lich gate,
and stood shaking and very pale. Someone had come suddenly round the angle of the church and was moving up the road that ran past a gate.
"Please, no, let me get away as quickly as possible,"
she said in a swift whisper, as Cleek, startled by the change in her, made an eager step forward.
"It is known that I have been with them, the Comstocks, and it is all so mysterious and awful. Oh, who can tell whose hand it may be, who may be spying, or what? It is best that I should give no hint that assistance has been asked for. Best that nobody should see me talking with you. Mr. Narkom says that it is."
Mr. Narkom?
"Yes. He was in the neighbourhood accidentally. He called last night. I told him, and he was glad that I had sent for you. He is over there on the other side of the churchyard. Oh, please, will you go to him? Captain Morford is within easy call, and has agreed to come when he is wanted. Do go quickly, Mr. Cleek. There's someone coming up the road, and I am horribly frightened."
"But why? It is merely a farm labourer," said Cleek, glancing through the open side of the lich gate and down the road. "You can see that for yourself."
"Yes, but who knows? Who can tell? There is no clue to the actual person, and he is so cunning, so crafty. Oh, please, will you go? Afterward, if you like, we can meet here again. Today I'm too frightened to stay."
He saw that she was in a state of extreme nervous terror, that it would be cruel to subject her to any further suffering, and without one more word walked past her into the churchyard, and made his way over the green ridge that rose immediately behind the building, and down the slope beyond until he came to the extreme other side. And there, in the shade of a thickly grown spinney, he found Mr. Maverick Narkom, sitting with his back against a beech tree, smoking a nerve-soothing cigar and expectantly awaiting him.
"My dear fellow, I never was so glad,"
he said, tossing away his smoke and jumping up as Cleek appeared.
"Happy coincidence, my motoring down here, eh, what? Wife in these parts visiting. Rum, my turning up just after Miss Lorne had written you, and at a time when we both are needed, wasn't it?"
"Very," said Cleek, pulling out a cigarette and stretching himself full length upon the ground. "Would as soon have expected to run foul of a specimen of the great auk endeavouring to rear a family in the neighbourhood of Trafalgar Square. Well, what's it now, Mr. Narkom? I'm told you know the details. A match, please, if you have one. Thanks very much. Now then, let's have the facts. What sort of a case is it?"
"The knottiest in all my experience. The strangest that even you have ever handled,"
replied the superintendent impressively.
"It's a murder. 3 murders, in fact, with a possible 4th, and a 5th in the near future if the diabolical rascal who is at the bottom of it isn't pulled up sharp and his amazing modus operandi discovered. The case will interest you, my dear chap. It is so startlingly original in its methods of procedure, so complex, so weird, and so appallingly mysterious. Conceive, if you can, my dear fellow, an individual so supernaturally cunning that he not only kills without a trace, but kills in the presence of watchers. Kills whilst the victim is in the very arms of those watchers, and yet escapes unseen, unknown, without a clue to tell when, where, or how he entered the room or left it, when, where, or how he struck the blow, or why, yet did strike it, despite the sleepless vigil of a man who not only sat up all night with the victim, but held him in his arms to be sure that nobody could get at him, nobody so much as approach him without his guardian's knowledge."
Cleek twitched round sharply and sat up, leaning upon his elbow and looking at Narkom as though he doubted his sanity.
"Let me have that again,"
he said in sharp, crisp tones. "A man killed whilst another man held him in his arms, and watched over him, and yet the other man saw nothing of the murderer. Is that what you said?" "That's it precisely. Only I must tell you that in the instance when the victim was held in the arms of the person watching him, it was not a man that was killed, but a boy. There had been a man killed, however, 4 weeks previously in the same house, in the same mysterious manner, and by the same unknown agency. A month earlier a woman, too, had been done to death there in the same way. The man was the brother of that boy, and the woman was the mother of both." Cleek moved so quickly that he might fairly have been said to flash from a sitting to a standing position, and then began to feel round in his pockets for his cigarette case with a nervous sort of haste, which Narkom knew and understood. "Ah," he said in a tone of satisfaction, "I thought the case would interest you. You've been down in the dumps lately and needed something to buck you up a bit. I told Captain Morford that this would be sure to do it. Heard of him, haven't you? Extremely nice chap. Home on leave from Bombay. Only recently got his captaincy. Grandson and heir to that fine old snob Sir Gilbert Morford, who's known everywhere as the titled Teapot. You know, Morford and Morford's unrivalled tea. Knighted for something or other, the Lord knows what or why, and puts on more side over his tin plate title than royalty itself. The captain is a decent sort, however. He'll give you the full particulars of this astounding case. Wait a bit, I'll call him," pausing a moment to put the first 2 fingers of each hand into his mouth and blow out a shrill, ear-splitting whistle. "That'll fetch him. He'll be here before you can say Jack Robinson." He wasn't, of course, but you couldn't have said it 100 times before he was, or at least before Cleek, startled by a rustling of the boughs, glanced round and saw a tall, fairish young man who had no more the appearance of a soldier than a currant has of a gooseberry. He looked more like a bank clerk than anything else that Cleek could think of at the minute, and a none too prepossessing bank clerk at that, for nature had not been any too lavish of her gifts as regards personal attractiveness, seeming to prefer to make up for her miserliness in the bestowal of good looks by an absolute prodigality in the gifts of ears. Ears as big as an oyster shell, and so prominent that they seemed even larger than they were, and that is saying a great deal. Still, unprepossessing as the man was, there was a certain charm of manner about him and a certain attractiveness in his voice, Cleek discovered, when he was introduced to him and found himself being sized up, so to speak, by a pair of keen grey eyes. "Now, let us have the details of the case, if you please, Captain," said Cleek, coming to the point of the interview with as little beating about the bush as possible. "Mr. Narkom has given me a vague idea of the nature of it, but I want something more than that, of course. I am told that 3 persons in one family have been done to death in a most mysterious manner, and without any clue to the assassin or his motive. Indeed, that the hand which strikes even in the presence of others, yet remains unknown and invisible. Frankly, I never heard of but one instance which at all resembles this, or— No, Mr. Narkom, it is nothing that ever came your way, no affair that has happened since you and I first met, sir. It was a long time ago, 8 or 10 years to be exact, and a good many miles from England. The cases were somewhat similar, judging from the scanty outline you have given me, and— What's that? No, the criminal was never apprehended. He got away, and his methods were never generally known.
Even if they had been, they were not those which any desperado might have emulated, any tyro practised. They required a certain knowledge of anatomy, chemical action, even surgery. I don't believe that 10 people in the world knew about the thing at that time. I stumbled upon what I believed was the solution of the mystery whilst I was taking a course of chemistry for the purpose of demonstrating the possibility of manufacturing precious stones of a size and weight to make them a profitable, speculation. The science in medicine was not so advanced in those days as it is now, and when I ventured to suggest to certain doctors what I believed to have been the cause of the mysterious deaths and the modus operandi of the murderer, I simply got laughed at for my pains. I felt pretty certain of my facts, however, and pretty certain of the man who was guilty. Pardon? No, not alive now. That fellow had his brains blown out in a barroom brawl before I left New Zealand."
"New Zealand?"
struck in Captain Morford agitatedly.
"I say, that's a rum go, isn't it, Mr. Narkom? New Zealand is where the Comstocks come from, or rather the father and mother did."
"By Jove, Cleek, that looks suspicious, old chap," chimed in Narkom. "Don't think, do you, that there can possibly be any connection between the two cases? In other words, that that fellow you suspected in New Zealand didn't really die after all?"
"Shortly, the chemist. Not a doubt about his death, Mr. Narkom. I was in the barroom when he was killed. 3 bullets went through his head, and he was as dead as Napoleon Bonaparte by the time he struck the floor. The methods may be the same, but not the man. There is not the ghost of possibility of there being any connection between the two. But let us give the captain a chance to explain the case. When, where, and how did these mysterious murders begin, Captain, if you please?"
"At Lilac Lodge, over Windsor way,"
replied the captain, trying to answer all 3 questions at once.
"They started about a week after the Comstocks went to live there, and the thing was so appalling, the place seemed so certainly under a curse, that although he had paid a good round sum for it, and had spent a pot of money having the house decorated, and the garden laid out just as Miriam and her mother fancied it, Miriam is Miss Comstock, my fiancée, Mr. Cleek, nothing would induce Mr. Harmstead to stop in it another hour after the second murder occurred."
"Mr. Harmstead? Who is Mr. Harmstead, Captain?"
"The late Mrs. Comstock's bachelor uncle, a very rich old chap who was once a sheep farmer in New Zealand and afterwards in Australia. Mrs. Comstock hadn't seen him since she was a very little girl, until he came to England some few months ago to settle down and to take care of her children and her."
"How did it happen that she hadn't seen him in all that time? I take it there must have been some good reason, Captain."
"Yes, rather. You see, it was like this. The Harmsteads, Mrs. Comstock was a Harmstead by birth, and Uncle Phil was her father's only brother. The Harmsteads had never been well to do as a family. Indeed, none of them but dear old Uncle Phil ever had £100 they could call their own, so when Miss Harmstead's father died, which was about 8 months after his brother left New Zealand and went to Australia, she married a young joiner and cabinet maker, George Comstock, to whom she had long been engaged, and a few weeks later, fancying there would be a better chance for advancement in his trade in England than out there, Mr. Comstock sold out what few belongings he had in the world and brought his wife over here."
"Oh, I see. Then of course she had no opportunity of seeing her uncle until he came here."
"No, not a ghost of one. She corresponded with him for a time, however, wrote him after the first child was born, and christened Philip in honour of him. In those days it used to take 6 months to get a letter to Australia, and another 6 to get word back,
So the baby was more than a year old when Uncle Phil wrote that if he didn't marry in the meantime and have a son of his own, which was very unlikely, he would make young Phil his heir, and come out after him too one of these fine days. One moment. Was the person you allude to as young Phil one of the sons that was murdered? Yes, he was the first victim, poor chap. Oh, I see, said Cleek. I see. So there is money in the background, eh? Well, go on. What next? Hear any more from Uncle Phil after that? Oh, yes, for a long time. Miriam and Flora were born, and word of their arrival in the world was sent out to him before the final letter for years and years reached them. In that letter he wrote that he was doing better and better every year, and getting so rich that he didn't have time to do anything but just stop where he was and gather in the shekels. There'd be enough for all when he did come, however, and he was altering his will so that in case anything should happen to young Phil, which God forbid, he wrote, the girls would come next, and so on to all the heirs of his niece. After that letter years went by, and never another one. They, thinking that he had married after all, for in his last letter he had spoken of a young widow who had lately been engaged to fill the post of housekeeper at his ranch, gave up all hope when, after 3 times writing, no reply came, and finally desisted entirely. He says, however, that it was just the other way about, that he did write, wrote 6 or 7 times, but could get no reply. And as he afterwards found the housekeeper in question a designing and deceitful person, and shipped her off about her business, he makes no doubt that she received and destroyed Mrs. Comstock's letter to him, and burnt his to her, hoping, no doubt, to inveigle him into marrying her. Quite likely if she were a designing woman, commented Cleek. But go on, please. What next? Oh, years of hardship, during which Mr. Comstock died, and his widow had to earn their own living unaided. Young Phil got a post as bookkeeper, Flora taught music and painting, Mrs. Comstock did needlework, and Miriam became a governess in the family of a distant connection of my grandfather, Sir Gilbert Morford. That's where and how I met her, Mr. Cleek, and, well, that's another story, his cheeks reddening and a flash of fire coming into his eyes. My grandfather says he will chuck me out neck and crop if I marry her. But it does not matter. I will. Yes, you will, if the cut of that chin stands for anything, commented Cleek. Well, to get on. The Comstocks were down in the deeps, and no hope of hearing any more from Australia and Uncle Phil, eh? What next? Why, all of a sudden he dropped in on them, bless his bully old heart, and then goodbye to hard times and any more struggling for them. He'd been in England searching for them for 7 months before he found them, but when he did find them, there was a time. Inside of 10 hours the whole world was changed for them. Made the boys and the girls give up their positions and come home to live with him and their mother. Poured money out by the handful, bought Lilac Lodge and fitted it up like a little palace. Dressed his niece and her daughters like queens, and settled down with them to what seemed about to be a life of glorious and luxurious ease. And in the midst of all this peace and plenty, brightness and hope, the first blow fell. Mrs. Comstock, going to bed at night in perfect health, was found in the morning stone dead. Of course, as no doctor could give a death certificate when none had been in attendance upon her, the law stepped in, the coroner held an inquest, an autopsy was decided upon, and the result of it was a deeper and more amazing mystery than ever. She had died, but from what?
Every organ was found to be in a thoroughly healthy condition. The heart was sound, the lungs betrayed no sign of an anaesthetic, the blood and kidneys not the faintest trace of poison. Everything about her was perfectly normal. She had not died through drugs. She had not died through strangulation, suffocation, electrical shock, or failure of the heart. She had not been stabbed, she had not been shot, she had not succumbed to any mortal disease, yet there she was, stone dead, slain by something which no one could trace, and for which science could find no name. Narkom opened his lips to speak, but Cleek signalled him to silence, and stood studying the captain from under down-drawn brows, looking and listening, and thoughtfully rubbing his thumb and forefinger up and down his chin. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 32. Of course the family was horribly shocked and upset by this sudden and mysterious interruption to the dream of peace, went on the captain, but nothing was left but to accept the verdict of death from unknown causes, and to believe it the will of God. The body was buried a few days later, and comforting each other as best they could, the sorrowing uncle and heartbroken nieces and nephews settled down to living their lives without the one who had been the sunshine of the home, and whose loss seemed the greatest blow that could have been dealt them. A month passed, and they were just beginning to forget details of the tragedy, when a second and equally mysterious and horrifying one occurred, and the eldest son of the dead woman, Philip, was stricken down precisely as his mother had been, and as his horrified brother, sisters, and uncle now recalled, like her, on the 10th day of the month. Said Cleek reflectively. Rather significant, that. It was, I assume, that circumstance which first suggested the idea of something more than mere chance being at the back of these sudden and mysterious deaths. That and one other circumstance. The condition of the bedclothing, Mr. Cleek, showed that in Philip's case there had been something in the nature of a struggle before he had succumbed to the power which had assailed him. In other words, he had not been, as doubtless the poor mother had, so infinitely inferior in point of strength to the murderer as to be absolutely powerless in the wretch's grip from the very first instant of the attack. He had fought for his life, poor fellow, but it must have been a brief fight, and death itself almost instantaneous. For although the bedclothing was tangled round his feet, in a manner which could only have occurred in a struggle, he did not live long enough to get off the bed itself, or slide so much as one foot to the floor. He died as his mother had died, and the verdict of the doctors and of the coroner's jury was the same, death from unknown causes. Said Cleek again. And were all the symptoms, or rather the absence of symptoms, the same? Precisely. All the organs were discovered to be in a normal condition. The blood was untainted by any suggestion of either mineral or animal poison. The heart was sound, the lungs healthy. There was neither an internal disturbance nor an external wound, unless one could call a wound a very slight swelling upon the left side of the neck. A small thing, not so big as a sixpence. And appearing very much like the inflammation resulting from the bite of a gnat or a spider, Captain? Exactly like it, Mr. Cleek. In fact, The doctors fancied at first that it was the result of his having been bitten by some poisonous insect, and were for accounting for his death that way. But, of course, the entire absence of poison in the blood soon put an end to that idea, so it was certain that whatever he died from, it was not from a bite or a sting of any sort.
Clever chaps, those doctors, commented Cleek with a curious one-sided smile. However, they were quite correct in that I imagine poison, either animal, vegetable or mineral, was not the means of destruction. Still, I should have thought that at this second post-mortem, the likeness of the son's case to that of the mother's would have impelled them to extra vigilance, and resulted in a much more careful searching and minute examination of the viscera. If my theory is correct, I do not suppose they would have found anything in the contents of the thorax or the abdomen. But it is just possible that analysis of the matter removed from the cranial cavity might have revealed a small blood clot in the brain. The captain twitched up his eyebrows and stared at him in open-mouthed amazement.
Of all the... By Jove, you know, this beats me. To think of your guessing that, he said. As a matter of fact, that's precisely what they did do, Mr. Cleek. But as they couldn't arrive at any conclusion, nor trace a probable cause of its origin, they were more in the dark than ever. Selwyn, the local practitioner, was for putting it down as a case of apoplexy on the strength of that small blood clot. But as there was an entire absence of every other symptom of apoplectic conditions, the other doctors scouted the suggestion as preposterous, pointed out the generally healthy state of the brain and of the heart, lungs, arterial walls, etc., as utterly refuting such a theory. And in the end, the verdict on the son was the verdict given on the mother, death from unknown causes, and he was buried as she had been buried, with the secret of the murder undiscovered.
And then what, Captain?
What I have already told you, Mr. Cleek. Nothing under God's heaven would or could persuade Mr. Harmstead to let his nieces and their 2 surviving brothers remain another hour in that house of disaster. He removed them from it instantly, fled the very neighbourhood, hired a house down here at Dalehampton, a dozen miles or so on the other side of the Tor yonder, and carried them there to live. The family now consisted of Miriam and Flora, the 2 girls, Paul, a boy of 13, old Mr. Harmstead's special pride and pet, and Ronald, a little chap of 11. In this new home they hoped and prayed to be free from the horrible visitant who had made the memory of the old one a nightmare to them. But they couldn't forget, Mr. Cleek, what the 10th of each month had taken from them, and grew sick with dread at the steady approach of the 10th of this one.
And as this is the 12th, said Cleek, the day before yesterday was the 10th. Did anything happen?
Yes,
replied the captain, his voice dropping until it was little more than a whisper.
I tried to cheer them. Miss Lorne tried to cheer them. We sat with them, tried to make them think that our presence there would act as a shield and a guard, and tried to think so ourselves. But old Mr. Harmstead took even stronger measures.
Nothing shall touch Paul, nothing that lives and breathes, he said desperately. I'll take him into my room. I'll sit up with him in my arms all night.
And did so? Yes. At 12 o'clock, Miss Lorne, Miss Comstock, and I went in to say good night to him. He was sitting in a deep chair with the boy fast asleep in his arms, sitting and looking all about him with the dumb agony of a trapped mouse. I'll never forget how he clutched the boy to him, nor the cry he gave when the door opened to admit us, the sob of relief when he saw it was only us. His cry and his movement awoke the boy, but he dropped off to sleep again before I left, and was breathing healthily and peacefully. The last look I had at the picture as I went out, Mr. Cleek, the dear old chap was holding his pet in his arms and smiling down into his boyish face. So he was still sitting, Miss Comstock tells me, when she came down this morning.
Look, he said to her. I watched him, I held him. The 10th day is past, and the death didn't get him, my Bonnie.
Then called her to his side and shook the little fellow to awaken him. It was then only that he discovered the truth. The boy was stone dead. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 33.
There, Mr. Cleek, resumed the captain after he could master his emotion. That is the case. That is the riddle I am praying to heaven that you may be able to solve. What the mysterious power is, when, where, or how it got into the room and got at the boy, God alone knows. Mr. Harmstead will swear that he never let the little fellow out of his arms for one solitary instant between the time of our leaving him just after midnight and Miss Comstock's coming in the morning. He admits, however, that twice during that period he fell asleep, but it was only for a few minutes each time, and long years of being constantly alert for possible marauders out there in the wilds of Australia have tended to make his sleep so light that anything heavier than a cat's footfall wakes him on the instant. Yet last night something, man or spirit, came and went, and he neither heard nor saw either sound or shape from midnight until morning. One thing I must tell you, however, which may throw some light upon the movements of the appalling thing. Whereas Mr. Harmstead not only closed but locked both of the 2 windows in the room, and pinned the thick plushette curtains of them together, as Miss Comstock and I saw them pinned when we left the room last night, when those curtains came to be drawn this morning, one of the windows was found to be partly open, and there was a smear of something that looked like grease across the sill and the stone coping beyond.
Of course, commented Cleek enigmatically. Provided my theory is correct, I should have expected that. A thing that comes and goes through windows must at some period leave some mark of its passage. Of course, that particular window opened upon a balcony or something of that sort, didn't it?
No, it is a perfectly unbroken descent from the window-sill to the ground. But there's a big tree close by, and the branches of that brush the pane of glass.
Ah, I see.
All the soap dishes in the house left filled last night and found filled this morning, Captain. Good heavens! I don't know. What on earth can soap dishes have to do with it, man?
Possibly nothing. Possibly a great deal. Particularly if there's found to be a cake of soap in each. But that we can discover later. Now, one word more. Was that same minute swelling, the mark like a gnat's bite, on the neck of the boy's body too? And had it been on that of the mother's as well?
I can't answer either question, Mr. Cleek. I don't remember to have heard about it being remarked in the case of Mrs. Comstock's death, and the murder of little Paul was such a horrible thing, and so upset everybody that none of us thought to look.
An error of judgment, that. However, it is one easily rectified, since the body is not yet interred, said Cleek. Ever read Harvey's Exercitatio Atomica de Motu Sanguinis, Captain? The volume in which William Harvey first gave to the world at large his discovery regarding the circulation of the blood.
Good heavens, no! What would I be doing reading matters of that kind? I'm not a medico, Mr. Cleek, I'm a soldier.
I know. But still, well, I thought it just possible that you might have read the work, or at least heard something regarding the contents of the volume. Men who have a hobby are rather given to writing it and boring other people with discussions and dissertations upon it, and I seem to think that I have heard it said that Sir Gilbert Morford's greatest desire in the time of his youth was to become a medical man. In fact, that he put in 2 or 3 years as a student at St. Bartholomew's, and would have qualified, but that the sudden death of his father compelled him to abandon the hope, and to assume the responsibilities of the head of the house of Morford and Morford, tea importers of Mincing Lane.
Yes, that's quite correct. He bitterly resented the compulsion, the pitchforking of a man out of a profession into the abomination of trade, as he always expresses it. But of course he was obliged to yield, and the dream of his life dropped off into nothing but a dream. But the old love and the old recollection still linger, and although he no longer personally follows either trade or profession, he keeps up his laboratory work, subscribes to every medical journal in Christendom, and if you want to tickle his vanity, or to get on the right side of him, all you have to do is to address him as Doctor. With all due respect to him, he's a bit of a prig, Mr. Cleek, and hates people of no position, people of the lower order, as he always terms them, as the gentleman down under is said to hate holy water.
So that he naturally would move heaven and earth to prevent his grandson and heir from marrying a young woman of that class. I see, supplemented Cleek. The dear gentleman would like the name of Morford to go down to posterity linked to duchesses or earls' daughters, and surrounded by a blaze of glory. Ah, it's a queer world, Captain. There is no bitterer hater of the common herd than the snob who has climbed up from it. The snob and the sneak are closely allied, Captain, and men of that stamp have been known to do some pretty ugly things to uphold their pinchbeck dignity, and to keep the tinsel of the present over the cheap gingerbread of the past.
Good God, man, you don't surely mean to suggest—
Gently, gently, Captain. Your indignation does you credit. But it is never well to have a shot at a rabbit before he's fairly out of the hole, and you are sure that it isn't the ferret you sent in after him. Anything in the way of a conveyance handy, Mr. Narkom?
Yes, the limousine. I came down in it yesterday. It's over at the Rose and Crown.
Good. Then perhaps Captain Morford will meet us there in a half-hour's time. Meanwhile, I've got a few things to throw into my kit bag, and as that's over at the Three Desires, perhaps you won't mind coming along and giving me a hand. Then we'll run over to that house at Dalehampton and have a look at the body of that poor little shaver as expeditiously as possible. Will you come?
Yes, certainly,
said Narkom, and having given a few necessary directions to the captain, walked on and followed Cleek. He knew very well the suggestion that he should do so was merely an excuse to have a few words with him in private, for no man would be likely to need another man's assistance in simply putting a few things into a bag, and he was rather puzzled to account for Cleek's desire to say anything to him which the captain was not to hear. However, he kept his curiosity in check and his tongue behind his teeth until they were on the other side of the lich gate and in the road leading to the Three Desires.
"There's something you want to say to me, isn't there?" he inquired. "Something you want attended to on the quiet?"
"Yes," admitted Cleek tersely. "There's a public telephone station a mile or two on the other side of this place. I saw it this morning when I was out tramping. Slip off down there, ring up the head of the Dalehampton Constabulary, and tell him to have a man at the house ready to pop up when wanted. I'll be long enough over my supposed packing to cover the time of your going and returning without the captain's knowledge."
Without? Good heaven, my dear Cleek, you were serious then? You meant it? You really believe that suspicion points to Sir Gilbert Morford?
"Not any more than it points to Sir Gilbert Morford's grandson, Mr. Narkom."
Good Lord! To him? To that boy? Why, man alive, what possible motive could he have for bringing grief and anguish to Miss Comstock when he's willing to give up a fortune to marry her?
"Ah, but don't forget that another fortune descends to all the heirs, male and female alike, of the late Mrs. Comstock, Mr. Narkom, and that if the captain's fiancée becomes in course of time the only surviving child of that unfortunate lady, the captain's sacrifice will not be such an overpowering hardship for him after all."
Great Scott! I never thought of that before, Cleek. Never.
"Didn't you? Well, don't think too much of it now that you have, for circumstantial evidence is tricky and treacherous, and he mayn't be the man after all."
Mayn't be? What a beggar you are for damping a man's ardour after you've fanned it up to the blazing point. Any light in the darkness, old chap? Any idea of what and how?
"Yes," said Cleek quietly. "If there's a mark on that poor little shaver's neck, Mr. Narkom, I shall know the means. And if there's soap on the window-sill, I shall know the man." And then, having reached the doorway of the inn, he dived into it and went up the staircase 2 steps at a time. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 34. The little house at Dalehampton was something more than a mere house of grief, they found, when the long drive came to an end and Cleek and his 2 companions entered it. For the very spirit of desolation and despair seemed to have taken up its abode there, and like an incarnate woe, Miss Comstock paced through the hush and darkness, hour in and hour out, as she had been doing since daybreak. "My darling, you mustn't, you really mustn't, dear. You'll lose your mind if you brood over the thing like this," said the captain, flying to her the very instant they arrived, and disregarding the presence of his 2 companions, caught her in his arms and kissed her. "Miriam, dearest, don't. It breaks my heart. I know it's awful, but do try to have strength and hope. I'm sure we shall get to the bottom of the thing now. Sure that there will be no more, that this is truly the end. These gentlemen are from Scotland Yard, dearest, and they say it surely will be." "Heaven knows I hope so," replied Miss Comstock, acknowledging the introduction to Cleek and Narkom by a gentle inclination of the head. "But indeed I can't hope, Jim. Indeed I cannot, gentlemen. The 10th of next month will take its toll, as the 10th of this one has done. I feel persuaded that it will. Who can fight a thing unseen and unknown?" Her grief was so great, her despair so hopeless, that Cleek forbore attempting to assuage either by any words of sympathy or promise.
He seemed to feel that hers was an anguish upon which even the kindliest words must fall only as an intrusion. And the heart of the man, that curiously created heart, which at times could be savage even to the point of brutality, and again tender and sympathetic as any woman's, went out to her in one great surge of human feeling. And 2 minutes later, when all the law's grim business of inquiry and inquest had been carried out by Narkom, and she, in obedience to his expressed desire, led them to the room where the dead boy lay, that wave of sympathetic feeling broke over his soul again. For the gentle opening of the door had shown him a small, dimly lit room, a kneeling figure, bent of back and bowed of head, that leant over a little white bed in a very agony of tearless woe.
He can hardly tear himself away for an instant. He loved him so,
she said in a quavering whisper to Cleek.
Must we disturb him? It seems almost cruel.
I know it, he whispered back, but the place must be searched in quest of possible clues, Miss Comstock. The little boy, too, must be examined, and it would be crueler still if he were to stay and see things like that. Lead him out if you can. It will be for a few minutes only. Tell him so. Tell him he can come back then.
And turned his face away from that woeful picture as she went over and spoke to the sorrowing old man.
Uncle,
she said softly.
Uncle Phil, you must come away for a little time, dear. It is necessary.
Oh, I can't, Mirry. I can't, lovey dear,
he answered without lifting his head or loosening his folded hands. My Bonnie that I loved so well. Ah, let me have him while I may, Mirry. They'll take him from me soon enough, my bonny boy.
But, dearest, you must. The law has stepped in. Gentlemen from Scotland Yard, I hear. Jim has brought them. They must have the room for a little time. There's the window to be examined, you know. And if they can find out anything, I'll give 'em the half of all I have in the world,
broke in the old man with a little burst of tears.
Tell them that. The half of everything, if they can get at the creature. If they can find out. But,
collapsing suddenly with his elbows on his knees and his face between his hands,
they can't. Nobody can. It kills and kills and kills, and God help us, we shall all go the same way. It will be my turn too sometime soon. I wish it were mine now. I wish it had been mine long ago before I lost my bonny own.
Takes it hard, poor old chap, doesn't he?
whispered Narkom, glancing round and getting something of a shock when he saw that Cleek, who a moment before had appeared to be almost on the verge of tears, was now fumbling in his coat pockets, and with indrawn lips and knotted brows was scowling, absolutely scowling, in the direction where Captain Morford stood, biting his lips and drumming with his fingernails upon the edge of the washstand. But Cleek made no reply. Instead, he walked quickly across to the captain's side, stretched forth his hand, took up a tablet of soap, turned it over, laid it down again, stepped to the window, stepped back, and laid a firm hand on the young man's shoulder. "Captain," he said suddenly in sharp, crisp tones that sounded painfully harsh after the old man's broken cries. "Captain, there's a little game of cards called bluff.
and it's an excellent amusement if you don't get caught at it. We shan't have to go any further with the search for clues in this case, but I think I shall have to ask you, my friend, a few little questions in private, and in the interests of a gentleman called Jack Ketch." This unexpected outburst produced something like a panic. Miss Comstock, hearing the words, cried out, put both hands to her temples as though her head were reeling. Old Mr. Harmstead straightened suddenly and flung a look of blank amazement across the room, and the captain, twitching away from the man who gripped him, went first deathly white and then red as any beet.
"Good God!"
he gulped.
Look here! I say now, what does this mean? What the dickens are you talking about?"
"Bluff, Captain, simply bluff," responded Cleek serenely. "And as I said before, it's a clever little game. Stand where you are. Keep an eye on him, Mr. Narkom. What I've got to say to you, my friend, we'll talk about in private, and after I have assisted Miss Comstock to lead her uncle out of the room." With that he swung away from the captain's side and went over to that of the old man. "Come, Mr. Harmstead, let me help you to rise," he began, then stopped as the old man put up a knotted and twisted hand in supplication and protested agitatedly,
But, sir, I do not want to go. Good heaven, what can you be hinting against that poor dear boy? Surely you cannot mean—"
"That the little game of bluff has worked, Dr. Finch, and you'll never draw a revolver on me," rapped in Cleek, giving him a backward push that carried him to the floor, and in the twinkling of an eye he had pounced upon him like a cat, and was saying, as he snapped the handcuffs upon his wrists, "Got you, you brute beast! Got you tight and fast! Do you remember Hamilton, the medical student in New Zealand 8 years ago? Do you? Well, that's the man you're dealing with now." The man, struggling and kicking, biting and clawing like any other cornered wildcat, flung out a cry of utter despair at this and collapsed suddenly. And in the winking of an eye, Cleek's hands had flashed into the 2 pockets of the dressing gown the fellow was wearing, and flashed out again with a revolver in one and a shining nickel thing in the other. "Got your bark, Doctor, and got your bite as well," he said as he rose to his feet. "You'd have put a bullet through me at the first word, wouldn't you, but for that little bluff of suspecting and arresting another man? Captain, look to Miss Comstock. I think she has fainted. You wanted the murderer of Mrs. Comstock and her children, didn't you? Well, here he is, the rascal."
Good God! Then it's not a mistake? You mean it? Mean it? And Uncle Phil? You accuse Uncle Phil?
"Uncle nothing!" flung back Cleek with a sort of laugh, and hazarding a guess, which afterwards was proved to be the truth. "I'll lay my life, Captain, that when you apply to the Australian authorities you will find that old Mr. Philip Harmstead is in his grave, that he was attended in his last illness by one Dr. Frederick Finch, to whom his fortune would revert in the event of Mrs. Comstock and her children dying. Finch is the fellow's name, isn't it, Doctor, eh?"
Finch? Repeated the captain. Good heaven! Why, that was the name of the woman who was old Mr. Harmstead's housekeeper. You know, the widow I told you about tonight.
"Uh-huh," said Cleek. "That's possibly where the threads join and this little game begins. Or perhaps it may really be said to begin again where Shorty the chemist died, And the celebrated Spofford mystery ended, eh, Doctor? Look here, Captain. Look here, Mr. Narkom. You remember what I told you this morning about that case in New Zealand which so strongly resembled this one? That was the Spofford mystery. Do you remember what I said about hitting upon a theory and offering it to the medical fraternity only to get laughed at for my pains? Well, it was to this man, Dr. Frederick Finch, I advanced that theory. And it was Dr. Frederick Finch who jeered at it, but has now made deadly use of it, the hound. Do you want to know how he killed his victims and what he used? Look at this thing that you saw me take from the pocket of his dressing gown. It is a hypodermic syringe, but there is nothing in it. There never has been anything in it. Air was his poison. Air, his shaft of death. And he killed by injecting it into the veins of his victims. The result of air coming into contact with the circulating blood of a human being is the formation of a blood clot, and death is instantaneous the instant the clot reaches either the brain or the heart. That was his method. But thank God it's done with forever now, and the next 10th day of the month will pass over this stricken family and leave it unscathed. How did I know the man? Said Cleek, answering Narkom's query as they came down the Tor side afoot and forged on in the direction of Lyntonhurst Old Church, whither Captain Morford and the limousine had long ago preceded them, with the low-dropped sun behind them and lengthening shadows streaming on before. Well, as a matter of fact, I never did know him until I actually touched him. I was certain of the method, of course, but the man, no. I got my first suspicion of Uncle Phil when I heard him speak. I knew I had heard that voice somewhere, and I realized that it was much too young a voice for a man who appeared, and must be, if he were the real Uncle Phil, extremely old. But it was only when I saw his hand and the peculiar knotted and twisted little finger that I really knew who he was. What's that? The soap. Well, of course I knew that if, as I suspected, someone in the house was the real culprit, an attempt would be made to make it look as though the criminal entered from without. So naturally the window would be opened and something of some sort would be smeared on the sill. Something that wouldn't blow away and wouldn't wash off in the event of a sudden rainstorm coming up. Soap would do, and soap is always handy in a bedroom. I knew whose hand had made the smear as soon as I looked at the cake of soap in Uncle Phil's room. It was badly rubbed on one side where it had been scraped over the stone coping, and along the outer edge of the sill where... Pardon me, this is the turning. I leave you here. Pick me up at the Inn of the Three Desires in an hour's time, please, and we'll motor back to town together. So long. And swung round into the branching lane and down the green slope, and round under the shadow of Lyntonhurst Old Church to the quiet country road and the lich gate where Ailsa Lorne was waiting. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew. Chapter 35. She was sitting in the very same place she had occupied when first he saw her this morning, with the cypress tree and the roof making shadows above and about her. And now, as then, she rose when she heard the latch click, and came toward him with hands outstretched and eyes aglow,
and little gusts of colour sweeping in rose waves over throat and cheeks.
"Oh, to think that you have solved it! To think that it is the end! And to think that it was he, that dear, kind uncle, of whom they were all so fond," she said. "I could scarcely believe it when Captain Morford brought the news. It made me quite faint for the moment. It was so unexpected, so horrible."
And after all, there was nothing to fear from that farm labourer who frightened you so this morning, you see, he smiled, holding her 2 hands in his, and looking down at her from his greater height. "Yet I find you're crouching back in the shadow as if you were still frightened to be seen. Are you?"
"A little,"
she admitted.
"You see, the road is a public one. People are always passing, and how good it was of you to come all this long distance out of your way. Indeed, I am very, very grateful, Mr. Cleek."
"Thank you," he said gravely, "but you need not be. Indeed, the gratitude should be all on my side. I said I would come if ever you wanted me, and you gave me an opportunity to keep my word. As for it being out of my way to come here, it is but a little distance to the Three Desires, and a long one to Lady Chepstow's place, so it is you, not I, that have gone out of the way. It was good of you to give me this grace. I should have been sorry to go back to town without saying good-bye."
"But need you go so soon?" she asked. "Lady Chepstow will feel slighted, I know, if she hears that you have been in the neighbourhood and have not called. She is a friend, you know, a warm, true friend, always grateful for what you did, always glad to see you. Why not stop on a day or two and call and see her?"
A robin flicked down out of the cypress tree and perched on the gate-top, looked up at Cleek with bright, sharp eyes, flung out a wee little trill, and was off again. "I'm afraid it is out of the question. I'm afraid I'm not so deeply interested in Lady Chepstow as perhaps I ought to be," said Cleek, noticing in a dim subconscious way that the robin had flown on to the church door and perched there and was in full song now. "Besides, she does not know of me what you do. Perhaps if she did— Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Thank you for coming to say good-bye, Miss Lorne. It was kind of you. Now I must emulate poor Jo and move on again."
"And without any reward," said Ailsa with a smile and a sigh. "Without expecting any, without asking any, without wanting any."
He stood a moment, twisting his heel round and round in the gravel of the pathway, and breathing hard, his eyes on the ground and his lips indrawn. Then, of a sudden, "Perhaps I did want one. Perhaps I've always wanted one, and hoped to get it some day, perhaps, from you," he said, and looked up at her as a man looks but once at one woman ever. She had come a step nearer. She was standing there with the shadows behind her and the light on her face, warm colour in her cheeks, and a smile on her lips and in her eyes. She spoke no word, made no sound, merely stood there and smiled. And somehow he seemed to know what the smile of her meant, and what the bird's note said. "Miss Lorne, Ailsa," he said very, very gently, "if some day, when all the wrongs I did in those other days are righted, and all that a man can do on this earth to atone for such a past as mine has been done, if then in that time I come to you and ask for that reward. Do you think, oh, do you think that you can find it in your heart to give it?"
"When that day dawns, come and see," she said, "if you wish to wait so long."
End of chapter 35. Epilogue of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Epilogue. The affair of the man who had been called Hamilton Cleek.
"Note for you, sir. Messenger just fetched it. Addressed to Captain Burbage, so it'll be from the Yard,"
said Dollops, coming into the room with a doughnut in one hand and a square envelope in the other. Cleek, who had been sitting at his writing table with a litter of folded documents, bits of antique jewellery, and what looked like odds and ends of faded ribbon lying before him, swept the whole collection into the table drawer as Dollops spoke, and stretched forth his hand for the letter. It was one of Narkom's characteristic communications, albeit somewhat shorter than those communications usually were, a fact which told Cleek at once that the matter was one of immense importance.
"My dear Cleek," it ran, "for the love of goodness don't let anything tempt you into going out tonight. I shall call about 10. Foreign government affair. Reward simply enormous. Look out for me. Yours in hot haste, Maverick Narkom."
"Be on the lookout for the red limousine," said Cleek, glancing over at Dollops, who stood waiting for orders. "It will be along about 10. That's all. You may go."
"Right you are, Governor. I'll keep my eyes peeled, sir. Lor, I do hope it's something to do with a restaurant or a cook shop this time. I could do with a job of that sort, my word, yes. I'm fair famishing. And begging pardon, but you don't look none too well for yourself this evening, Governor. Ain't et something what's disagreed with you, have you, sir?"
"I? What nonsense. I'm as fit as a fiddle. What could make you think otherwise?"
"Oh, I dunno, sir. Only, well, if you don't mind my saying of it, sir, whenever you gets to unlocking of that drawer and looking at them things you keep in there, whatever they is, you always gets a sort of solemncholy look in the eyes, and you gets white about the gills, and your lips has a pucker to 'em that I don't like to see."
"Tommy rot. Imagination's a splendid thing for a detective to possess, Dollops, but don't let yours run away with you in this fashion, my lad, or you'll never rise above what you are. Toddle along now, and look out for Mr. Narkom's arrival. It's after 9 already, so he'll soon be here."
"Anybody a coming with him, sir?"
"I don't know. He didn't say. Cut along now. I'm busy," said Cleek. Nevertheless, when Dollops had gone, and the door was shut, and he had the room to himself again, and if he really did have any business on hand, there was no reason in the world why he should not have set about it, he remained sitting at the table, and idly drumming upon it with his finger-tips, a deep ridge between his brows, and a far-away expression in his fixed, unwinking eyes. And so he was still sitting when, something like 20 minutes later, the sharp toot-toot of a motor horn sounded. Narkom's note lay on the table close to his elbow. He took it up, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into his waste-basket.
"A foreign government affair,"
he said, with a curious one-sided smile. "A strange coincidence, to be sure." Then, as if obeying an impulse, he opened the drawer, looked at the litter of things he had swept into it, shut it up again and locked it securely, putting the key into his pocket and rising to his feet. 2 minutes later, when Narkom pushed open the door and entered the room, He found Cleek leaning against the edge of the mantelpiece and smoking a cigarette with the air of one whose feet trod always upon rose petals, and who hadn't a thought beyond the affairs of the moment, nor a care for anything but the flavour of Egyptian tobacco.
"Ah, my dear fellow, you can't think what a relief it was to catch you. I had but a moment in which to dash off the note, and I was on thorns with fear that it would miss you. That on a glorious night like this you'd be off for a pull up the river or something of that sort,"
said the superintendent as he bustled in and shook hands with him.
"You are such a beggar for getting off by yourself and mooning."
"Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Narkom, I came within an ace of doing the very thing you speak of," replied Cleek. "It's full moon for one thing, and it's primrose time for another. Happily for your desire to catch me, however, I got interested in the evening paper, and that delayed me."
"Very glad, dear chap, very glad indeed,"
began Narkom. Then, as his eye fell upon the particular evening paper in question, lying on the writing-table, a little crumpled from use, but with a certain displayed headed article of 3 columns length in full view, he turned round and stared at Cleek with an air of awe and mystification.
"My dear fellow, you must be under the guardianship of some uncanny familiar. You surely must, Cleek," he went on. "Do you mean to tell me that is what kept you at home? That you have been reading about the preparations for the forthcoming coronation of King Ulrich of Mauravania?"
"Yes, why not? I'm sure it makes interesting reading, Mr. Narkom. The kingdom of Mauravania has had sufficient ups and downs to inspire a novelist, so its record should certainly interest a mere reader. To be frank, I found the account of the amazing preparations for the coronation of His New Majesty distinctly entertaining. They are an excitable and spectacular people, those Mauravanians, and this time they seem bent upon outdoing themselves."
"But, my dear Cleek, that you should have chosen to stop at home and read about that particular affair. Bless my soul, man, it's amazing, abnormal, uncanny, positively uncanny, Cleek."
"My dear Narkom, I don't see where the uncanny element comes in, I must confess," replied Cleek with an indulgent smile. "Surely an Englishman must always feel a certain amount of interest in Mauravanian affairs. Have the goodness to remember that there should be an Englishman upon that particular throne. Aye, and there would be too, but for one of those moments of weak-backed policy, of a desire upon the part of the old woman element which sometimes prevails in English politics to keep friendly relations with other powers at any cost. Brush up your history, Mr. Narkom, and give your memory a fillip. 38 years ago Queen Karma of Mauravania had an English consort, and bore him 2 daughters and 1 son. You will perhaps recall the mad rebellion, the idiotic rising which disgraced that reign. That was the time for England to have spoken, but the peace party had it by the throat. They, with their mawkish cry for peace, peace at any price, drowned the voices of men and heroes, and the end was what it was. Queen Karma was deposed, she and her children fled, God knows how, God knows where, fled and left a dead husband and father, slain like a hero and an Englishman, fighting for his own, and with his face to the foe. Avenge his death? Nonsense, declared the old women. He had no right to defy the will of heaven, no right to stir up strife with a friendly people, and expect his countrymen to embroil themselves because of his lust for power. It would be a lasting disgrace to the nation if England allowed a lot of howling, bloodthirsty meddlers to persuade it to interfere. The old women had their way. Queen Karma and her children vanished.
Her uncle Duke Sforza came to the throne as Albertus III, and 8 months ago his son, the present King Ulrich, succeeded him. The father had been a bad king, the son a bad crown prince. Mauravania has paid the price. Let her put up with it. I don't think in the light of these things, Mr. Narkom, there is any wonder that an Englishman finds interest in reading of the affairs of a country over which an Englishman's son might and ought to have ruled. As for me, I have no sympathy, my friend, with Mauravania or her justly punished people.
Still, my dear fellow, that should not count when the reward for taking up this case is so enormous, and I dare say it will not.
Reward? Case? Repeated Cleek. What do you mean by that?
That I am here to enlist your services in the cause of King Ulrich of Mauravania,
replied Narkom impressively.
Something has happened, Cleek, which, if not cleared up before the coronation day, now only 1 month hence, as you must have read, will certainly result in His Majesty's public disgrace, and may result in his overthrow and death. His friend and chief adviser, Count Irma, has come all the way from Mauravania, and is at this moment downstairs in this house to put the case in your hands, and to implore you to help and to save his royal master.
His royal master? The son of a man who drove an Englishman's wife and an Englishman's children into exile, poverty, misery, despair, said Cleek, pulling himself up. I won't take it, Mr. Narkom. If he offers me millions, I'll lift no hand to help or to save Mauravania's king. The response to this came from an unexpected quarter. But to save Mauravania's queen, monsieur, will you do nothing for her? Said an excited and imploring voice. And as Cleek, startled by the interruption, switched round and glanced in the direction of the sound, the half-closed door swung inward, and a figure, muffled to the very eyes, moved over the threshold into the room.
Have pardon, monsieur, I could not but overhear,
went on the newcomer, turning to Narkom.
I should scarcely be worthy of His Majesty's confidence and favour had I remained inactive. I simply had to come up unbidden. Had to, monsieur.
Turning to Cleek.
And so...
His words dropped off suddenly. A puzzled look first expanded and then contracted his eyes, and his lips tightened curiously under the screen of his white military moustache.
Monsieur,
he said, presently putting into words the sense of baffling familiarity which perplexed him.
Monsieur, you then are the great, the astonishing Cleek? You, monsieur? Pardon, but surely I have had the pleasure of meeting monsieur before. No, not here, for I have never been in England until today, but in my own country, in Mauravania. Surely, monsieur, I have seen you there?
On the contrary, said Cleek, speaking the simple truth. I have never set foot in Mauravania in all my life, sir, and as you have overheard my words, you may see that I do not intend to even now. The difficulties of Mauravania's king do not in the least appeal to me.
Ah, but Mauravania's queen, monsieur, Mauravania's queen.
The lady interests me no more than does her royal spouse.
But, monsieur, she really must, if you are honest in what you say, and your sympathies are all with the deposed and exiled ones, the ex-Queen Karma and her children. Surely, monsieur, you who seem to know so well the history of that sad time, cannot be ignorant of what has happened since to her ex-Majesty and her children.
I know only that Queen Karma died in France in extreme poverty, befriended to the last by people of the very humblest birth,
and of not too much respectability. What became of her son I do not know, but her daughters, the two princesses, mere infants at the time, were sent, one to England, where she subsequently died, and the other to Persia, where I believe she remained up to her 9th year, and then went no one seems to know where.
Then, monsieur, let me tell you what became of her. The late King Albertus discovered her whereabouts, and to prevent any possible trouble in the future, imprisoned her in the fort of Sulberga up to the year before his death. 11 months ago she became the Crown Prince Ulrich's wife. She is now his consort, and by saving her, monsieur, you who feel so warmly upon the subject of the rights of her family's succession will be saving her, helping Moravia's queen, and defeating those who are her enemies."
Cleek sucked in his breath, and regarded the man silently, steadily, for a long time. Then, "Is that true, Count?" he asked. "On your word of honour as a soldier and a gentleman, is that true?"
"As true as Holy Writ, monsieur, on my word of honour, on my hopes of heaven."
"Very well, then," said Cleek quietly. "Tell me the case, Count. I'll take it."
"Monsieur, my eternal gratitude. Also the reward is—"
"We will talk about that afterward. Sit down, please, and tell me what you want me to do."
"Oh, monsieur, almost the impossible,"
said the Count despairfully.
"the outwitting of a woman who must in very truth be the devil's own daughter. So subtle, so appalling are the craft and cunning of her. That for one thing. For another, the finding of a paper, which if published, as the woman swears it shall be if her terms are not acceded to, will be the signal for his Majesty's overthrow. And for the third—"
Emotion mastered him. His voice choked up and failed. He deported himself for a moment, like one afraid to let even his own ears hear the things spoken of aloud, then governed his cowardice and went on.
"For the third thing, monsieur,"
he said, lowering his tone until it was almost a whisper,
"the recovery, the restoration to its place of honour before the coronation day arrives, of that fateful gem, Mauravania's pride and glory, the rainbow pearl."
Cleek clamped his jaws together like a bloodhound snapping, and over his hardening face there came a slow creeping, unnatural pallor.
"Has that been lost?"
he said in a low, bleak voice.
"Has he, this precious royal master of yours, this usurper, has he parted with that thing, the wondrous rainbow pearl?"
"Monsieur knows of the gem, then?"
"Know of it? Who does not? Its fame is world-wide. Wars have been fought for it, lives sacrificed for it."
"It is more valuable than England's Koh-i-Noor, and more important to the country and the crown that possess it. The legend runs, does it not, that Mauravania falls when the rainbow pearl passes into alien hands. An absurd belief, to be sure, but who can argue with a superstitious people, or hammer wisdom into the minds of babies? And that has been lost? That gem so dear to Mauravania's people? So important to Mauravania's crown?"
"Yes, monsieur. Ah, the good God help my country, yes,"
said the Count brokenly.
"It has passed from His Majesty's hands. It is no longer among the crown jewels of Mauravania. A Russian has it."
"A Russian?" Cleek's cry was like to nothing so much as the snarl of a wild animal.
A Russian to hold it! A Russian! The sworn enemy of Mauravania, the race most hated of her people. God help your wretched king, Count Irma, if this were known to his subjects. Ah, monsieur, it is what we dread. It is that against which we struggle, replied the Count. If that jewel were missing on the coronation day, if it were known that a Russian holds it, dear God, the populace would rise, monsieur, and tear his Majesty to pieces. He deserves no better, said Cleek through his close-shut teeth. To a Russian, as heaven hears me, but for his queen. Well, let it pass. Tell me, how did this Russian get the jewel, and when? Oh, long ago, monsieur, long ago, many months before King Albertus died. Was it his hand that gave it up? No, monsieur. He died without knowing of its loss, without suspecting that the stone in the royal parure is but a sham and an imitation, replied the Count. It all came of the youth, the recklessness, the folly of the Crown Prince. Monsieur may have heard of his many wild escapades, his thoughtless acts, his call them dissipations, Count, and give them their real name. His acts as Crown Prince were a scandal and a disgrace. To whom did he part with this gem? A woman? Monsieur, yes. It was during the time he was stopping in Paris, incognito to all but a trusted few. He met the woman there, became fascinated with her, bound to her, an abject slave to her. A slave to a Russian? Mauravania's heir and a Russian? Monsieur, he did not know that until afterward. In a mad freak, there was to be a masked ball. He yielded to the lady's persuasions to let her wear the famous rainbow pearl for that one night. He journeyed back to Mauravania and abstracted it from among the royal jewels, putting a mere imitation in its place, so that it should not be missed until he could return the original. Monsieur, he was never able to return it at any time, for once she had got it, the Russian made away with it in some secret manner and refused to give it up. Her price for returning it was his royal father's consent to ennoble her, to receive her at the Mauravanian court, and so to alter the constitution that it would be possible for her to become the Crown Prince's wife. The proposition of an idiot. The thing could not possibly be done. No, monsieur, it could not. So the Crown Prince broke from her, and bent all his energies upon the recovery of the pearl and the keeping of its loss a secret from the king and his people. Bravos, footpads, burglars, all manner of men were employed before he left Paris. The woman's house was broken into, the woman herself waylaid and searched, but nothing came of it, no clue to the lost jewel could be found. Why then did he not appeal to the police? Monsieur, he dared not. In one of his moments of madness, that is... Oh, monsieur, remember his youth. It appears that the woman had got him to put into writing something which, if made public, would cause the people of Mauravania to rise as one man, and to do with him as wolves do with things that are thrown to them in their fury. The dog! Some treaty with a Russian, of course, said Cleek indignantly. Oh, fickle Mauravania, how well you are punished for your treasonable choice. Well, go on, Count. What next? Of a sudden, monsieur, the woman disappeared. Nothing was heard of her, no clue to her whereabouts discovered for 2 whole years. She was as one dead and gone until last week. Uh-huh. She returned, then? Yes, monsieur. Without hint or warning, she turned up in Mauravania, accompanied by a disreputable one-eyed man, who has the manner and appearance of one bred in the gutters of Paris, albeit he is well clothed, well looked after, and she treats him and his wretched collection of parakeets with the utmost consideration."
"Parakeets?"
put in Narkom excitedly.
"My dear Cleek, couldn't a parakeet be made to swallow a pearl?"
"Perhaps, but not this one, Mr. Narkom," he made reply. "It is quite the size of a pigeon's egg, I believe, is it not, Count?" "Yes, monsieur, quite. To see it is to remember it always. It has the changing lights of the rainbow, and— Never mind that. Go on with the story, please. This woman and this one-eyed man appeared last week in Mauravania, you say?" "Yes, monsieur. And with them a bodyguard of at least 10 servants. Her demand now is that His Majesty make her his morganatic wife, that he establish her at the palace under the same roof with his queen, and that she be allowed to ride with them in the state carriage on the coronation day. Failing that, she swears that she will not only publish the contents of that dreadful letter, but send the original to the chief of the Mauravanian police, and appear in public with the rainbow pearl upon her person." "The Jezebel! What steps have you taken, Count, to prevent this?"
"All that I can imagine, monsieur. To prevent her from getting into close touch with the police, I have thrown open my own house to her, and received her and her retinue under my own roof, rather than allow them to be quartered at an hotel. Also, this has given me the opportunity to have her effects and those of her followers secretly searched, but no clue to the letter, no clue to the pearl, has anywhere been discovered."
"Still, she must have both with her, otherwise she could not carry out her threat. No doubt she suspects what motive you had in taking her into your own house, Count. A woman like that is no fool. But tell me, does she show no anxiety, no fear of a search?"
"None, monsieur."
"She knows that my people search her effects. Indeed, she has told me so. But it alarms her not a whit. As she told me 2 days ago, I shall find nothing, but if I did it would be useless, for on the moment anything of hers was touched, her servants would see that the finder never carried it from the house." "Oh?" said Cleek, with a strong rising inflection. "A little searching party of her own, eh? The lady is clever, at all events. The moment either pearl or letter should be removed from its hiding place, her servants would allow nobody to leave the house without being searched to the very skin?"
"Yes, monsieur. So if by any chance you were to discover either—"
"My friend, set your mind at rest," interposed Cleek. "If I find either or both, they will leave the house with me, I promise you. Mr. Narkom," he turned to the superintendent, "keep an eye on Dollops for me, will you? There are reasons why I can't take him, can't take anybody, with me in the working out of this case. I may be a couple of days, or I may be a week. I can't say as yet. But I start with Count Irma for Mauravania in the morning. And, Mr. Narkom?"
"Yes, old chap?"
"Do me a favour, please. Be at Charing Cross Station when the first boat train leaves tomorrow morning, will you? And bring me a small pot of extract of beef. A very small pot, the smallest they make. Not bigger than a shilling nor thicker than one if they make them that size." "What's that?" "Hide the pearl in it? What nonsense! I don't want one half big enough for that. Besides, they'd be sure to find it when they searched me, if I tried any such fool's trick as that. Dollops isn't the only creature in the world that gets hungry, my friend, and beef extract is very sustaining. Very, I assure you, sir." End of the first part of the epilogue.
Part 2 of the Epilogue of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew. Epilogue, Part 2. A beautiful city, Count. An exceedingly beautiful city, said Cleek, as the carriage which had been sent to meet them at the station rolled into the broad Avenue des Arcs, which is at once the widest and most ornate thoroughfare the capital city of Mauravania boasts. Ah, what a heritage! No wonder King Ulrich is so anxious to retain his sovereignty. No wonder this, Madame Tcharnovetsky, I think you said the name is.
Yes, monsieur. It is oddly spelled, but it is pronounced a little broader than you give it, quite as though it were written Tcharnovetsky, in fact, with the accent on the third syllable.
Ah, yes, thanks very much. No wonder she is anxious to become a power here. Mauravania is a fairyland in very truth, and this beautiful avenue with its arches, its splendid trees, its sculpture, its... Ah, cocher! Pull up at once. Stop, if you please, stop. Oui, monsieur, replied the driver, reining in his horses and glancing round. 10,000 pardons, monsieur. There is something amiss? Yes, very much amiss from the dog's point of view, replied Cleek, indicating by a wave of the hand a mongrel puppy which crouched, forlorn and hungry, in the shadow of an imposing building. He should be a socialist among dogs, that little fellow, Count. The mere accident of birth has made him what he is, and that poodled monstrosity the lady yonder is leading, the pet and pride of a thoughtless mistress. I want that little canine outcast, Count, and with your permission I will appropriate him and give him his first carriage ride. With that he stepped down from the vehicle, whistled the cur to him, and taking it up in his arms, returned with it to his seat.
Monsieur, you are to me the most astonishing of men, said the Count, noticing how he patted the puppy and settled it in his lap as the carriage resumed its even rolling down the broad, beautiful avenue. One moment upholding the rights of birth, the next rebelling against the injustice of it. Are your sympathies with the unfortunate so keen, monsieur, that even this stray cur may claim them?
Perhaps, replied Cleek enigmatically. You must wait and see, Count. Just now I pity him for his forlornity. Tomorrow, next day, a week hence, I may hold it a better course to put an end to his hopeless lot by chloroforming him into a painless and peaceful death.
Monsieur, I cannot follow you. You speak in riddles.
I deal in riddles, Count. You must wait for the solution of them, I'm afraid.
I wish I could grasp the solution of one which puzzles me a great deal, monsieur. What is it that has happened to your countenance? You have done nothing to put on a disguise, yet since we left the train and entered the landau, some subtle change has occurred. What is it? How has it come about? The night before last, when I saw you for the first time, your face was one that impressed me with a sense of familiarity. Now, monsieur, you are like a different man.
I am a different man, Count. Like Puppy here, I am a waif and a stray. Yet at the same time I have my purpose, and am part of a carefully laid scheme. The Count made no reply. He could not comprehend the man at all, and at times, but for the world-wide reputation of him, he would have believed him insane. Not a question as to the great and important case he was on, but merely incomprehensible remarks, trifling fancies,
apparently aimless whims. 2 nights ago a pot of beef extract, today a mongrel puppy, and all the time the hopes of a kingdom, the future of a monarch, resting in his hands. For 20 minutes longer the landau rolled on. Then it came to a halt under the broad porte cochère of the Villa Irma, and 2 minutes after that Cleek and the Count stood in the presence of Madame Charnovetski, her purblind associate, and her retinue of servant guards. A handsome woman, this Madame, a woman of about 32, with the tar-black eyes and the twilight-coloured tresses of northern Russia, bold as brass, flippant as a French cocotte, steel-nerved and calm-blooded as a professional gambler. It had been her whim that all the women of the Count's family should be banished from the house during her stay, that the great salon of the villa, a wondrous apartment hung in blue and silver and lit by a huge crystal chandelier, should be put at her disposal night and day, that the electric lights should be replaced with dozens of wax candles, after the manner of the ballrooms of her native Russia, and that her one-eyed companion, with his wicker cage of screeching parakeets, should come and go when and where and how he listed, and that an electric alarm bell be connected with her sleeping apartment and his.
Your hirelings will tamper with his birds and his effects in the night. I know that, Monsieur le Comte, she had said when she demanded this. He is a nervous fellow, this poor Clopin. I wish him to be able to ring for help if you and your men go too far.
Clopin was sitting by the window chattering to his birds when Cleek entered, and a glance at him was sufficient to decide 2 points. First, he was not disguised, nor was his partial blindness in any way a sham, for an idiot could have seen that the droop of the left eyelid over the staring, palpably artificial eye which glazed over the empty socket beneath was due to perfectly natural causes, and second, that the man was indeed what the Count had said he resembled, namely a gutter-bred outcast. French, was Cleek's silent comment upon him. One of those charlatans who infest the streets of Paris with their so-called fortune-telling birds, who for 10 centimes pick out an envelope with their beaks as a means of telling you what the future is supposed to hold. What has made a woman like this pick up a fellow of his stamp? Puppy, I think you are a good move, stroking the ears of the mongrel dog. A very much better move than a cage of useless parakeets that are meant to throw suspicion in the wrong direction, and have a seed cup so large and so obviously overfilled that it is safe to say there is nothing hidden in it, and never has been. And Madame has a fancy for wax lights, his gaze travelling upward to the glittering chandelier. How well they know, these women whose beauty is going off, that wax lights show less of time's ravages than gas or electricity. Candles in the chandelier, candles in the sconces, candles on the mantelpieces. This room should be very charming when it is lighted at night. It was, as he learned later. Just now things not quite so charming filled the bill, for Madame was jeering at him in a manner not to be understood. "A police spy, that is what you are, monsieur," she said, coming up to him and impudently snapping her fingers under his nose. "Such a fool, this white-headed old dotard of a count! To think that he can take me in with a silly yarn about going to visit a nephew and bringing him back here to stay. Monsieur, you are a police spy. Well, good luck to you. Get what the Moravian king wants, if you can." "Madame," replied Cleek, with a deeply deferential bow, and with an accent that seemed born of Paris. "Madame, that is what I mean to do, I assure you." "Ha, do you?" she answered with a scream of laughter. "You hear that, Clopin? You hear that, my good servitors? This silly French noodle is going to get the things in spite of us. Oh, but you have a fine opinion of yourself, monsieur. You need work fast, too, pretty boaster, I can tell you. For the royal jewellers will require the rainbow pearl very soon to fix it in its place in the crown for the coronation ceremony. And if that thing His Majesty holds is offered to them, how long, think you, will it be before all Mauravania knows that it is an imitation? Look you, waxing suddenly vicious. I'll make it shorter still, the time you have to strive. Monsieur le Comte, take this message to His Majesty from me. If in 3 days he does not promise to accede to my demands and give me a public proof of it over his royal seal, I leave Mauravania. The pearl and letter leave with me, and they shall not come back until I return with them for the coronation."
For the love of God, madame, said the Count, don't make it harder still. Oh, wait, wait, I beseech you.
"Not an hour longer than I have now said," she flung back at him. "I have waited until I am tired of it, and my patience is worn out. 3 days, Count. 3 days, monsieur, with the puppy dog. 3 days, and not an instant longer, do you hear?" "Quite enough, madame," replied Cleek with a courtly bow. "I promise to have them in 2. She threw back her head and fairly shook with laughter. "Of a truth, monsieur, you are a candid boaster," she cried. "Look you, my good fellows, and you too, my poor dumb Clopin. Pretty monsieur here will have the letter and the pearl in 2 days' time. Look to it that he never leaves this house at any minute from this time forth, that you do not search him from top to toe. If he resists, well, a pistol may go off accidentally, and things that Mauravania's king would give his life to keep hidden will come to light if any charge of murder is preferred. Monsieur the police spy, I wish you joy of your task." "Madame, I shall take joy in it," Cleek replied. "But why should we talk of unpleasant things when the future looks so bright? Come, may we not give ourselves a pleasant evening? Look, there is a piano. And, Count, hold my puppy for me, and please see that no one feeds him at any time. I am starving him so that he may devour some of Clopin's parakeets, because I hate the sight of the little beasts. Thank you. Madame, do you like music? Listen, then. I'll sing you Mauravania's national anthem. God guard the throne, God shield the right. And dropping down upon the seat before the open instrument, he did so. That night was ever memorable at the Villa Irma, for the detective seemed somehow to have given place to the courtier, and so merry was his mood, so infectious his good nature, that even Madame came under the spell of it. She sang with him, she even danced a Russian polka with him. She sat with him at dinner, and flirted with him in the salon afterward. And when the time came for her to retire, it was he who took her bedroom candle from the shelf and put it into her hand. "Of a truth you are a charming fellow, monsieur," she said, when he bent and kissed her hand. "What a pity you should be a police spy, and upon so hopeless a case." "Hopeless cases are my delight, madame. Believe me, I shall not fail." "Only 3 days, remember, cher ami. Only 3 days." "Madame is too kind. I have said it. 2 will do. On the morning of the 3rd, Madame's passport will be ready, and the rainbow pearl be in the royal jeweller's hands. 1,000 pleasant dreams. Bonsoir." And bowed her out, and kissed his hand to her as she went up the stairs to bed. End of the second part of the epilogue.
Part 3 of the Epilogue of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces by Thomas W. Hanshew. Epilogue, Part 3. Thrice during the next 24 hours, Cleek, who seemed to have become so attached to the mongrel dog that he kept it under his arm continually, had reason to leave the house. And thrice was he seized by Madame's henchmen, bundled unceremoniously into a convenient room, and searched to the very skin before he was suffered to pass beyond the threshold. And if so much as a pin had been hidden upon his person, it must have been discovered.
"You see, monsieur, how hopeless it is,"
said the Count despairfully.
"One dare not rebel, one dare not lift a finger, or the woman speaks and His Majesty's ruin falls. Oh, the madness of that boast of yours! Only another 24 hours, only another day, and then God help His Majesty."
"God has helped him a great deal better than he deserves, Count," replied Cleek. "By tomorrow night at 10 o'clock be in the square of the Aquisola, please. Bring with you the passports of Madame and her companions, also a detachment of the Royal Guards, and His Majesty's cheque for the reward I am to receive."
"Monsieur, you really hope to get the things? You really do?"
"Oh, I do more than hope, Count. I have succeeded. I knew last night where both pearl and letter were. Tomorrow night... well, let tomorrow tell its own tale. Only be in the square at the hour I mention, and when I lift a lighted candle and pass it across the salon window, send the guard here with the passports. Let them remain outside, within sight, but not within range of hearing what is said and done. You are alone to enter, remember that."
"To receive the jewel and the letter?" eagerly. "Or at least to have you point out the hiding place of them?"
"No, we should be shot down like dogs if I undertook a mad thing like that."
"Then, monsieur, how are we to seize them? How get them into our possession, His Majesty and I?"
"From my hand, Count. This hand which held them both before I went to bed last night."
"Monsieur!"
The Count fell back from him as if from some supernatural presence.
"You found them? You held them? You took possession of them last night? How did you get them out of the house?"
"I have not done so yet."
"But can you? Oh, monsieur, wizard though you are, can you get them past our guards? Can you, monsieur, can you?"
"Watch for the light at the window, Count. It will not be waved unless it is safe for you to come and the pearl is already out of the house."
"And the letter, monsieur? The damning letter?"
Cleek smiled one of his strange, inscrutable smiles. "Ask me that tomorrow, Count," he said. "You shall hear something, you and Madame, that will surprise you both." Then twisted round on his heel and walked hurriedly away. And all that day and all that night he danced attendance upon Madame, and sang to her, and handed her bedroom candle to her as he had done the night before, and gave back jest for jest, and returned her merry badinage in kind. Nor did he change in that when the fateful tomorrow came. From morning to night he was at her side, at her beck and call, doing nothing that was different from the doings of yesterday, save that at evening he locked the mongrel dog up in his room instead of carrying him about. And the dog, feeling its loneliness, or possibly famishing, for he had given it not a morsel of food since he found it, howled and howled until the din became unbearable.
"Monsieur, I wish you would silence that beast or else feed it," said Madame pettishly. "The howling of the wretched thing gets on my nerves. Give it some food, for pity's sake."
"Not I," said Cleek. "Do you remember what I said, Madame? I'm getting it hungry enough to eat one
or perhaps all of Clopin's wretched little parakeets.
You think they have to do with the hiding of the paper or the pearl, cher ami, eh?
I'm sure of it. He would not carry the beastly little things about for nothing.
Ah, you are clever, you are very, very clever, monsieur,
she made answer with a laugh.
But he must begin his bird-eating quickly, that nuisance dog, or it will be too late. See, it is already 9:30. I retire to my bed in another hour and a half, as always. And then your last hope he is gone, sick, like that. For it will be the end of the second day, monsieur, and your promise not yet kept.
Pestilence, monsieur!
With a little outburst of temper.
Do stop the little beast's howl, it is unbearable.
I would you to sing to me like last night, but the noise of the dog is maddening.
Oh, if it annoys you like that, madame, said Cleek, I'll take him round to the stable and tie him up there, so we may have the song undisturbed. Your men will not want to search me, of course, when I'm merely popping out and popping in again like that, I am sure. Nevertheless they did, for although they had heard and did not stir when he left the room and ran up for the dog, when he came down with it under his arm and made to leave the house, he was pounced upon, dragged into an adjoining apartment by 6 burly fellows, stripped to the buff and searched, as the workers in a diamond mine are searched, before they suffered him to leave the house. There was neither a sign of a pearl nor a scrap of a letter to be found upon him. They made sure of that before they let him go.
An enterprising lot, those lackeys of yours, madame, he said, when he returned from tying the dog up in the stable and rejoined her in the salon. It will be an added pleasure to get the better of them, I can assure you.
Oui, if you can,
she answered with a mocking laugh.
Clopin, cher ami, your poor little parakeets are safe for the night, unless monsieur grows desperate and eats them for himself.
Even that, if it were necessary to get the pearl, madame, said Cleek, with the utmost sang-froid.
Faugh!
Looking at his watch.
A good 20 minutes wasted by the zealousness of those idiotic searchers of yours.
10 minutes to 10. Just time for one brief song. Let us make hay while the sun lasts, madame, for it goes down suddenly in Mauravania, and for some of us it never comes up again. Then, throwing himself upon the piano seat, he ran his fingers across the keys and broke into the stately measures of the national anthem. And of a sudden, while the song was yet in progress, the clock in the corridor jingled its musical chimes and struck the first note of the hour. He jumped to his feet and lifted both hands above his head.
Mauravania!
He cried.
Oh, Mauravania! For you! For you!
Then jumped to the mantelpiece and, catching up a lighted candle, flashed it twice across the window's width and broke again into the national hymn.
Monsieur!
cried out madame.
Monsieur, what is the meaning of that? Have you lost your wits? You give a signal. For what? To whom?
To the guards of Mauravania's king, madame, in honour of his safe escape from you, he made reply, then twitched back the window curtains until the whole expanse of glass was bared. Look, do you see them? Do you, madame? His Majesty of Mauravania sends Madame Charnavetsky a command to leave his kingdom, since he no longer has cause to fear a wasp whose sting has been plucked out. Her swift glance flashed to the fireplace, then to the corner where Clopin still sat with his jabbering parakeets, then flashed back to Cleek, and she laughed in his face.
I think not, monsieur, she said with a swaggering air. Truly I think not, my excellent friend.
What a pity you only think so, madame, As for me, welcome, Count, welcome 1,000 times. The paper, my friend. You have brought it? Good. Give it to me. Madame, your passport. Yours and your associates. You leave Mauravania by the midnight train, and you have but little time to pack your effects. Your passport, madame, and your bedroom candle. Oh, yes, the paper is still round it, see? Slipping off a sheet of notepaper that was wrapped round the full length of the candle from top to bottom. But if you will examine it, madame, you will find it is blank. I burned the real letter the night before last when I put this in its place.
You what?
She snapped, then caught the tube-shaped covering he had stripped from the candle, uncurled it, and screamed. Blank, madame, quite blank, you see, said Cleek serenely. For one so clever in other things, you should have been more careful. A little pinch of powder in the punch at dinner time, just that. And on the first night, too. It was so easy afterward to get into your room, remove the real paper, and wrap the candle in a blank piece while you slept.
You dog!
She snapped out viciously.
You drugged me?
Yes, madame, you and the one-eyed man as well. Oh, don't excite yourself. Don't pull at the poor wretch like that. The glass eye will come out quite easily, but I assure you there is only a small lump of beeswax in the socket now. I removed the rainbow pearl from poor Monsieur Clopin's blind eye 10 minutes after I burnt the letter, madame, and it passed out of this house tonight. A clever idea to pick up a one-eyed pauper, madame, and hide the pearl in the empty socket of the lost eye. But it was too bad you had to supply a glass eye to keep it in, after the lid in the socket had withered and shrunk from so many years of emptiness. It worried the poor man, madame. He was always feeling it, always afraid that the lump behind would force it out. And what is an added misfortune for your plans, the glass shell did not allow you to see the change when the pearl vanished and the bit of beeswax took its place. Madame Charnovetski, your passport. I know enough of the King of Mauravania to be sure that your life will not be safe if you are not past the frontier before daybreak. Monsieur le Comte, no. I thank you, but I cannot wait to be presented to His Majesty, for I too leave Mauravania tonight, and like Madame yonder, return to other and more promising fields, said Cleek, an hour later as he stood on the terrace of the Villa Irma and watched the slow progress down the moonlit avenue of the carriage which was bearing Madame Charnovetski and her effects to the railway station. Give me the cheque, please. I have earned that, and there is good use for it. I thank you, Count. Now, do an act of charity, my friend. Give the little dog in the stable a good meal, and then have a surgeon chloroform him into a peaceful and merciful death. They will find the rainbow pearl in his intestines when they come to dissect the body. I starved him, Count, starved him purposely, poor little wretch, so that he could be hungry enough to snap at anything in the way of food and bolted instantly. Tonight, when I went up to take him out to the stable, a thick smearing of beef extract over the surface of the pearl was sufficient. He swallowed it in a gulp. For a double reason, Count, there should be a cur quartered on the royal arms of this country after tonight. His voice dropped off into silence. The carriage containing Madame had swung out through the gateway, and its shadow no longer blotted the broad, unbroken space of moonlit avenue. He turned and looked far out over the square of the Aquisola, along the light-lined esplanade, to the palace gates and the fluttering flag
that streamed against the sky above and beyond them. "Oh, Mauravania," he said, "an Englishman's heritage. Dear country, how beautiful. My love to your queen, my prayers for you."
"Monsieur," exclaimed the Count. "Monsieur, what juggle is this? Your face is again the face of that other night. The face that stirs memory but does not rivet it. Monsieur, speak, I beg of you. What are you? Who are you?"
"Cleek," he made answer. "Just Cleek. It will do. Oh, Mauravania, dear land of desolated hopes, dear grave of murdered joys."
"Monsieur."
"Hush! Let me alone. There are things too sacred. And this—" His hands reached outward as if in benediction. His face, upturned, was as a face transfigured, and something that shone as silver gleamed in the corner of his eye. "Mauravania," he said. "Oh, Mauravania, my country, my people, goodbye."
"Monsieur, dear heaven, Majesty!"
There came a rustling sound, and when Cleek had mastered himself and looked down, a figure with head uncovered knelt on one knee at his feet. "Get up, Count," he said with a little shaky laugh. "I appreciate the honour, but your fancy is playing you a trick. I tell you, I never set foot in Mauravania before, my friend." "I know. How should you, Majesty, when it was as a child at Queen Karma's breast Mauravania last saw? Don't leave like this, Majesty, Majesty. God guard the right, the pearl and the kingdom are here." "Wrong, my good friend. The kingdom is there where you found me, in England. And so, too, is the pearl. For there is no kingdom like the kingdom of love, no pearl like a good woman. Good night, Count, and many thanks for your hospitality. You are a little upset tonight, but no doubt you will be all right again in the morning. I will walk to the station, and alone if it is all the same to you."
"Majesty."
"Dreams, Count, dreams. The riddle is solved, my friend. Good luck to your country, and goodbye." And setting his back to the palace and the lights and the fluttering flag, and his face to the land that held her, turned and went his way to the west, to England, and to those things which are higher than crowns, and better than sceptres, and more precious than thrones and ermine. End of Cleek, the Man of the 40 Faces, by Thomas W. Hanshew.